Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember MD. I don't see her yet. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. Do we have any announcements from closed session?
We do, Mayor. The council unanimously gave direction to City Attorney Mike Webb to legally challenge California Senate Bill 9. So you gave that authorization.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting.
So moved.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Horvath. Any objections? Okay, so ordered. Now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here. And Councilmember MD will be a few minutes late.
Okay.
Okay.
And she's absent right now. And Mayor Brand.
Here. Thank you. Let's all rise and salute the flag and take a moment of silence. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you. Well, first up is a quick update on the Green Line extension from representatives from the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. I believe Georgia Sheridan and Mark Durking are here. So yeah, I'll turn it over to you, Georgia and Mark. Let me see if I see you guys. If you're here, go ahead and speak up. I see you, Mark.
Sure. How you doing? This is Mark Durking. Been working on this project now since at least 2017. If you remember, we were out in the community and the public in 2018 looking at various alternatives for the project. And we got a request from your office and your staff to come out and give a short update. I guess some folks have had questions at your meetings. We had scoping earlier this year. We are still in the data collection process, but we're looking to maybe have a draft environmental document sometime next year. So I just wanted to say thank you for having us back. And with that, I'd like to introduce our project manager, Georgia Sheridan, and she will take the presentation from here and we'll stand ready to answer questions afterwards.
Great. Thank you, Mark. Go ahead, Georgia. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Hello. Good evening, council members and members of the public. Thank you for having us. Quick technology check. Are you able to see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay,
beautiful.
Great. Okay, so we know you have a busy agenda. I just heard lots of panelists, so we will keep it short tonight, but did want to give you an update on where we are with the Green Line. As Mark mentioned, I'm Georgia Sheridan, Senior Director at Metro, new project manager, so looking forward to working with you on this project. We have a lot of great history on our team. Apologies, I'm just figuring out how to advance the slide. So I wanted to note, as Mark mentioned, this project has quite some history. We've been at it for a while with some stops and starts with funding, but really started in earnest after Measure M passed in 2016. And the city of Redondo Beach has been involved and submitted some comments along the way. So we wanted to highlight some of the letters that you've sent us. In 2018, you emphasized to the Metro board that you would like Metro to be looking at an elevated configuration for light rail along Hawthorne Boulevard. We started our environmental process this spring, and during our scoping process, you let us know again your position that you're hoping that we will be looking at an elevated configuration along Hawthorne Boulevard as part of our study. So I am happy to report that we are indeed looking at an elevated configuration again along Hawthorne. For those of you that are perhaps not familiar with the project, this is a existing light rail line called the Green Line, also known as the C Line, as we're changing some of our names, that will extend from the Redondo Beach Marine Station today, continue further south to have another station in Redondo Beach and then a second station in Torrance. We are looking at two different routes for the light rail. And so you can see a turquoise line and a pink line on the map. The turquoise line is the land that Metro has owned since the 1990s. This is a freight track, which we refer to as the Metro right-of-way. We are looking at two different configurations for this path. One would be aerial and at grade, and then the second configuration would be a trench, which is something that the community has asked for to separate the train from street traffic in the local neighborhoods. For the pink alignment, which runs primarily along Hawthorne, we would be looking at two options as well. One would travel along the 405 and remain elevated and then come down to street level on Hawthorne Boulevard. The second option would just stay up and remain elevated all the way through Hawthorne Boulevard until the train returns to the Metro-owned right-of-way, which is around 190th Street. And so the southern part of the route, they both run on the same track, which is the land that Metro owns today. So right now we are in the middle of our environmental process. We've been looking at our scoping comments, which we received this spring, and diving into the design with our technical team, working on engineering drawings to get a better understanding of our project footprint so that we have a good definition that we can carry into the environmental document. And while we are impacted by COVID, we've been trying to do our best to stay in touch with the community through virtual meetings. We are hopeful that this spring we'll be able to get out there in person and meet some of you face to face so that we can have a little bit more, I guess, friendly environment, not just virtual. And we will be coming back out to the public sometime in the spring to give an update on the project before we come out this summer with the draft EIR. And so really the next big thing is this summer will be the draft EIR. We will have all the information for the public and we'll have several meetings for that. And then we will be giving this information to the Metro board for them to make a determination on the locally preferred alignment. And once we have that decision, probably sometime next year, next fall, winter, we will then finish the EIR and start more detailed design to get ready for construction. So in the meantime, we're busy and we're looking forward to having some more engagement early 2022. So if you have any questions, Mark and I are here and happy to provide whatever answers we can. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Georgia. I really appreciate that high level summary. And the reason we asked this is because, the draft EIR is coming out and a lot of residents were looking at your virtual walkthrough and having concerns about it and a ton of questions. And they're here, so it'd be good to answer the public's questions for sure. And you can stop sharing your screen and maybe be ready to bring it back if somebody has a question. How long will the comment period be once the draft EIR is issued?
I believe it's, maybe Mark, you can answer.
We haven't determined that yet. State law requires 30 days. So it's probably going to be more than that. Right.
Yeah, it's a big project, obviously, and it would be good to plan on a longer comment period just to make sure everybody gets their opportunity. I'm happy to go to the public as soon as possible, but Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Thanks for the presentation. Just three things. One is I can't emphasize enough my preference, and I believe many residents' preference for the elevated track along Hawthorne. We feel very strongly about that in this community. The second question I had is I watched the city council meeting from Lawndale on the 18th of October. They talked about trenching. They also talked about topping it off. And I'm wondering if you could comment on that. Does that mean that there would be a grate over it so that nobody could access it? I mean, what were they referring to when they talked about topping it off with a trench? Do you know?
The city of Lawndale, some of the members are interested in essentially covering it. And so that could be anything from concrete to a grassy knoll. And that's something we're trying to look into. It gets complicated quickly, but we're digging into some of the details on that right now.
Okay. The last question I had is, this is related to the Green Line or Line C. We met with you about 2 years ago before COVID. There was a discussion about whether it would be one stop or two stops from the Redondo Beach station to the Expo line. And there was a discussion whether or not it should favor Redondo Beach or Norwalk, if you recall. Do you know what was decided on that? I think Mark was there at that meeting, and we said, listen, in order for people to get downtown, they really don't want to take 3 different trains. They want to take 2 at most. Do you know what ended up happening with that, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, the board passed the operating plan to resume service or move service so that it would. I think you're talking about the way that the trains were going to be operated on the Green Line, right? Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, the board approved the South Bay's recommendation. Now, as you know, we're still working to open the Crenshaw line. So as soon as that happens, we'll come back to you with more information.
So that would be then somebody taking a line from say Redondo, it would take 1 train to get to the Expo line in order to get downtown then. In order from Redondo to the Expo line, then they change the Expo line to go downtown, right? It wouldn't be 2 trains to get to that.
If you think of the challenge, it's 3 ways. So how do you run the trains? And so the exercise, or at least the South Bay recommendation, was to run a train from the airport down into the South Bay along the extension. So that was, I believe, the South Bay's recommendation.
Okay.
I have a point of order, Todd.
Yeah.
The South Bay did not get exactly what they wanted in that discussion, but it requires that intersection, if you will, between Expo and Green Line requires a totally different project. It's called the Y, and so we are still advocating that Metro take a future project to change that into where it could be, to your point, a 1-ticket ride from Redondo Beach to Expo. It's not set up for that right now. We are kind of a jaunt, if you will, but we are still advocating for that, and we just advocated for the best option as exists right now.
So in other words, then it didn't happen. Okay, got it.
No,
right.
It happened.
But it still requires at this point two trains to get to the Expo line.
You have
One
to
Green Line to the airport, change from the airport to the Crenshaw line, and then the Crenshaw line.
I think what was advocated was going from Redondo Beach to Norwalk, not going to the Expo line.
No, I think what we were advocating for was Redondo Beach to the Expo line. And what Christian is saying, that Y connector. So I guess in order to get downtown, you have to take 3 trains, which makes it very difficult for people. So anyway.
And just to note, I think right now the board has approved a pilot project for a pilot operating plan for Crenshaw LAX. So I don't think we've settled it forever, but there is a pilot operating pattern. So I think that's something we could follow up on and come back with more information.
Okay, great. We haven't had a chance to really ask you these questions, so thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Eddie, just a quick question. I've seen the oil pipelines that are there under the right-of-way, I guess the Metro right-of-way. And I see that when I've walked it with one of the residents that's probably on this meeting or watching, yes, I'm sure she'll speak. You see that they kind of crisscross across the right-of-way. They're not exactly straight. Sometimes they're on the left side, sometimes they're on the right side. That's one concern. I wanted to find out how you plan to address that if you do dig in. And a second thing is recently, after some shell digging at near the let's see, right next to the apartments there. What is that apartment? They're near 182nd. They're digging this I don't know what it's called, a barrier down and hammering it down, and they cause a lot of land to fall underneath a residential structure there. And that's been pending like that for a year now. And I've been in contact with Metro and legal and so on and so forth, and Sheldon notify y'all. But what that indicates to me is that there's a potential for land subsidence when there is digging there, and land subsidence to adjacent lands, not just right there, but adjacent lands. So what have you all done to study the land there and to ensure that it's safe for digging?
So right now, our technical team is studying both utilities as well as geotechnical issues. Those will both be in the environmental document. So for all of the different configurations, whether it's at grade or trench or elevated, there's different, that impacts the soils, the utility relocation. So that'll be something that we'll have in our draft document.
All right. Well, great. And just be sure to check out, it's the Ruxton. And it's actually still, the holes are still there, and there's still seismic testing it's supposed to be done that haven't been done. So that would be a good place to take a soil sample and look at kind of how the soil comes
The
together.
Ruxton, is that what you said?
Yeah, the
Okay.
Ruxton.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so Georgia, this one's, or Mark, it's a little bit in the weeds, but Councilmember Lowenstein's comments reminded me of this. COG has been advocating for retrofitting existing stations on the Green Line into three-car platforms down the line. Do you know if, as part of the EIR, any new stations, whether it's at Torrance, Redondo, or South Bay Galleria, wherever things are placed, are studying for three-car platforms in the event of growth down the line?
So for our project, the two new stations that we are looking at will be three-car platforms. So we're planning for that future condition. And then Metro will separately be looking at a platform extension project to retrofit the existing stations we have today.
Correct. Yeah. Okay, great. I just wanted to know if it was part of studying this new extension. Thanks.
Okay, let's go to the public. Eleanor, anybody sign up to have any comments on this item?
Yeah, okay, let's see. Yes, Holly Osborne. Go ahead, Holly.
Okay, here goes my stopwatch. Good evening. This is Holly Osborne, District 5. I live really near the Lawndale portion of the row, and I have been studying the Green Line route placement situation ever since early 2018. And it was at the September 2018 meeting where Redondo made the recommendation of an elevated position down Hawthorne Boulevard. Thank you for confirming that tonight that you were studying it. And you also confirmed that at the Metro Program and Planning meeting. Some of you may remember the person on the phone line who asked about this issue. That was I. A little disconcerting that this option is not plainly stated in the walking tour video that you sent around, because if you make any preference decisions based on the video comments, they will be biased because they were not made with complete information available. I had been eagerly awaiting for your walking tour down the row. I actually first discovered the row myself in 2018 and walked it complete with yardstick, pencil, and notebook. It is a wonderful green oasis in Lawndale, and it was there that I discovered there were inconsistencies in some of the drawings, in particular that the amenities that you presented regarding a bicycle path and walking path were really not feasible. In fact, any amenities that you plan regarding paths will probably destroy most of the green space that is there by paving it over. And last night, I watched the October 18th meeting of the Lawndale City Council where they discussed this trenching thing with this cover business, and I'd never heard of a cover. And so Todd already mentioned questions. I just want to know, can kids play on it, and how thick would it be? And would this mean you didn't have to have a fence? But I specifically want to ask my own questions. One, is there an example of a covered metro, and how does it differ from a complete underground metro? And where is there an example of an underground LRT line as part of your metro? I know that there are a few short underground segments, but I don't know where they are and how long are these segments. And if covered trench really is a good option, and covered trench might work for Hawthorne. Anyway, I'm going to change tactics now. On question 3, how much clearance do you need to work around high pressure gas lines, because there are many on the row. I didn't know there was some crossing under and over and stuff. There's several on each side. I want to know how much clearance you need to work on them. And down below 170th Street, the row really narrows. It's 100 feet north of it, but then 70 feet, 5 feet wide. And how close are the tracks going to be to the backyard walls when you shift to the west? And are you planning on using eminent domain on the residents there? So anyway, thanks for coming, and I'm really looking for the tour. And where can I get diagrams from BNSF? My 3 minutes are up. Thanks.
You get all that, Georgia? Can you tell Holly's an engineer?
Looking very closely at the details, which is great. I think a lot of these are details that we're still working on with our engineering team. So some of these questions we would definitely need to come back to with our design team. But
any questions you can answer right now?
I tried to take notes as fast as I could. We are hoping to have walking tours. Our hope is in person. So that'll be something that we will be keeping the city posted on. And that's an opportunity for us to, walk with the residents along these routes, hear their concerns, have them point out things that they like, they don't like, they're worried about. So there's, we have been doing this virtual walk right now to the point about, would that be biasing? We have a lot of different avenues for input. So this is just one piece. We will be continuing that process, hopefully this spring when it's safer to do so.
So the first part of the year, we're looking at for the actual walking tours, of the corridor.
That's right. And then in terms of some of the questions about the right of way, we are studying how to, the right of way that Metro owns. There is a green space today that people use for walking or biking, walking their dogs. We are looking to see, can we fit freight, light rail, and have community space? We think that we can in some areas. Some areas are wider than others. So that's something that we'll be coming back to the community with when we have more information on that. Clearance for the high pressure gas lines, that's something I would need to ask our technical team. We're assuming that hopefully we can build this project on our land. And if we can't, then that'll be something that we will be disclosing when we come back to the community this spring and summer.
The other question about areas where it's underground, you can look at the Expo line near USC. You can also look at some grade separations that are underground in South Pasadena, Mount Washington area. And then you can also see as the blue line runs into 7th Street Metro in downtown LA, there's a tunnel portion of that runs underneath.
That's right. Yeah, the Gold Line is a great example. And I think actually in some past years, we took some community members to come see some of these Gold Line conditions. So that might be another thing that we could do, or at least point people in the direction if they wanted to go check it out on their own free time.
I remember seeing a number of you there. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Any more public comments?
Let's see. There's people on the phone. So if you'd like to raise your hand, just and then anyone.
How do they tell them how to raise their hand on the phone?
*9 if they're on the phone. So *9. And then anyone else. And okay, and then we have 3 e-comments. So I'll have Melissa read those. Go ahead, Melissa.
Okay, first e-comment submitted by Glenn Breckenridge. The group I represent, Right of Say, has many members in Redondo Beach. It's on their behalf that I'm making this comment. Our members are in favor of the Hawthorne Boulevard route, and in particular would like to see it studied in the elevated position. An elevated position would help avoid traffic delays and safe parking spaces. The Green Line is currently elevated north of Marine, so why can't it be elevated south of Marine as well? In addition, Hawthorne Boulevard has such a wide center median because it was originally designed for rail when the red car trolley went down the center of the street. Putting the train down Hawthorne would also allow for a stop at the front of the Galleria, better serving commuters. We are fully opposed to the route down the ROW. Quality of life is one of our main concerns, as along with the noise, vibration, and visual blight. Putting the train down the ROW would mean the destruction of a highly used community green space. Adding 2 additional train lines, plus crash walls, barriers, fencing, etc., will destroy this much needed green space oasis in our densely developed community. In the current plan being studied for the ROW, if the train is fully trenched, as was mentioned in the presentation to Lawndale, how far down the ROW would this trenching extend? Would it be trenched south of 170th? What about the bridge across Artesia? Would it be trenched all the way down to 190th? How much space is needed to fit 2 transit trucks and 1 freight track? The ROW narrows to 75 feet south of 170th. Will more room be needed to fit all 3 tracks? If so, will eminent domain be used to seize homeowners' property? In summation, Hawthorne Boulevard is clearly the best and smartest route for commuters, local business, homeowners, and residents. And that's the end of Glenn Breckenridge's comment. The next comment was submitted by Jim Light. Alternative 2E, the option for an elevated route on Hawthorne Boulevard should fully be evaluated. I would support the extension if it follows Hawthorne Boulevard. I would oppose the extension if it is routed on the ROW adjacent to Redondo residential neighborhoods. The proximity to well-established neighborhoods on top of base pipelines routed to the same ROW exacerbates the impacts to families. Running down Hawthorne is the least impactful to long existing residential neighborhoods. And that's the end of Jim Light's comment. And the last comment submitted by Nikki Negrete Mitchell. I'm speaking to you as a founding member of a group of private homeowners and residents called Redondo Beach Quality of Life. I'd like to point out issues very relevant to us that are not being made public. Biggest concern, there is absolutely no representation on your walking tour of the more than 120 homeowners and residents that live on the west side of the ROW, south from 182nd to 190th Street. I own a home on Fremona Avenue where my property backs up to the corridor. Virtually all of these homes are left out of the video commentary, imagery, and therefore neglected in your considerations, as well as the considerations of any person or entity viewing this presentation. I have made many comments and emails detailing my property's location and concerns, yet have not seen any public acknowledgement of this. Also neglected from public consideration is our city's official recommendation of using Hawthorne Boulevard in an elevated profile, which would clearly upgrade commerce and lifestyle, revitalizing that part of the city and be beneficial to the neighboring cities at the same time. Rider experience would be more pleasant. Also neglected from public consideration of major environmental safety concerns. 6 gas pipelines run inside the ROW and are just a mere feet from our house and dangerously close to our garage. The corridor will be shared with jet fuel carrying freight trains. None of this is addressed in your virtual tour. The existing freight track is just feet away from my backyard. People on the train look at me doing laundry. The noise from horns is ear-piercing. The bells at crossing 2 doors down is very loud. There is 1 round-trip train per day currently. This would suddenly increase to every 7 to 10 minutes, an unbearable frequency. We bought our home in 2007 with the understanding that the 1 final freight train would be rerouted, rendering the tracks extinct. For the most part, we have a peaceful environment framed by the tree canopy from the park and a great number of bird species. That would be decimated. We would lose direct morning sunlight on our property. Our quality of life would downgrade significantly. You must opt for the 2E upgrade. And that's the end of Nikki Negrete's comment, and that's the last one.
Okay, Mayor, I have one more Zoom. So Candace Nafisi. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Candace Nafisi, and I'm a resident of the Redondo Beach. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and present regarding this project. I'm calling in support of you evaluating the route down Hawthorne, which is the option 2E. And this makes the most sense as it's a boulevard. I, as well as many other neighbors, are against you putting the metro, putting it down the row. This impacts a lot of families, and the impacts to these families this close to their home is really unfathomable. Please continue to seek the option, which is 2E, that has the least amount of impact. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, any more public comments?
That concludes the public comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember MD, I'm sorry, I think you put your hand up before I went to the public, but yeah, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I want to know, with the construction, are they going to have enough electricity to be able to support 3 cars? Because I think right now it only supports 2.
That's something that will be part of this retrofit upgrade for the entire line. So our section is planning to be able to power 3-car trains and have 3-car platforms, but for the entire line to do that, there are some other upgrades. So that power and station platform extensions is part of that.
Okay, so it's part of what you're studying. And so also, I do appreciate the fact that if you did go down the right way, that you would consider doing the trenching at 182nd, because that's one of the concerns I have, that if you went that way, that it would really back up the traffic there. And so I do appreciate you adding that, because I know that was an addition as well. So that's it. Thanks.
So George, I have a couple of questions. Is the freight line, have they indicated that they are going to continue to operate regardless where the Green Line extension goes?
We have been having a lot of conversations with BNSF, who runs freight. And the latest information they have is that freight is becoming more important than ever right now with COVID. Some of the backups in the port have trickled into the freight system. And so from what we've heard, freight, they are busy using freight, and they don't have any plans right now of not using it.
Okay. Lawndale, aren't they just generally opposed to any extension?
You know, we're meeting with everybody. We're meeting with the city of Lawndale. You know, we have to talk to all our stakeholders and try to work through this stuff. So I don't know where they're going to be at the end of all this, but
that's what I just
try to make them happy.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know how many homes are abutting the right of way right now? I hear different figures, and Holly just mentioned 120. Do you guys know how many homes are abutting the right of way where this would, where the Green Line would be extended?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. So I would come back to that. Yeah.
That would be important for you guys to know. And then lastly, Holly made a good point that, you know, and in the walking tour, they didn't really talk about the elevated options. So, you know, if you're soliciting comments, yeah, I mean, that's a real option. And anybody who's considering and trying to learn about this and starting with your walking tour should know, and that should have been demonstrated so that comments could be, you know, made based on that, because some people would see that and immediately comment that they prefer that. I'm sure of that. So,
you know, I think the intent of the walking tour was to try to show the impacts. We weren't trying to, you know, specify a particular technology. We just wanted to look at the property. Mm-hmm. So that was the exercise. The exercise wasn't, you know, elevated in the trench, you know.
Yeah, no, I get her point though. Like if comments come forward and then you guys are, you know, talking about in the comment period or when you're considering the final EIR, and then you have comments saying, okay, well, they prefer this sort of configuration on our property, as opposed to, well, actually, we got a lot of comments that they would have preferred it going down there. So that's all. I mean, I think it's important for people who really want to see it go down Hawthorne Boulevard when they go to that and they don't even see that. And that's one of the reasons we had this meeting, is because people contacted us and said we did their walking tour and didn't even show the alternative. They thought you had scuttled the alternative. So whatever face you present, you know, be careful to present everything, because there's people coming to this for the first time. People have been coming to it for a long time, and then they don't see it, and they get concerned that somehow it's been scuttled. And so, you know, we answered that, and that's why we invited you guys. One of the reasons, just get an update. It's been a long time. So anyway,
thank you. Well, sorry, I just was going to say, well, thank you for that comment. We'll make sure that we're being as clear as possible moving forward.
Okay, well, thanks for coming, you guys. I don't think there's any more comments, and really appreciate it. It's been a long time, and a lot of people, as you heard, are keeping a close eye on it. So anytime it comes up, walking tour, show up at an announcement, there's going to be a lot of attention. So, okay. Well,
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mark.
Have a great evening.
We're going.
Okay. Bye.
Good night. Okay. Other announcements. I'll go down the line. Councilmember Narenheim, do you have any other announcements?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Rand. I am having my community meeting in person on Saturday, November 13th at Alta Vista. We should have it inside the meeting room area where we normally have it. So we're first time back inside, which is first time since March, or actually March of 2020. So it's been a while. And we'll also do an in-person, Zoom meeting as well on Monday, November 15th as well. So I'll be sending emails out for that, so people can go ahead and email and sign up. And it was a spectacular down in Riviera Village this last week. It was really, really well attended. A lot of great photos. Really great to see things are slowly coming back online, back normal. Thank you very much for the Riviera Bid Association that put up the whole event, that organized everything. And then, on tonight's comment agenda items, we'll have free parking again in the Riviera Village this winter for Christmas season. So I just want to throw that out there as well. Thank you very much. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. Last week we had a great community meeting with a discussion related to the cannabis initiative that we're talking about later tonight. We'll be having another community meeting in November, probably the third week, the week of the 15th in November. I'll announce it in either an email or assuming we have an open session meeting next week. I'll announce the date and time. And then finally, I was attending this morning the badge pinning ceremony for the fire department, along with council members MD Obaji, as well as Assistant City Manager Witzansky and Interim Fire Chief Kaufman. It was the first time I'd actually gone to it. It's a great ceremony. It was fun to not only watch folks that are promoted from within, but also welcoming new firefighter paramedics into the ranks of RBFD. So I, want to congratulate all of our badge or pin award winners, and welcome them, the ones that are new to our community, and also congratulate their families that were there. So great ceremony. Can't wait for the next one, which will hopefully be next year and not 2 years from now, which is the case today because of COVID. So thank you again, and that's it.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji. I'm sorry, Horvath.
Yeah, District 3 community meeting is going to get moved from normal third week of the month to probably next week, the second week of the month, just due to Thanksgiving and scheduling conflicts. So I'm not sure if it's going to be on the 11th or the 13th, but I'll have that information by next Tuesday's meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji. You there, Zane? Doesn't look like it. Why don't you go, Councilmember MD?
If you're a fan of the Taco Tuesdays and Saturday taco at Artesia Deli and Coffee, just wanted to let you know, bad news. This is the last week they're going to be offering that. So, but they're going to still be there. They'll be focusing on sandwiches and craft beer. So don't fret on it. But if you like the tacos, the Saturdays is that last one to go do. Also, we're going to be observing Veterans Day at 1 o'clock at Veterans Park. Remember, that's the day we reflect and remember all those who have worn the uniform. And afterwards, there's an Elks barbecue. So hope to see all of you there. It's usually a very, very nice ceremony.
Great. Councilmember Obaji, did you have any announcements?
Yes. Sorry about that, Mayor. I had an unstable internet connection. Thank you, Spectrum. So I would like to echo what Councilmember Lowenstein said. It was great to see 21 firefighters either get recruited as paramedics or firefighters or else get promoted as captains or engineers today. And I would like to thank our acting fire chief, police chief, Keith Kaufman, for recruiting and promoting those folks and getting our fire department up to full staff. Bravo. It seemed like only you could do that job. So well done. Moving on, we had a great community meeting. Some community members have asked whether the community has hired people to go door to door and collect signatures, because that's what they've heard. No, the community has not. To the extent that you've had somebody knock on your door, you're going to hear from them, the folks behind them directly today, and hear them answer the tough questions. Other than that, I'm hearing a lot of feedback in our district about the new lights that are coming in, and I thank Public Works for working through the problems that some residents have with the lights shining into their homes, because SCE is, just installs new lights. So we'll get through that. Thank you.
Okay, a big announcement I have is that our statewide initiative received title and summary yesterday. And so signature gathering is beginning very soon. What the initiative does is amends the state constitution to make zoning and land use community affairs. So if it gets on the ballot, which is a big if, then it will be a big campaign to shift the power really from the state back to the local communities where it belongs. I don't think we want legislatures in faraway Sacramento making zoning and development decisions in our town. We'd much rather have our local agencies made up of people who live where we live. So look for ourneighborhoodvoices.com if you want to read about that. It's certainly been was approved our council unanimously, and you're starting to see councils all over the state start approving passing resolutions of support to take back control of zoning and land use in our own towns as they do things like pass SB 9, which we talked about earlier, and approved litigation moving forward on that. So this is a hot issue, folks, and it's getting hotter. So the community won't be circulating signature gatherers. There'll be volunteer signature gatherers and some paid. That's the way initiatives get on the ballot. It's usually a volunteer combination with paid people. So should be no mystery. Anyway, Councilmember Lowenstein, you had another announcement?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention great thanks go out to Public Works. Ted Saman, Gene Kim, Mike Klein, and also the street teams for installing the stop signs on Burl west of PCH. We had 2 accidents within 10 days, and they were very responsive in getting those stop signs. I've heard nothing but great comments about the stop signs that are placed at Francisca, Elena, and Broadway, and hopefully that stretch will be much safer. But they got out there really quickly that week, put them up there, and the speeds have gone down tremendously. And I want to thank people. It's much safer to cross the street, either by car or by foot in those intersections. So thank you all for responding so quickly.
Yeah, and thanks to the council for approving that. It really changed people's lives over there dramatically. And I'm sure there's a few people out there that are none too happy about having to stop now, but it's really just about a 1-minute delay. And the people that live there are quite happy. So, okay. With that, I guess we'll move on to our regular agenda or continue our regular agenda. Next up is approval of order of agenda. Anybody want to make a motion to approve the agenda, change the agenda? Any comments?
I would make a motion to move P3 up, because that's probably one of the most important things we will do as a city council is our city manager hiring. And I put it at the very end of the meeting is probably not good for transparency purposes. I think it would be good for everybody to be involved and to see that. So I would ask we move P3 as far up as we can after public comment on non-agenda items, whether it's before N1 or before P1.
So where do you want to do it? You want to do it after public participation on non-agenda items, or what?
I would like to do it then if possible. If
you need to be specific, just make a motion and see if you
I'll make a motion then to move P3 before N1.
Second.
Okay. All right, there's a motion and a second. Any objections? And the rest of the agenda is okay? Has anybody else got any comment? I'm not seeing any hands up. There's a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Obaji. Okay, got it. And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay. Next up is blue folder items. We got some.
No, Mayor, we have agency recess.
Oh, my apologies. I missed the whole Community Financing Authority. Blew right past that. So I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Narenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
Vice Chair Obaji,
Here.
and Chairman Brand.
Here. Thank you, Eleanor. I don't think I've ever done that, blow right past the whole agency meeting. Anyway, approval of order of agenda. Does anybody have a comment about the order of agenda? Motion to approve?
Motion to approve order of agenda.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Narenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Any objections? Okay, so order blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items for the
No, Mayor.
Community Financing Authority? Okay. With that, I'll move on to consent calendar. There are 4 items on the consent calendar. We will vote on these all at once. Any member of the council can pull any item. Any member of the public can comment on any item. And any members who'd like to pull any item? Okay,
No.
not here. Sorry?
I was going to say the public, there's no,
Right. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on any item?
yeah, no, there's none for Zoom and then none for e-comments.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, I don't think you have to read anything, do you, Eleanor?
No, Mayor.
Okay, no excluded items. Public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is Public Financing Authority. Any members from the public would like to comment under public participation on non-agenda items?
None, Mayor.
Great. Okay, well, there's no old or new business. Any referrals to staff? Okay, not seeing any. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, second by Councilmember Narenheim. Are there any objections to adjourning? Okay, so ordered. Moving on to blue folder items for regular, back to a regular council meeting. Do I need to do a roll call, Eleanor? I should know this.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, roll call for returning to a regular meeting of the city council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember MD,
Here.
and Mayor Brand.
Here, thank you. So we're back to our regular meeting, folks, and we're up to blue folder items. We have blue folder items to add to the record for our regular meeting of the city council.
Yes, Mayor. J1, public participation of non-agenda items. We have public communications. P1, presentation from the proponents of the Redondo Beach Cannabis Regulation Initiative. We have our PowerPoint presentation and public communications. We also have for P2, council consideration removal of commissioners, provided you a list of current commissioners who requested by Councilmember Narenheim. Thank you. That's it, Mayor.
Because there a motion to submit those to the record?
Motion to submit the blue folder items to the record.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. And any objection to any of the items submitted in the blue folder? Okay, so ordered. Next up is consent calendar. Tonight we have 15 items on our consent calendar. We normally vote for these all at once. Any member can pull an item. Member from the public can request we pull it. Any member from the public could comment on any item. I'll go through the council and see if anybody wants to pull any item. Councilmember Nierenheim, would you like to pull any consent calendar items tonight?
I'm good. Thank you, Mayor Ryan.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember MD.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Okay, are there any public comments on any consent calendar items?
Nope, we have no e-comments or no hands raised. And but there is a lot of resolutions for me to read once you guys approve it.
Sure. I'll entertain a motion to approve consent calendar.
Wait,
Motion. So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Councilmember Horvath. Again, Eleanor, are there any comments for the consent calendar?
yeah, I have one. Oh, okay, maybe he's getting ready for Jay. So, no, none. No public.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
There we go. So you got a few to read, huh, Ellen?
Yes, so H9, adopt by 4/5 vote and by title only resolution number CC 2111-102, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for fiscal year 2021-22 to appropriate $12,700 in 2021 Bureau of Justice Assistant fiscal year 21 Edward Bryan Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program funds. H10, adopt by 4/5 vote and title only resolution number CC-2111-103, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2021-2022 budget modification to appropriate $175,000 in available Measure R local return funds and $85,000 in available Measure M local return funds to the citywide curb ramp improvement to 2021 project job number 40399 Federal HUD B20 MC 06-0528, and adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111-104, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to CJ Concrete Construction, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $521,642.50 for the construction of the citywide curb ramp improvement 2021 project Federal HUD B20 MC 06-0528, job number 40399. H11, adopt by 4/5 vote and title only resolution number CC 2111-105, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2021-2022 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $1,400,000 from the city wastewater fund to the Alta Vista Sewer Pump Station project, job number 50300, and adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111-104, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Toro Enterprise, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $3,044,650 for the construction of the Alta Vista Sewer Pump Station project, job number 50300, H12, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111-107, a resolution of City Council of Redondo Beach, California, approving free parking within the pier and plaza parking structure for the 2021 holiday season during the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. from December 4th, 2020 through January 1st, 2022. I think it's December 4th, 2021. H13, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111-108, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the waiver of parking meter fees for the areas of the Riviera Village and South Catalina Avenue and Pearl Street for the 2021 holiday season from December 4th, 2021 through January 1st, 2022. The last one, H14, adopt by title only resolution number CC-2111-110, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications for the position of Capital Projects Program Manager. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eleanor. On to public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on the agenda. You have 3 minutes, normally limited to 30 minutes. How many people do we have wanting to speak, Eleanor?
We have probably about 5 or 3 right now
For non-agenda items.
for non-agenda items. And
Okay, great.
anybody anybody that's on the phone, *9 to raise your hand. So our first person is Joan Irvine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Well, first of all, this is Joan Irvine. I live in District 1 and I was the founder of Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. And I'm really excited to announce that we're starting our first Sad Day sweeps again this Saturday, November 6th, and we'll be meeting at 9 o'clock in front of the Saks on the beach. Also, one of the things that we did with Keep the Esplanade Beautiful is our goal used to just be to pick up trash on the Esplanade, to focus on community outreach and engage in the city. However, now that we have voted in a new president, which is Jeff Ginsburg, and Chris from Saks on the Beach as secretary, we're going to be expanding that mission. So what we're doing is a couple of things. First of all, we're going to be doing native plantings that will attract the El Segundo blue and monarch butterflies to the Esplanade and up to the village, and hopefully along the homes on the Esplanade. So we believe in a few years that we can be known as the butterfly capital of the South Bay. Also, we had been wanting for years to do mosaic art at Avenue I ramp to the beach. So we'll be working with the local art community to design art that includes the El Segundo blue butterfly and local marine species. In addition, last year, July 4th, there were fireworks on the Esplanade in front of Avenue I. It was very successful and attracted over 10,000 people. However, this also demonstrated that KEB needed to get more involved because of the number of people that enjoyed the fireworks. Therefore, KEB will be adding the July 4th fireworks on Avenue A to its program. And once again, we're reaching out for volunteers to come and help us. On a personal note, I just want to say it was an honor to have had the opportunity to give back to my community. It was a great experience to meet so many of my neighbors and work with community leaders. I believe that participating in the Chamber of Commerce Leadership Redondo program prepared me for this and opened many doors for KEB. And I am confident that the new board members will take KEB to unprecedented heights for the benefits of all in Redondo. And I must say, I love seeing Mike W. there because Mike was one of the first people that I talked to about Keep the Esplanade Beautiful. And he really helped direct us at the beginning back in 2013. So there's going to be new people on the board, new projects, and we ask everybody to be involved and just help your community. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Next. You're on mute, Eleanor.
Sorry for that. Okay, our next person is Riley Goldfarb.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor Brand and council members. I am Riley Goldfarb, a local environmentalist and student at Redondo Union High School. I'm here to ask you to please add to an upcoming agenda a discussion about changing our renewable energy default with the Clean Power Alliance. This is one of the most impactful actions you can take to reduce emissions and combat climate change. Also, it would help finally close down the AES power station. Please, for our future, change the renewable energy default to 100% green power. The deadline is December 31st, so we need to act quickly. I have full faith that we can achieve 100% green energy as our neighbors in Manhattan Beach just did. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Riley.
Okay. Our next person is Nick Bauer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Thank you. My name is Nick Bauer. I live in District 3. Council, thank you for allowing me to address you tonight, especially Councilor Member Horvath. I especially appreciate you responding to my email so quickly about my interest in sharing what I have learned about a product that Redondo Beach may benefit from to address cleaning up the shoreline after any type of oil spill. We know that the travel and tourism industry is economically important to Southern California, and the locals, like me, want to safely enjoy the beach and water. My family and I have participated in many beach cleanups days sponsored by the city of Redondo Beach. And recently I conducted research and learned about a product called Smart Sponge. In fact, Orange County had to use this product as a modular wetlands biofiltration system for stormwater because cyanobacteria would get into the storm drains and then into the bay. So Cal State Fullerton's Professor Kuo developed the product and completed his research with Abtech Industries, while Northwestern took the product designed to improve wetlands one step further. Their research accumulated in a product with a nanocomposite coating of magnetic nanostructures and a carbon-based substrate that is the oophilic, or that it attracts oil, and the hydrophobic, where it resists water. In June of 2020, Forbes called the product game-changing in the saving grace of water and wildlife. It appears it can be inexpensive and in just about any size they're trying to make. The EPA's toxicity characteristic leaching procedure tests show that it is a low cost and effective, environmentally responsible. I could find no evidence of the use of this product to clean beaches. However, I realize that the party responsible for paying for the cleanup is an important variable in decisions after an oil spill. However, I would like to respectfully request that the council look into this product to clean up the shoreline post after any oil spill. And thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bauer. It's interesting stuff. A lot of people don't realize the largest open ocean oil terminal on the western seaboard is Chevron, right off of the airport.
Okay, Mayor, I don't see anyone else for public participation on non-agenda items. And then for e-comments, they're actually for P1.
Oh, okay.
So we have none at this time.
Okay, moving right along, we moved up item P3 to after public participation on agenda items. So P3 is employment agreement for Mike Witzansky to serve as our new city manager. Just to tee it up, our current city manager, Joe Hefkin, is retiring. Official November 15th, I believe, 15th or 16th. And so we've been, doing a lot of discussions about our next employee. This is the only employee of the city council, only direct employee of the mayor and the city council is the city manager. So it's an incredibly important decision we make. As Councilmember Lowenstein said, this is one of the single biggest decisions we make up here. Who's going to lead the city? Who's going to be the official CEO of the city with us as the board members giving direction? I'll say that Mike Witzansky has been with the city, I think, since 2007. Is that correct, Mike, I believe?
2006, Mayor,
2006. He came as Recreation and Parks Director. I remember meeting with him shortly after he got here about parks. And he moved on to Public Works Director, and he moved up to Assistant City Manager, which he has been in the position for how many years, Mike?
7 years.
So Mike's been our Assistant City Manager for 7 years. A wealth of experience here in the city. Definitely a huge talent. We're lucky to have him. As a consequence, we decided to start negotiating with him instead of going out to market. And I think Mike has done a fantastic job. He's certainly earned this position. And frankly, I think we're very lucky to have him. And so we've been negotiating the details of the contract back and forth. That's how we do this. And this is a culmination of that. And if we come to an agreement tonight, and this is the open session part of it, then he will become our city manager November 16th. It's a 3-year contract. And what we're to discuss at open session here is the actual salary that we will pay. And some of the other details have already been negotiated. So I'll ask Mike Webb if he wants to add anything, maybe guide us in this discussion, and tell the public to feel free to speak up after we finish our comments. So, Mike, did you want to make any comments about what we're discussing here?
Just to clarify, the process is that you can't have discussions in closed session in terms of compensation or benefits. And there are different ways to do it. The mayor and council set up a subcommittee of Councilman Lowenstein and Councilman Obaji. And they, together with you, Mayor, are recommending that the benefits be the same as the benefits paid to the management and confidential group, as department heads, for example, and that the compensation start at $250,000. It's not guaranteed that any increases. It's not built in. If you increase the management confidential, for example, there's nothing that ties his salary to that, as was the example back, say, Joe Hefkin's predecessor. He was guaranteed that. There's nothing like that. But this is the first time for the council as a whole to have discussion. Mr. Wazansky has indicated he will accept the subcommittee's recommendation of $250,000. I think if you look at the chart in terms of what that base pay is compared to the other cities that the city uses for salary comparison, it is below significantly. It's 20,000 below the mean and the median, which both hover around $270,000. But that's entirely for this council to debate and make a determination.
Okay, thank you, Mike. I don't see any hands up, but yeah, that's basically what we're looking for, is a motion to approve the new city contract with the new city manager, Mike Wazansky, with a stated pay rate. So the subcommittee, as Mike said, recommended $250,000 a year in regular pay and benefits of executive level people. So Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. I was reading one of the comments, and we can't really go into detail of what was said, what was done behind the scenes. I just want to let everyone know that I'm not fully satisfied 100% all the way through with the process. Neither will anyone be. But Mike Wazansky is a phenomenal person for this job. He knows the city in and out. There needs to be a lot of change moving forward. I've talked to some of the unions, labor unions in the city. We're at a real growth point in time for the city where we have a lot of ways to go. So, him choosing the pay that he is right now, looking at some other cities, I really respect that. He comes with a tremendous amount of respect from a lot of the employees in the city. He's got a lot of hard work in front of him. He knows that. He knows that I'm not going to be, easy, so to speak. And I'm going to hold his feet to the fire for all the things that we talked about. And I'm really proud that I'll be able to vote yes on this and to move the city forward. It wasn't, it's a process. A process is a process. Lots of ups and downs moving forward through it. And I'm happy that we're here at this process and we're moving forward with a new city manager that will take this city to the next step that we as residents deserve to have, because there is so much opportunity. And that's the opportunity that I really want to capture from Riviera Village, the harbor to Artesia Boulevard. There's a lot going on, and not every person coming in, especially someone new, would be able to capture all of that energy and focus it in the right way. And, I think the city employees have a lot of respect for Mr. Wazansky as well. So good luck. It's going to be I hope it'll be a great partnership. It won't be easy, but you'll be compensated, and we're going to have a lot of fun doing it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, first, I just want to offer congratulations to Mike. He's run two of our departments here, which are actually very involved and very big, with lots of diverse, wheels moving. And I think he's done a bang up job as a assistant city manager, working with Joe. So I'm totally in support of this. I do have one question, since, we haven't been able to discuss this in our closed session negotiations. When I look at the city manager salaries here, and I look at, Manhattan Beach at $280 smaller city than us. Granted, they have, probably a little bit more, revenues than us at times. Or El Segundo at 259. It just makes me think that, maybe in the 260, 265 range would be more appropriate because Redondo Beach is a bigger city, has a lot going on, more population than Manhattan or El Segundo. I just wanted to hear thoughts and comments from subcommittee members as to how they came about with the 250 and if they really feel that is an appropriate amount when you look at this schedule.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's go to Councilmember Obaji. He was on the subcommittee.
I'll leave that to Councilmember Lowenstein. But I mean, mainly, I looked at it as here's what we know we paid our last city manager, and we wanted to increase that because he hadn't taken a raise so much. And I think that this gives us an opportunity to raise it in the future with performance. I think. I don't know if you're yielding your time. If you're done, Councilmember Horvath.
Yep.
All right. And so the way I approached this was, look, we could go out and do a full to respond to Ms. Blair's comment that we read. We could do an entire search for new candidates all over during an employment crunch where seemingly we have the great resignation and people are falling out of the workforce. And we also, I did go to Independent Cities Association, a meeting in Santa Barbara. I spoke to many other council members and city officials from Beverly Hills to Manhattan Beach to Hermosa Beach, and everybody resoundingly says Mike Wazanski is the guy. You are not going to find another person, another employee like him who knows the city, how a city works, and how your city works more than him. And I've seen that myself. Frankly, I came in as a change agent. I came in to office because I was not happy with how Redondo Beach was operating and how it was advancing and modernizing. And I would be sabotaging myself and my mission if I were not to choose somebody who is aligned with the mentality that Redondo Beach has a huge potential that it is not reaching currently. So that's why Mike Wazanski is the right person for the job. And when you see a good thing, it's not time to look over at the neighbor's lawn and see that the grass is greener on the other side. It's the right time to seize that opportunity. And I think that this contract gives us the opportunity to reward Mike as he achieves, Mr. Wazanski as he achieves major milestones. And indeed, he's recognizing the pinch that our city is in, that we have kind of, but for that windfall we got from the refinancing of the bond obligation, we're finally getting our fire department back up to full staff. Our police department, I don't think is quite there. Maybe it is. And so we're just getting our city back to where it should be. And I appreciate that he was not demanding a very high salary, but that's part of the compromise that we reached for foregoing a search and going with them. So that's my thought on it. Congratulations, Mike, and thank you for being a fair negotiating partner, because one thing I'll note to everybody out there is that in contracts of past, we've had huge severance obligations with other city managers. And certainly somebody in Mr. Wazanski's position would like to have a big buffer should the city decide to release him, should we as a council decide to release him, which I don't think is foreseeable. But we said to him, well, look, the only way I'm gonna be able to sell this to my constituents is if we remain in control and we don't have a huge obligation if we do feel like, okay, you're not going in the right direction, things are not working out. So his severance is not long. That's not to say that, he's on the chopping block. Absolutely not. A search is a long process, an expensive process, and you don't necessarily end up with the right candidate. So I'm excited to have you, Mike, on leading our ship, and I think you're going to do a great job.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Brand. So Mike, you and I actually go pretty far back. In fact, other than maybe Mayor Brand, maybe even longer than Mayor Brand. From my time on the school board, we interacted. And from there on, I knew that you were, great material for city management level positions. And just to kind of echo what Councilmember Obaji had said, these searches go very, very long. I don't know how many people have actually been through this. I went through it in 2006 when we hired Superintendent Keller in the school district. It's a 9 to 12 month process, lots of negotiation, and at the end, you don't know who you're getting. Mike has consistently shown to council members and even to the community that he's very knowledgeable about how the city runs. And as Councilmember Narenheim said, there's a lot of work to be done. So, you know, all of us up here are term limited. We have a limited amount of time. We have a lot of work to do. Mike knows how the wheels of city government work, having served in many different positions as well as in Torrance. And so he comes from a wealth of experience. And when it comes to things like salary, his demands were not excessive. And I respect that because, you know, we've gone through very tight times over the last couple of years with COVID. Mike knows that. He knows that the city is well positioned to exit it, but he wasn't making huge demands. And I think that says a lot about the kind of guy he is. And he's very well rooted in the community. Those of you who don't know him, his wife is a principal in Manhattan Beach. His kids go to a local high school. And so, you know, I hope that, you know, Mike will be here a long time. I think he will, but that's up to, you know, him and up to future councils. But I'm really excited for him for the next 3 years of his contract. I think we've made a good choice here, and I congratulate him on all the hard work that he's put in, and hopefully this will be a good reward for that. So again, my congratulations from me, and you know, I plan on voting yes as well on this. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to pile on, folks, you know, I had went through one city manager hiring process. It is a long process, as Todd is saying, and you really don't know what you got. I'll point out to what happened over in Hermosa Beach. They went on a big city manager search, spent months, interviewed a bunch of people, finally zeroed in on a new city manager. And I think he lasted 8 months. And they were right back to, and he wasn't from around here. He was living out in Agoura or something. He's going to move out here and everything's going to work out great. And 8 months later, both sides decided everybody had made a mistake. And they started all over again. And so, you know, it's very cognizant. We're very lucky to have Mike here, who's been here for 15 years now. And he's local. Our previous city manager that I started with was from Huntington Beach. And then the last one was from Long Beach. Mike is right down the street. And so, and as Councilmember Obaji said, I got nothing but rave reviews about Mike Wodzansky, and that you're going to search far and wide to find somebody as talented. So you might, but why when you got him staring right here at you? So welcome aboard, Mike. It looks like it's going to pass unanimously. I'm quite grateful that you decided to stick around. The other risk of going on a search is that he'll start looking, and then we may select him, and then he may have taken a job somewhere else. So yeah, and believe you me, people were chomping at the bit to steal Mr. Wodzansky. So, and we, you know, it's come to the value of going to some of these seminars, ICA, Contract Cities. You get a feel for what's going on out in the industry. So, and there is a dearth of good city managers. Anyway, with that, I'll entertain a motion. Yeah, sorry, public comment. Could I
yes.
ask for public comment? Thank you.
Yes, so there are no Zoom. However, I have one e-comment from Blair. Why are we not competing an entire search for this position? This should not just be an inherited position. Our city deserves the best available candidate for this position. And I would hope that we have a diverse slate of candidates to consider. And that concludes the e-comments.
Motion to approve the contract.
Second.
Okay.
The contract and specify the amount, because that's not written into the contract.
Oh, got it. The contract had $250,000 a year.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Christian, did you want to comment, or you just put your hand up to make a motion?
I put my hand up to make a motion.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Obaji, seconded by Horvath, I believe. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Baji,
Aye.
and Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, welcome aboard, Mike. Got
Maybe he
any
wants to say a few
comments?
words. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, go for it.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Those were very kind remarks. I appreciate them greatly. It's been a pleasure to work with the subcommittee on this process. Thank you, City Attorney Mike Webb, for helping facilitate. Glad we're here today. I couldn't be any more excited to be in this position and to try to lead this organization to further heights. I couldn't agree more with Councilman Narenheim. One of the things that's always excited me about Redondo Beach is its potential. Councilmember Obaji mentioned that, Councilmember Horvath, Councilwoman MD Lowenstein over the years, and obviously the mayor. We've all worked hard to try to improve our districts, to try to improve our city. I know how committed all of you are. I've never worked for a harder working set of electeds in my life. I applaud you all for your energy, your enthusiasm, your commitment to your district, to the city. It's astounding. And the mayor in particular, my goodness, the amount of hours you spend, the meetings, the drive, it's just wildly impressive, this group in particular. And I'm grateful to be part of it. I look forward to working with all of you. I look forward to listening to our residents, to the community. That's a big part of this job. Hasn't always been a focus of it. It's something I intend to do and really help our organization strive to do more of. I hope to move us forward in the area of public information, to do a better job of controlling the narrative that comes out of City Hall. I think we've been quiet in that function for quite some time. I look forward to working with our team, our executive team, and all of our wonderful staff members. The people in this organization have always lifted me up personally in just being excited about the job, about the work we do, about our accomplishments. We have great staff. We really do. We're not perfect. We make mistakes. We do our best to supervise and lead folks to improve their performance where needed. But we really have an incredible team here. Not just full-timers, but part-timers, a lot of commitment. We have just an incredible amount of volunteerism in our community, resident involvement. We welcome that. We look forward to utilizing that, leveraging that. So we thank our residents for that. It's just a great opportunity. Redondo Beach is a special place. I've viewed it as a gem my whole life. As the mayor said, it's been my professional home since 2006. I've been grateful for every opportunity here, whether it was with the Community Services Department or Public Works or here at the City Manager's Office. I'm thankful for the predecessors in this position, Bill Workman, Joe Hefkin. They weren't perfect in what they did, but I've learned a lot from them in many respects, and I'm grateful for what I did learn through their experiences and their leadership. I'm thankful for my family and for their patience and putting up with the late nights and the like. So appreciate that. But I'm just excited and I'm really thankful for the opportunity and just can't wait to get to work. So thank you all. And thank you to our staff members and look forward to working with all of you as well.
Well, thank you, Mike. Anytime you're looking for a new city manager, you're looking, for somebody who's hardworking, somebody who's bright, obviously very intelligent, somebody who's articulate, somebody who's approachable, and somebody who's experienced, and you check all those boxes. So, it's exciting to have you coming on board and leading us, and we're really, really looking forward to it. So thank you for that. And being such a dedicated employee to Redondo Beach. A lot of residents don't really know all you've done behind the scenes. And so we're here to honor the fact that you've earned this position. There's no question you have earned this position. So anyway, with that, let's get back to work. And next up is item N1. It's a discussion of possible action.
By the end of the year is very common, I can say.
Damien, I think you're meant to be muted.
I am no longer muted, but my video is being locked.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Did you want to speak on this, Damien?
Oh, we have a full presentation.
We're not on
P1. We're on item N1. Did I say P1? We're on item.
You said N1.
We're on an item N1, which is a discussion of possible action to approve an agreement with a Vulcan Ankanoglu, sorry about the butchering of the name, for the public art gateway at the Transit Center in an amount not to exceed $270,000 for the term November 2nd, 2021 to November 1st, 2022. So Cameron Harding, you're going to handle this presentation?
Thank you, Mayor. But actually, no. Our transit manager, Joyce Rooney, will make the presentation tonight. And as long as it's okay with you, I'll go ahead and hand it off to her.
Great. Hi, Joyce.
There you go. Sorry, I had a little in getting the microphone going. Let me get back to the right slideshow. All right, thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tonight's item is to discuss the approval of the agreement for the public art piece for the Transit Center. The Transit Center project was approved in 2005. And due to many delays over the years for various reasons, the construction project was initiated last year, October in 2020. As we move forward with the construction, we're looking at it to be completed sometime in February and March of 2022. And so the next step to support this project is the public art piece. The city's public art program states that the city's goal for public art is to enliven the public areas and make them more inviting. So this art piece will meet that objective. And those people that will benefit from it in the beginning will be those people who are riding public transit. In 2010, the cultural arts manager initiated a request for qualifications process to select a public art piece for the transit center. And there were about 13 artists who were approved to move forward through the RFP process. In 2011, council selected the gateway design that you see on the screen that was prepared and presented by Mr. Volkan Alkanoglu. This slide will shows you the transit center rendering. The public art piece will be located on the west side of the transit center, which hopefully you can see my cursor moving over. And the entrance to the transit center is on the east side of Kingsdale, and the buses will enter from the south side of the transit center and drive around in the loop and exit out of the north side. To the south of the transit center is a public parking lot. If Metro elects if they elect the alignment for the C line, the transit center public art piece will be one of the first items that riders will see as they transfer to and from the rail station. This is a site plan of the transit center project, and you'll notice here that the public art location is designated to be on this west side of the property. The transit services that will be using the new transit center will include our transit route, Beach City's Transit Line 102. Metro will have 3 bus routes, Line 40, 210, and 211 that will be using the transit center. Torrance Transit will have one route that provides service, as well as G-Trans, Lawndale, and again, depending on what Metro decides to do with the rail alignment, it may be a future C-line rail station. So the recommendation for tonight is to approve the agreement, approve the use of $200,000 of John Parsons Public Art Fund and $75,000 for Prop C local return, and adopt the resolution to appropriate the Prop C funding. We also have available Mr. Alkanoglu to respond to any questions or respond to your comments. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Joyce. You can stop sharing your screen. So,
okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In the one diagram, it showed the space where the art would go. and it was on the west side of the parking lot. I guess my concern was if the line station is run down Hawthorne and it doesn't stop right back by there, it will be kind of an art piece for the parked cars, which would be frustrating because it's so beautiful. Anyway, something to think about. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
Right. First, let me just say that I love everything about this, about art, about public transportation, and art at public transportation hubs. And Mr. Alcano, sorry, I terribly pronounced that. I'm going to go with Volcan. I know that you waited like 10 years based on based on one of the articles I read to advance this project. And it was actually one of the first ones that you were commissioned for. But I watched and I like to thank the Art Commission because of their diligent review of this project. And I did watch the Art Commission meeting today on this subject. But what I'm understanding is that we're being asked to approve the expenditure of about $270,000, $75,000 of which is going to come from Measure C funds. And from our John Parsons Public Art Fund, which currently has in it $642,310.58, at least as of a couple of weeks ago when the Art Commission met. So we're basically taking $200,000 out. That's like one third of that budget. Now, my problem with that is the location of where this is it's all the way deep in here. And today, actually, before this meeting, I was calling residents at the Ruxton and at the Heritage Point to find out if they could even see this art. And they're like, no, we can't see the transit center, actually. And that's unfortunate. And then I actually went down, on foot to check out what could I see. Well, from here, you can see this little shaded area, but driving north on the street, you're not going to be able to see the art piece. And then again, here looking down, I mean, maybe deep down in there, you'd see the art piece. I know that part of why this was touted was because, sorry, I should close this up. Part of why this was touted is because you can walk through the art piece. But the problem is, where are kids going to walk through? They're going to walk through it and walk out and potentially get hit by a bus. There's nowhere for them to walk to when it's put here. And the reason why I went down there is because I was like, well, maybe this isn't constructed yet and this could be reoriented, which would drive Andy Wingy absolutely insane, I'm sure. But it's already constructed, so that's not really an option. So with all those things in mind, I just don't think that with the opportunities that we have to improve Artesia Boulevard with art, I don't think it's the most prudent decision to invest more than $250,000 here in this, essentially this nook and cranny in District 4. I want the money to come to District 4, absolutely. But this is not where our residents are really going to get to enjoy it, especially when I question how many of the residents here in District 4 are going to be able to actually, or will actually ride the transit that's visiting this station. So I'd like to make a motion. I'm sure we're going to go through all the public comments and everybody else's feedback and I know that $100,000 of this additional expense, the 270, was due to just the rising cost of materials from about 10 years ago. I'd like to keep our commissioning of Mr. Volcan. I think he did a great work. I wonder whether he has had any design changes or would like to make any changes to the design since he first came up with it 10 years ago, especially since it was his first commission. He's subsequently done a lot of great projects and would like to have direct staff to scale back this project to something that's not $250,000, maybe in the $150,000 range instead. And I think that would be something I support, but I'm not going to give a specific direction as to the amount, just scale it back to something a little more reasonably priced, please.
Could you sum up your motion again, Zane?
Yes, direct staff to work with Mr. Volcan because his commission fee is only $10,000, so keep that the same, but see if he can come up with another rendering that scales back the expense and maybe the size of this art piece in that same location.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember Narenheim. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, when I saw the extra price tag on this, I was pretty shocked. But I was like, well, maybe there's something I don't know. So I went, really deep into the staff report, and I looked at part of the discussion for the public art. But most importantly, I looked at where the location for this public art's going to be. It's tucked way in the back. For $275,000, this should be a statement piece right as you enter. It should be something that's really seen, but it's not. It's tucked in the back. And the problem is, we just had a Metro conversation. And the Metro conversation, all we talked about was to move the green line off from the back and onto Hawthorne. And with ridership being as low as it is right now, in fact, I read a report just the other day, numbers down to 1985 for the bus system. And, this is a regional transit center. This is not a transit center just for Redondo residents. So this public art fund is coming directly from Redondo Beach projects. So we'd be funding with local monies a regional art project that is not going to get seen very much. So I'd rather, like Councilmember Baji said in his motion, and Councilmember Baji, you read we only spoke about it briefly, but your statements about everything else just read in my mind. I'd like to keep the artist on track. Great work. I think it's awesome, beautiful stuff. I love public art, statement pieces. That's the first place I always go to in new cities. But this is just too much money out of our local coffers that we can't afford right now. We've got to be using it on different locations since Artesia Boulevard. So I fully agree with you, Councilmember Obaji. And Mr. Volcan, thank you for showing up and being part of this still. Want to be a part of this. Appreciate it. And beautiful artwork that you have. I went to your website. Great website.
Hey, Mr. Alkanoglu, I'll try to pronounce your name, Mr. Volcan, but do you have any comments?
Yeah, first of all, thanks for your time to host. We appreciate it. Congrats to Mike for the new position. You mentioned about the process. It takes some time. It was mentioned this has been 10 years in the making. Since this was initially approved and selected as an art piece. Art can enrich our lives. I think we all agree on that. I think this is some of the comments that I hear. Just a bit of context. The art piece was initially actually on the other side, right next to the building. I'm not sure what happened, but at some point I was told it's going to be on the other side where it's located now. So that's the kind of context that I can give. I'm not sure what the reasoning was at the end. But that's just a comment that was made. Other than that,
I remember, Balkan, because I was on the council at the time and approved it, that there was a competitive process and that you rose above everyone else and were selected for this piece. And we had the funding at the time and we funded it. And so it was really just delayed for 10 years. Am I correct, though? There was a competitive process already in place?
Yeah, there was, I can't remember how many, but we all presented in person, which was possible back then. And I think this was a proposal that I think everybody was able to kind of agree upon for a couple of reasons. I think the objectives we had 10 years ago are probably still valid at the time. I think this is an art piece that's trying to be optimistic. I think right now more than ever, this is something that I think we need to bring to the community. It's also something that, we wanted to provide as something hasn't been seen before, something that's really looking into the future, that's slightly different. At the same time, we want to create a destination, an identity for the city of Redondo. And if you look at the position right now, you got the building on one side and then you got the art on the other side. It's a little bit like these two anchor points on the side that are kind of talking to each other. So there's a bit of a symbiosis, which is actually quite interesting. And in between, you have all the transit passengers waiting for their buses. So you have these kind of two kind of anchors, really. If you look at the form, it really was supposed to kind of capture the spirit of Redondo Beach, the kind of the swooping form, soft volumes, the curvature, these kind of bold, expressive patterns, and really capture this kind of vivid community that Redondo Beach is. Mike said earlier, it's a special place. I cannot agree more. It's a very special place. But then also, we wanted to make art accessible and create this connectivity. If you think about the people riding the bus, which is a whole group of constituencies, those might not be the people that go to the LACMA. They might not be the people that go to the Broad Museum, the MoCA, right? So these might be people that have not the opportunity to connect to art. So this might be their one moment when they're on the bus to kind of look at these things and get inspired and really access art in a way that they hadn't had the chance to do this before. And maybe just to say that this is created with digital technologies. So, we write algorithms, really trying to kind of push the boundaries of the technologies that's out there. I truly believe in education. I think that an art piece like this can create a sense of wonder for anyone that looks at it. We basically have tessellated the surfaces into thousands and thousands of unique forms that are connected together, which is a little bit like the community. Everybody has their own voice, their own identity, and it's the same with the art piece. Every single art piece is unique and different and special. And if they come together, they can form something, that's maybe bigger than the sum of its parts, right? In regards to cost, I understand the $250,000 is that's a number. We just discussed salaries, for example. These are numbers that are realistic at the moment. I'm often asked about art. Can we do something like the Bean in Chicago, right? It's this amazing piece in Chicago that's very well photographed and well documented. But that's a $25 million art piece, which is great for Chicago. But I also think that Redondo Beach deserves an art piece that has a certain value and size and dimension and kind of presence. And if you look at the size of this is almost like a 2-story building, as tall as that. And it does many things, it becomes, it's not just a sculpture, it's a destination, it's functional, it creates shade for people waiting for the buses.
Yeah, we got it. Thank you. Well, Ken, that's fantastic, really. And that's what art's for, and inspire wonder and all the great things you talked about, especially for people who wouldn't normally even be thinking about that. By the way, is the Broad or MoCA open again yet? Who knows? You don't know. You're not down here. Anyway, are you concerned about the location of it now behind the buildings, or you don't have an opinion? Or I'm sure you'd rather have it in a more highly visible area.
Yeah, it could. If it was in the front, I would be happy with it. Where it is right now, it could still work, I think, because again, there's kind of the two anchors that I said earlier that starts to populate this whole kind of area where the buses are parking. So it's a counterpiece, right? You have the architecture, you have the art, these kind of two modern kind of oppositions to each other. And in between, you have the people, right? So you create almost like an avenue between these things. If there's nothing on the one side, it becomes a dead end. But this art piece kind of like anchors these things together. So that's one way to look at it. Of course, Councilmember Obajim said there's other ways to look at it. So that's something maybe for the public and for you guys to decide what is the thing that's required, that's desired on your end.
How did the increase in price come from? Is that because of material costs or totally having to use totally different materials from your original design? How did that happen?
Yeah, it's a couple of factors. I used to live in Los Angeles at the time of the presentation when this was proposed. I was teaching architecture at a school in downtown, and I had access as a faculty member to all their equipment. So that was something that I was able to kind of compensate for. So those are things that, I don't live in LA anymore. There's other factors with rising pricing costs, especially in the last 2 years.
Have you looked in?
Those are some factors.
have you looked in detail at the materials and how this will get built now in 2021?
Yeah, we would still do the same technique. We're basically using off-the-shelf material, which is sheet metal aluminum. We're laser cutting these, and we're basically starting to connect them almost like an airplane gets connected with rivets to kind of create this kind of swooping curvature. So the technique is still the same. As a matter of fact, we have engineering drawings already waiting as well. So the piece is ready. It's just you guys need to decide if this is something you think would bring value to the city at this point, at that location, and so on.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember MD.
I'd like to have the public speak and then I can speak if we could.
Sure, you got public comments?
Yes, we have one person, Paul Moses.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Paul Moses. I live in District 2 in Redondo Beach. I was on the Public Art Commission, and this was the first project that we approved as the commissioners. We were really impressed with Vulcan and Conaglu's proposal, and I think it was worthwhile then. I think it's even more worthwhile today. One of the reasons that I wasn't super happy to see it move to the back of the building, because originally, it is a gateway, expressing the two things. It's a gateway to the city. And yes, we live by the beach. So it's great public art because the kids will like it because they can walk underneath it and engage the artwork, and they can get tubed, every time they walk through it. And it's definitely a placemaker. So it's worthwhile maybe considering moving the artwork, but keeping it at the scale that it was originally posed is very, very important, because it just won't engage the public the same way if it's scaled back to try to save some money. And I don't even know if that's possible. I'm sure Mr. Conaglu's labor cost has significantly increased, and also transportation. So that's probably a very good reason for his cost. And I believe the original budget for was $87,000, somewhere around there. So it's not a huge increase from what it originally was. We selected the artwork because I knew it was an incredible value at the time, because I'd worked on similar scale projects that back then were $250,000. And then just a reminder that the Public Art Fund money is for public art. So that's where it's got to go. And I think it's a good commitment for it. And the potential of this city is to have an incredible public art fund. So it's going to keep growing. I wouldn't worry about that too much. The one thing about the contract I was reading through, although it's implied, there is no mention of footings or foundations or site preparation in there, and it's not called out specifically. It's always a good idea to call that out specifically to see who's going to be responsible for that, because rebar and concrete does cost real money. So take another look at that, or at least let it, figure out who's going to be responsible for it. But I hope that you approve the project and move forward with it. We've been looking forward to this for 11 years, and it would just be awesome next November to walk through it. So please support the project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Next.
Sarah Mann.
Thank you for the opportunity to let me comment on this. First off, Vulcan, that is a beautiful piece. This was my first time being able to see it. And I love your comments that art can enrich our lives, and I wholeheartedly agree. And your other point, Redondo Beach does deserve a statement piece like this, or statement pieces like this. Unfortunately, based on where it is now proposed to go in the bus terminal, the transit station, Redondo Beach residents aren't going to be able to see it. Those that take the bus will, but that is not the majority. I live probably less than 2 miles away from this. There would be no opportunity for me, even a local resident, to be able to see without having to park, get out of my car and go over. So I would just wholeheartedly agree, put this piece somewhere where it can be appreciated by Redondo Beach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Okay, Wayne Craig. Whoops. Wait a minute here. There you go.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, a native from Redondo Beach. In college, I was a fine arts major, and I really appreciate the arts as being an integral part of our community. Most recently, I went to a great immersive art exhibit for Van Gogh. If you haven't gone to that in LA and Hollywood, it's a great exhibit. Unfortunately, where you can interact with art and be part of it. The location that you shows really, I don't think it's going to fairly showcase this great work. And I got to tell you, it's the first time I've seen the work from Mr. Alcanagel, and I think it's a great piece of art. But sticking it in a corner of a bus terminal that no one in Redondo Beach is probably going to see it is really not fair to him. I think he's got a great talent. This is something that should be, if anything, put it at City Hall, put it someplace where someone will see it. This is something that really important work, and I don't think sticking in a corner in a bus terminal that won't be used by many Redondo Beach residents is a good service to them, especially with the money that was collected from the people of Redondo Beach, which I think should be something that the residents of Redondo Beach should be able to appreciate firsthand. So I would concur with some of the other speakers tonight and the council members that would recommend that either we can find a different location or maybe do something different at the Spittier Art Center at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that concludes the Zoom, and we have no e-comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
Thank you. So either Mr. Wazanski or Mr. Harding, what would be the practicalities of moving it considering construction has already begun?
Well, I to that point, I think we would have the opportunity to consider relocating the art piece if we needed to. We would then have to figure out what to do with the pad that has been sited on the transit center property. So we would have to come back to you with some alternative options there. That could include a smaller art piece or something in a different configuration. The council wants us to explore with the artist, and of course, this is something we would have to do with Vulcan, is to determine other sites potentially that can house this piece. If it's something that the council and community wants to see constructed, we can do that as part of the motion. But we haven't sunk any costs in the pad yet that couldn't be repurposed in another way or for a smaller or different piece of art at that location.
So the reason that it's there is because in the event that we have the green line going there, then that's where people can welcome you. In addition to it has, is that not right?
Well, that may have been the contemplation at the time. It did get relocated. I was out of the community services department at that point in time, but there was the initial piece when we went through the RFP was to be out in front of the center. And I don't know if it was a circulation issue, an ADA path that created problems, but eventually the site had to be moved. I wasn't part of it at the time. I can't recall definitively why that occured. I'm sure John LaRock could speak to it. If he were here, we could find out if that's of interest to the council, but it did get relocated and it did change the dynamic of the piece. It still works potentially, but this concern about it being hidden and not perhaps visible enough to the greater community, that's a legitimate concern and something I think this council has to contemplate.
Okay, well, I mean, I was willing to keep there because, you know, each bus that goes through ends up seeing it. And I like the idea that the kids can come in and play with it and go through and get shade from the people who are waiting for their buses, and they can interact with it. And if the Green Line station does go in there, at least they can see that place. And that's not to preclude that we don't keep putting in more public art for everybody to enjoy. There's some enjoyment to turning a corner and then unexpectedly seeing a piece of art. There's something great about that. So now you've changed my mind on that. But my fear is that if we delay it, this project is long been in the works. It is long before any of us were here that this was getting started. And I would hate to have any kind of a delay in this project because of this. And how long did it take to get that public art piece in place? Because everything around here goes through a huge process. Even a small project can take 9 months to a year. So how long would a project to get a new piece of public art in that space be?
Well, I think it would depend on what the council would like to see. To Mayor's point earlier, this particular piece was selected through a competitive process, and the community rallied around this proposal. I think there's a lot of logic for us to contemplate, work with the artists to see if we can find a better, perhaps more visible location for this piece in one of our other city-sided areas. If you want us to continue to work on scaling this particular public art installation and site down at the location on the transit center, we can work with the artist to do that as well. That would simply be reliant on his visioning and his willingness to come up with something different and perhaps less expensive.
It's not just that. You just said that it was a possibility that there was an ADA issue, that there were other issues. So who's to say
that won't happen with the pad? The pad, where it's located now, that pad is clean. We can put virtually anything in that pad. It's a visible piece. It's accessible. We have an area now we can work with. But it really becomes the artist's vision to determine something smaller in scale that might actually fit the site appropriately. It's a big pad. So that isn't, it's not going to.
But that doesn't solve the issue of putting it in the front.
No, it does not.
So if you put it in the front and scale it down and do whatever, you still have the issues that you're unclear on, whether or not it was an ADA issue or whether it was a circulation issue or what those issues.
When I say thinking about relocating this, I mean off the transit site altogether. We are not going to be able to site this piece elsewhere in the transit center site to make it work. We're going to have to, if we want to build this somewhere in Redondo Beach and it's not there, we're going to have to look far afield of the transit center. It's going to have to be somewhere along Artesia, perhaps one of our public parks, civic center, some alternative location. We're not going to be able to move this around the corner and put it on the front near Kingsdale. The project egress ingress is built out. There is not that option on the current transit center campus.
I just want to remind you, just said along Artesia. Remind me of the size of this project. I can't imagine a 2-story project could fit somewhere along Artesia.
We'd have to look.
It'd be cool to have it on Artesia, wouldn't it?
It would be excellent to have it on Artesia. It's just that I hesitate. It scares me when there's off the cuff comments like that, and then we get into the actual realities of of each one of these suggestions, and then it just delays the project even more. In the name of perfection, I really would rather move forward with the art project, and we can continue to go put public art everywhere. I have no problem with that. I think there's some great projects that we could be putting in, and I just hesitate having perfection be the enemy of actually getting it done.
Perfection, the enemy of the good.
Right. Oh, and just to answer your question, yes, the Broad is open. And as of November 4th, though, it requires proof of vaccination. But yes, they've been open for quite a while.
That's Thursday. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tough decision, right? I mean, I was here 10 years ago. They had a competitive process. It's a beautiful piece. Geez, it's gone up in price. And if we don't do it now, it'll go up in price. It's not going down in price. But how cool would it be if we had a spot on Artesia Boulevard just sitting there, or thought we could paste it in? And I'll just say, all these hands are up now. I would just say, everybody, if you want to, send it back to Public Arts Commission, let them think about it and toss it around. But I would give anything like that a big deadline, because we do not want to see this get mired in more indecision. But it is disappointing to see it move to the back of the lot. And that's the only reason we're even having this discussion. If it hadn't been moved, we wouldn't be having this discussion. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
Volkan, I guess one question we'd like to hear, and a response we'd like to hear from you is, for $150,000, $170,000, do you think you could do something that is consistent with either that theme or just something that's making use of the progress so far?
Yeah, it would have to be a completely new design. Any kind of change, because this is a system that's complete.
Right.
Any changes, you can make minor changes, but if the budget is in the 150 range, this would be a totally different design, a new proposal, and so on. Yeah.
Was that something that you could do or would be interested to do, or you just lose interest because you want to bring this project into existence?
It's also a bit of a time issue. Like we just have to see, this might delay it by, let's say, design period 6 months, then it needs to be presented, a couple of months, decisions back and forth. So we might have something in a year again that we can discuss as a design. This is just unfortunately how some of these timeframes are with public art, because there are constituencies that need to have a voice, like yourself or the public. So everything's possible, but as it was mentioned earlier by Ms. MD, these things will then continue to be delayed.
Well, I guess one other thing that's informing my opinion here, and I'm not excited about that delay, is there's no turning the corner and running into this art piece over here, unless if somebody rises from the dead and crosses the railroad tracks to come over here. But it's a cross street from a cemetery essentially and deep in here. So the happenstantial promenade that gets you to walk by this piece is not really happening. Cameron, did you have something to say or add?
Just one factor for the council to consider. About $75,000 of this is in transit funds. And if the art piece is relocated off the transit center, that $75,000 would no longer be eligible for the art piece. So just something for the council to consider.
Right. Is there art, public art, that could be suitable for this space that would be in the $150,000, $175,000 range? Mike, you're nodding. I think so.
It's a tough question to answer, but yeah, I think the answer is probably. It's just, is it going to be as attractive or appealing? It's going to be smaller in scale and not,
right, of course.
But again, it's a matter of prioritization of resources. You know, the John Parsons Fund is limited; it's not endless.
Right.
Decide and be judicious in where we want to cite and spend money. To put it in some perspective, the project that we installed on the Performing Arts Center, the Waves project, that I believe, Cameron, maybe you have the number. I'm not sure if you do or not, but it was in the $150,000 to $200,000 range. So these larger scale installations that are a little more sizable,
over 200,000.
Yeah, it was. I think are going to cost money. That's just the reality. And to me, if we really like this piece and want to see it cited somewhere in Redondo, I think we should work with the artist to do that. If you don't think this is the location that best meets that end.
Sure. So let me broaden then let me amend my motion. And I don't want to hamstring the staff to work with this artist on this site if that's just not going to happen or not going to work, and we're going to get a huge delay. So you can work with the artist on relocating and coming back with a proposal for relocating, but work on an art piece that is, let's say, at a cap of $175,000 for this site. That'll be my motion if Councilmember Nierenheim is up for that.
I would agree with that. I mean, 175 is a little bit rich. I'd say 150.
Well, 75,000.
Well, are you?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know that. And my point is this, Councilmember Blasi, it's if this was up in the very front of the transit center, it would be a fantastic statement piece. You know, I'd be willing to do it, but it's in the back. It's less visible. As it gets moved around, you know, the size needs to change then as well. You know, we're keeping the size the same. So yeah, 175. I'll agree to that for now and see what he can do. But that's definitely the highest I would go.
I'm a little confused by the motion. Are you suggesting allocating the 175 of the two, whatever it is, for a new piece and doing 100. What with this piece?
In half, 100.
So what about this piece?
We'll work on relocating it, finding another space for it.
Okay. All right. Well, the motion's clear. Where's you talking about money, allocating money from the John Parsons Fund?
Yeah. So it's essentially allocating $100,000 the John Parsons Fund to match or add to the $75,000 for Measure C to combine for $175 for a project art piece at this site, transit site in the rear. Leaving
the well, we have to approve another amount if we're still going to do this piece. That's where I'm getting lost here. So you're basically allocating another 100,000.
We don't need to allocate it until we know where it can go, right?
We would bring that, we would bring both back, right? So if there's an art option alternative that can be cited at the transit center on this pad, we would come with that pricing. We would talk about the amount of money that would need to be allocated. Clearly, what you're telling us to do is set that cap in that $175,000 total dollar range. Meanwhile, we would work with the artist to see if we can relocate this piece. And depending on where it would be potentially sited, we would come back to you with whatever that full cost item is. So there could be two separate expenditures out of the John Parsons.
Right. And if you come back and it's like, look, this is just too tough. We kind of already made this decision 10 years ago and we've expended money towards this end and we got to do this, then maybe we have to do it. And it's a silly decision made 10 years ago without identifying where it needs to go.
Councilmember Budget, can we include in here to make sure that if we can get this project or this item done for the price of 175, we just do this project for 175? That way we have two avenues moving forward.
How do you get this project done for 175? Like, do you take off some support structure?
You can't get this project done for the end of the project.
Right.
Okay, I mean, all right. If you just can't get it done, I thought I heard that you could just move some things around. Possibly, it would just take some extra time. But if you just can't do it, then don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So, okay, so you're allocating new monies for a potential project there to work with him and to look for a new site for the existing project. And I would highly encourage a time frame. You might want to send a new location back to the Arts Commission. They may want to toss it around for one meeting and then make a recommendation to us, and then before coming back to us with potential new sites, and then making that decision from there. And as Councilmember Abaji said, if all this falls apart, maybe just go back to what we were going to approve tonight, potentially.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we would do that, Mayor, for sure. We would want to involve the Art Commission in this, and we'll try to hustle it along and provide you some feedback here in the next couple of months on how we're progressing.
Okay. Jillian, our assistant city attorney, came on. Makes me nervous.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear, which Mr. Harding mentioned earlier, the use of the $75,000 of Proposition C monies in terms of a change of site. I don't know what the opportunity to use those monies would be if there's another transit center type of site. We would need to look at how that money can be spent if we're considering other options in terms of the location of the art piece.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah,
I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, thanks, Jillian. We could say definitively, if we move this off property, we're not going to be using that $75,000 of Measure C funds. We would
essentially, yes,
retain that for whatever alternative piece eventually is constructed on the site.
Right.
Yeah, and it appeared to me that the motion for the $175,000 to consider other sites for the other locations for the artwork included that $75,000. And so I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that that's not available.
The $175,000 figure is just for the transit site, for alternative projects at the transit site.
From the John Parsons Art Fund.
Yes.
Okay, wanted to make sure that was clear. Thank you.
Yes.
And, if it gets moved, we have to assume it's going to be another $75,000. We will not be getting the Measure C money. So let's get through the council. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I can appreciate, the concerns about the piece being moved to the back of the site. That makes sense. I don't appreciate nickel and diming, the artist for his pricing. I don't think it's really in our purview to do that, and I don't think we each have a full grasp of what it would cost to put it together and the materials and whatnot, especially with the ever-changing price of things. But I want to ask this because we're talking about moving it and looking at other things, and I'm looking at the drawing here, the aerial view of the site, and we have this right up front, not where the building is, but directly adjacent to the building is a platform area. It has 4 trees, and it's adjacent to what is like the Kiss and Ride parking lot. And so that's where somebody pulls in, gives you a kiss and drops you off to go catch your bus. And to me, in my last drive-by, I haven't seen that those pads have been built yet. And I know Mike was talking about, we can't really change ingress and egress, but, that section there, if I'm looking at the above drawing where the art's going to go, that pad looks like it could accommodate it, and it would be up front. And even if it couldn't accommodate it, I'd wonder, if, it would be possible to even just look at that, because it's not that different unless the width of the piece is so dramatic that it goes beyond that pad there. But it's just, instead of kind of Mickey Mousing with this and trying to move it somewhere else in the city and finding a new piece and trying to go through a whole nother process of finding a piece that would be fit the area, I think, there might be a win-win situation here. And that Kiss and Ride lot and that platform there seems to make sense to at least discuss, even if it requires a change order for building out that pad. So food for thought.
Is it feasible to consider that sort of adjustment to the project?
We certainly can look at it. Of course, we could double check. My concern isn't probably finding a way to put it somewhere on the site. It's the interactivity that occurs with this project that I think is part of the draw. And for us to do that, then we have to make sure that interactivity is accessible to all. And when you start to do that, you all know when we build curb ramps and we have landing pads and we have passive travel, it starts to grow the footprint that is needed to be on an unobstructed basis that surrounds the project. And that's where it gets to be a little more challenging. And I suspect that's probably why years ago it moved from maybe that very site, Councilman, that you're pointing to perhaps around the corner, because we were struggling to fit all of that in. We absolutely can look at it. We can double check to make sure there's not a place to put it out along Kingsdale. We'll have engineers take a peek if that's the ultimate motion. But I just don't want us to limit it. This is a dramatic piece that I think everybody's excited about. We don't want to lose the opportunity to perhaps install it. If we can't do it at Transit Center, find perhaps another place where we might all agree makes sense and to bring this art to Redondo Beach.
Okay. Checking out the flexibility of the project would definitely be something I'm sure everybody would agree is worth a look. Councilmember, are you done, Christian?
Yeah.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree with what people have said about putting it at the back of the transit center. I had 2 places that I thought of that might be good. One, not as convenient, which would be the Performing Arts Center. If there are kids around there that play in Aviation Park, I thought maybe somewhere near there. But another place that I thought I'll share with you now, if you're okay with that, is here. It's very visible, and that is Gateway Parkette. Gateway and Gateway Parkette. You have tons of people going by there in the summer. You have kids going by there. That's the point. It's the gateway to Redondo Beach. It's the Gateway sculpture. How about a place like that? I mean, I don't want to pass this opportunity up either. It's a beautiful sculpture. And I think it would be highly visible for people from out of the city that come and visit, be visible for people in the South Bay that bike along the Strand and other places. And it would be a good place for people to, relax in that grassy park. There's nothing there, just big grass field. I don't know how hard ADA would be there, but I wouldn't think it'd be that difficult. And it would be an interesting, gateway to Redondo Beach. So I don't know what you guys think, but I think it would be an interesting place.
The location for the Art Commission to consider amongst a couple others.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember MD.
So what kind of time frame are we talking about all this, and what kind of a delay would it be? Is the money that's from Measure C actually tied to this particular project, or is just in general for any art project?
No, the Measure C funding is eligible for this site because it's part and parcel to the transit center construction. This is Measure C, not Measure C, Proposition C local return money. It's at the council's discretion as to how it's ultimately spent for transportation related projects. If we came back with a new art piece, we could spend it on the property. If we never had an art piece at Transit Center, we could use it for other road projects, other Prop C eligible things we perform through the CIP. So it's not as if this money disappears and if we don't use it for art, we've lost a grant opportunity. This is our local return money that we're directing to this use.
Okay, and at the risk of another snarky comment from Mr. Obaji, when it's unexpected, it could be somebody that's coming in on a bus. It could be somebody that's coming in on the Green Line in that future station. It could be somebody who's just walking around the neighborhood and decides to go through the transit center. It could be anybody. So, public art in unexpected places is true anywhere you go, whether it's, Dubai or Paris or anywhere else. And that's the beauty of having art in unusual places. But, I think none of you have assuaged my fears that there will never be public art at that transit center. Just because it won't be in the right spot and the back end is the only place it's going to be able to be. And then you're going to nickel and dime an artist. I'm concerned that you're not going to put any art there. And that's just my concern again. Thanks.
One point of note, we do under our own ordinance, our public art ordinance, have an obligation to at least invest 1% of the cost of the transit center building for a public artwork on that campus. That is something we've committed to, whether it be a new library construction or others. The ordinance calls for a 1% allocation of public art funding or public art activity to the campus itself. So at some point, we have to come back in order to adhere to our own ordinance. We do need to install a public art piece at the transit center that's equal to 1% of the construction of the building. That arguably that's somewhere between $3 and perhaps $4 million in building value. The project, of course, has a much greater budget than that for all the site work and parking and roadway. But the building itself could be valued at somewhere between $3 and $4 million. So we have an obligation to spend at least $30,000 to $40,000 on public art at the transit center at some point by way of our own ordinance.
And looking at this, where's the secure bike parking? I didn't see that on the map.
The secure bike parking will be at the Kiss and Ride lot area. So it'll be closer to the sidewalk and street side of Kingsdale.
And I'm talking secure, I mean lockers, not just
bike lockers.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
And Mike, that 1% is for any commercial project in the city?
Yeah, and we have subjected ourselves to that standard as well.
I will brag that I was one of 3 votes that approved that way back whenever that was. Anyway, Councilmember Obaji.
So last quick point here here's another location where it could potentially go that I think Redondoans use a lot more. There's Artesia Boulevard and apparently a part of the right-of-way, the SE right-of-way that they've allowed us to use.
Yeah, they'd have to approve this.
Yeah, right.
Sure. And that'd be 6.5 years.
Gotta try.
It'll take 4. I'm kidding, but don't be surprised.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Point. Yeah, you want to put that under the power lines? Get some popcorn. Okay. We get a motion in a second. Any more public comments?
I have Paul Moses is raising his hand, but he's already spoken.
Well, let him talk again. It's bread and butter, so to speak.
Okay, great. Paul Moses.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again, just because I'm was so involved in this project. The one thing about scaling an artwork up and down, it's a completely new artwork once you change it significantly, because the engineering and materials and all that stuff. It just,
I mean, there might be some
doesn't-
confusion, Paul. This is they are allocating money for an entirely new, different piece and then moving the one that's there to somewhere more visible.
I understand that. And then the Volcan's Econoglue's work is going to cost $275,000, no matter where you put it. Because you just can't ask, you can ask the artist to scale it up and down. It just, the changes aren't like cut it in half the size. It doesn't cut the budget in half. So it doesn't really work like that. The artwork was proposed as site specific, and that just means public engagement, and public art law dictates it does have to be visible to the public. But it, walking through it and being able to climb on it are two different things. I think people getting on and off of buses will actually be a really good first impression of Redondo Beach, and it'll be a placemaker for that site, which brings me to the site. What artwork's going to be, appropriate for that site if it's such a terrible site? And sometimes public art makes terrible sites really impressive. So I just don't know I think you might be chasing your tail trying to find a better spot for this, where actually that's probably where it needs to be. It's not the first spot that we had actually approved it for in the Public Art Council back there 11 years ago, or Public Art Commission, but it was meant for the transit center. And it's meant to welcome people and be a gateway to the city. So you can ask the artist, I don't want to speak for him, but it is a site-specific artwork, and we chose it for those reasons. I thank you again for letting me speak.
Okay. See any more public comment, Ellen?
No e-comments either.
All right, so there's a motion on the floor.
Can you restate it?
Yeah, I guess let's restate it. How do you understand it, Cameron or Mike? Make sure it's consistent with what the motion maker made.
Yeah, our understanding is you basically told us to do two things. Work with the artist to see if we can identify an alternative location for the existing art piece as proposed, and then also begin working on the possibility of identifying a less expensive public art installation at the pad that's been currently cited at the transit center. Obviously, the goal there being a piece that would be less than $175,000, but we would need to determine with the artist and potentially other prospective artists what we could bring back as an option there.
That's why he's our next city manager.
And then, Mayor, just to be clear, the resolution then will come back at a later time, because pretty much all the whereases on this resolution all relates to the this project at the transit center.
Yes, we would be tabling everything we've got proposed tonight.
Just to be clear.
What would be a reasonable time frame to place on this so that it doesn't disappear and come back in a year and now it's $400,000?
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we commit to bringing back a status report to you in January of our progress? But we're going to need at least a couple months, I think, to probably side options, work with the artists on possibility, and then engage the art commission. Cameron, do you have an art commission meeting in December?
We do not. We have one coming up in a couple of weeks, and then the following one would be in January.
Oh, good. They can talk about it in a couple of weeks.
Has that agenda gone out, or can we pose that still as an item?
We can. It's already a pretty heavy agenda because they only meet bi-monthly, but we can certainly try to add it to the November meeting.
Okay. Yep. Mayor, I think we could commit to at least reporting back to you all in January.
Well, it'd be nice to come back with back to what we were going to do originally tonight, so that we can pull a trigger if for some reason this is getting crosswise and getting too complicated and going to take too long, and then nothing's going to happen. We should certainly have the option in January to dust off this resolution that we had prepared here tonight and just pass it, or ordinance. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody? No? Christian, Councilmember Horvath?
Yeah, I'll just make a friendly amendment to the motion to add in looking at the pad next to the Kiss and Ride, whether it can be used as is or if with modifications to be able to move the piece up to the front of the site.
Yeah, that was a good point. Then we talked about that, and you said that would be possible.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Is the seconder okay with that?
Seconder Nils, Narenheim.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Anything else, Councilman Horvath?
No, that was it.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim. Councilman Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
No.
Okay, there you go. 4-1. Thanks for hanging in there, Volcan. It sounds like this all might happen in January. Might just be a 2-month delay. Might find a great spot for it that everybody loves. I'll be interested to hear what the Art Commission has to say. So there we go. All right. Thanks, Volcan, for showing up and the great work you did. I remember selecting this 10 years ago. It was pretty unanimous. All right. Back to our agenda. We're on to item N2. Discussion and possible action regarding preparation of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance and the finalization of ordinance parameters. Brandy.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is a continued discussion. Last year, we started the discussion of entered into a contract with Veronica Tam with Kaiser Marston as the subconsultant to prepare an inclusionary ordinance. With that ordinance, there are certain parameters that need to be set and needed to be vetted for financial viability. That initial conversation was back in January, and then Kathy Head from Kaiser Marston had done the evaluation, and we came back with this agenda item back in September and went through that report and what the recommendations were. What City Council wanted to do was have us come back for one last meeting to just kind of bullet point those parameters, make any final decisions on those parameters so that we can have direction moving forward on preparing the ordinance. And with that, I've got both Veronica Tam and Kathy Head here. I'm going to turn it over to Kathy to do the presentation.
And terrific. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay.
Welcome, Kathy.
Hello.
Thank you.
Nice to see you all again. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Terrific. Okay, so with Brandy's introduction, I'll just get started. Let me make it a slideshow. There we go. Okay, so when we've talked before, we had a number of financial evaluation issues that we've discussed and that played a big role in the policy recommendations that we're making and that we have been making and that over time we've modified based on our discussions. So I'm just going to run through those before I get to the actual policy recommendations. As we've discussed a number of times, it's small projects that really feel the brunt of the impact of inclusionary because they can't spread the impacts across a larger number of units. So each unit takes a bigger hit. The next big issue was that for sale units, the affordability gap between the market rate prices and the moderate income prices is dramatically high. It ranges up to about $1.1 million per moderate income unit. And at the lower end of the range, it's over $500,000 per moderate income unit. So I think we want to talk about a number of ways that developers could potentially fulfill the obligation in addition to always having the option to produce the units on site. From the rental perspective, what we've discussed is AB 1505, which essentially implicitly tells you that you shouldn't have a requirement that's more than 15% for rental, and that it shouldn't be at an income level higher, more stringent than the low income level at 80% of the median income. Since we talked the last time, because the governor likes to sign things regularly that change all the rules, AB 491 was signed into law. And this one actually, I think, really helps communities to some extent, at least in creating quality, affordable housing. And that is one of the restrictions of AB 491 is you can't put all of the affordable units and studio units in the basement. So they've codified that now affordable housing has to be, it can't be concentrated in one place. It can be, it doesn't have to be in the penthouse. There's nothing in AB 491 that says you have to put the affordable housing units in the penthouse, but they're just saying don't isolate it in one place and then make an electrified fence around it. The other thing, and this is a pour door concept that comes up more regularly than you might think, which is where a developer will impose a charge to use the swimming pool, impose a charge to use the gym, some sort of optional charge to use the amenities that were there for all of the tenants. AB 491 says you can't do that. So that charge, that even though it's an optional charge, it either needs to be not charged or it needs to be subtracted then from the affordable rent so that your tenants in your affordable units literally can come in through the front door. They can't have a separate door and that they can use the amenities. So the reason I'm discussing that tonight is that was one of the reasons that we had suggested that density bonus really does help you in terms of inclusionary, because then density bonus doesn't provide you with that opportunity to make development standards that are to meet your policy needs, but inclusionary does. So these are two things that I would have suggested anyway, but now they're just part of the law. But it still is a matter of, I still think inclusionary gives you a leg up on density bonus in terms of development standards that you couldn't have done without it. So what we want to talk about tonight, and I think there's only 9 slides. And so what I think we're going to ask, and Brandy, correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to ask you to opine on each of the things on each page as we go along, as opposed to going through the whole thing and coming back. Because each page really is a discrete policy, set of policy decisions. Brandy, is that right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Okay, so we can just start with the first one. Are there specific affordable unit dispersal requirements that you want to impose? Knowing that you have to allow them to be or require them to be dispersed, but is there any guidance you want to provide on that issue?
And if I may, the only thing I'm reluctant about is having the council make a decision before the residents have a chance to speak to it. So they can have individual comments, but they can't make a collective vote on something before the public has a chance to speak on it.
Yeah, I think that's more what we were looking at is to get an idea of rather than us present and then having to come back for discussion on each of those concepts.
What about this idea, Kathy? Read all the things you want us to discuss and decide on. Just go through them really quick. Don't describe every single one in detail.
Sure.
And ask for a decision as you step through it. Because, there's some things that might affect some other things. Maybe just go through all the bullet points really quick, read them, and then maybe go to the public and let the public see if they have some comments.
Fair enough. Okay, sure. No problem. Okay, so I'll go faster then. Just in the sake of time and because we're going to go over them all twice. So the next one that we've talked about is, do you want the units to match the bedroom type? So for example, if it's a project with 1/3 2 bedrooms, 1/3 3 bedrooms, and 1/3 4 bedrooms, do you want the inclusionary to match that, to be 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? And then if you do decide you want to do that, do you want to require them to be the same size, or can they be in the smallest floor plan of each of the bedroom types? Then this one is pretty common, is should the exterior improvements for the affordable units be required to be comparable to the exterior for the market? As a practical matter, they almost always are anyway. I mean, it's kind of stupid to have them be different. It just makes your project look odd, especially if the units are dispersed. And then should the interior improvements and appliances be the same as the interior finishes in the market rate units? And that one has some more nuance to it that we can talk about more as we go along. Okay, so then on the threshold project size issue, when I first talked to you about this, we talked about an 8-unit threshold, and for which the inclusionary would then apply. The reason we came up with the 8-unit threshold was because looking at my survey of inclusionary programs throughout the state, the median is 8 units. So it seemed like a logical recommendation to have 8 units. Then we did the financial evaluation after that first meeting where we just talked about general concepts about inclusionary. And we found in that evaluation that we couldn't support a full unit before we got to 10. So that there was a real problem with an 8-unit threshold to either just allow it to pay a fee by right or to start the threshold at 10. And that was a discussion that we went into some depth on. At that meeting on September 21st, there was a request that we analyze an in lieu fee being paid, and that given that we were going to start doing it as a by right, or we were thinking about doing it as a by right opportunity, is there was a question about, well, then couldn't we start it with a smaller project size? And in fact, couldn't we then start it with a project size starting at 2? So that's what I did. I ran a sliding scale in lieu fee for projects with 2 to 9 units. And what that fee is, it's what I'd like to say is a double discount to reflect the fact that the smaller projects, again, really feel the impact of inclusionary more than larger projects. And so what I did was I took a lower inclusionary percentage and then applied it on a proportional basis against 2 to 9 units. So that's how that schedule works. So as you can see in an ownership project, if you had a 2-unit project and you were paying, and you were the developer and you were paying the fee, you would take $2.27 per square foot of the total project that you were building. So you would take the total scope times $2.27, and that would be your fee for a 2-unit project. By the time you get to a 9-unit project, that fee gets up to $18.25. Sorry, 15. Looking at a very small screen. Per square foot of saleable area. Doing the same thing on an apartment project and using the affordability gap analysis from the financial evaluation in both cases, but then with the double discount that I discussed, you'd start at $1.80 per square foot of leasable area at 2 units. And then this is just a proportional scale all the way up to 9 units. You'd get to $14.40 per square foot. So then,
Kathy, can I ask you a question?
Of
Going
course.
back to that slide, just to be
Sure.
clear. I think I might have missed something. I'm sure somebody else did too. These in lieu differentials, is that a correct way to characterize them? Are what you might charge if you were going to charge an in lieu fee, just to give us an idea of what the cost would be to include an affordable unit?
Yeah, that's what it is. It would be, instead of providing a unit, an inclusionary unit, the developer would pay you using, say, for a 5-unit project, ownership project, they would take $9.07 times their total square footage of their project, multiply it, and that would be the fee they would pay rather than providing one inclusionary unit.
We can go on, but I thought we were against in lieu fees. I know I'm against in lieu fees, but go ahead.
The notion was just on small projects.
Yeah, if I may, at the last discussion, Mayor, the point was at 8 or 9 units, we couldn't justify requiring them to provide one affordable unit in there. So the discussion was, if it's going to be fewer than 10 units, why don't we go all the way down to 2 units and require that in lieu fee? Because we had talked about, for the first time, I think, some of the ideas of what that in lieu fee could go towards. So that's why it went down to more than or down below the 8 and 9 unit.
So you could have an in lieu fee for 2 to 10 units, and then you have to provide the unit.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sure, no problem. And what I would say just then, as further amplifying that, if you as a council decide you don't want to do this, then I would strongly suggest you start the requirement at 10 units.
Okay. The 10 units figure's been coming up for 15 years.
There you go. Probably has some merit then. Okay, so then the next thing that we talked about was fractional unit obligations. So if a project had an obligation to provide 1.2 units, what would happen? Or if it had an obligation to pay 1.7 units, what would happen? And what we discussed the last time we met in September was, why don't we do just mathematical rounding? So that if a project owed you 1.2 inclusionary units, it would only require to be providing 1. If it was at 1.6 units, they would be required to provide 2. Again, this would only start at 10, because we talked about the fee for 2 to 9 on the last slide. So there are a couple issues with this. Again, as you stay in the small project realm, that adding a unit at 1.6, bringing it to 2, if you're under 20 units, that actually again starts to be almost a constraint to development, certainly a significant development cost impact. And then for the larger projects, if you're just letting them off the hook for anything up to 0.5 units, well, then you're not getting anything in return for it. And the project didn't really need that help of not having to provide that unit. So what I'm recommending, and obviously this is your decision at the end, is that you say for a fractional unit, you can pay fractional unit obligation again above 10, because then, so there's 1 unit being provided no matter what. And then it's just this fraction up till then 2, and then it would be a fraction again up till 3. If you look at this slide, the numbers are kind of scary. Everybody looks at this slide, thinks, oh, that's scary. So the ownership financial gap, the weighted average affordability gap for ownership units in the analysis was $867,000. So 1 inclusionary unit would cost a developer in an ownership project $867,000. The average unit size is about 1,700 feet. So if you divide 867,000 by 1,700 feet, then the cost per square foot for 1 unit, just for the 1 unit, is $503. So just running across the ownership line, what I did was, again, much like I did in the last slide, for 0.1 to 0.9, I just took a pro rata share all the way up to, if you got to the full unit, that fee would have been $503 so per square foot. So it would have been $867,000 at 1 full unit. At 0.9 units, it'd be 0.9 times 453. So $453 times 1,723. And then, so it's almost a full unit. Then if you get all the way down to 0.1.
It's okay, Kathy. We got all this. I mean, I think you're losing people. Just keep going.
Sorry. Okay. Anyway, so that's how. Okay, great.
Global thing.
Thank you. Sure. No problem. Okay, so.
Well, go ahead. Sorry.
That's okay. Okay, so then the options other than in lieu fee that we've been talking about is clearly on-site. That's always the primary option. And so up to 19 units, and these were all things we discussed at the previous meeting. The discussion had been about setting it at 9% moderate income. And this is ownership units. And then 20 plus, it would be 15% moderate income. So that's on-site. Then if a developer wanted to go off-site, or I'm sorry, if they wanted to fulfill the requirement with rental units within their site, we would suggest that they use a 55-year covenant and they set the requirement at 15% low income. They can do that either, at least as recommended, within a project on a separate parcel, right within it, or offsite, fully offsite. As I discussed before, we're suggesting by right fee, in lieu fee up to 9 units. We're suggesting a fractional unit fee by right. And then we're suggesting in all other cases, only extreme hardship. Apartment development, again, we talked about these options. Up to 19 units, we're suggesting 10% moderate income. 20 plus units, 15% moderate income. Then if you go offsite, all project sizes that are subject to the inclusionary would be at a 15% low income requirement. Again, the in lieu fee up to 9 units by right, fractional fee by right, and then extreme hardship. I have a very long definition of extreme economic hardship that we can go over if you want.
No.
We can talk about it later. And then that was just in case you wanted to see how they're calculated. So there, I'm done.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. I'll just make a couple of comments. I've had some conversations with affordable housing developers since you were on last. One gentleman has been involved in affordable housing projects for 50 years in California and in Hawaii. And he made the point to me that you do not want to have these covenants. You want to make them in perpetuity. He said Honolulu did a bunch of these projects 45 years ago, and they are coming to expiration because they had that sort of covenant. And you're now going to have they're going to lose 6,000 affordable units in a short period of time because of these, that's not the slide, but the covenant, the 45-year covenant, the 55-year covenant, they was saying, don't do it. Make it in perpetuity. The developers will complain about it, but they'll end up doing it. Unless it's a state law, we should think about that. Also, everything's moderate income except for, off-site, which I don't see happening. Why can't we do low income?
Because the financial evaluation didn't support it.
You don't think they would get built?
I don't. I think it becomes a constraint to housing.
Okay. Well, moderate is what, 80 to 110%?
It's 80 to 120 can reside in it. It's priced at 110.
So 120% of market rate is, above market rate, right? Or
that was where we had the $867,000 gap. I think the thing to keep in mind is, as you would know, is your home prices are very high and LA County median income is actually relatively low comparatively. Yeah. And so you end up with a big gap. But one thing that I want to just go over briefly.
Well, but before you go on from that, because that's really important. So the average median income in LA County right now is $66,000 or something.
Yeah, that's approximately right.
Close. So 120% of that then would be $80,000 income.
Right.
So someone with an $80,000 income would be able to afford a house paying no more than 35% of their income monthly in a mortgage or a rent.
That's right.
I just wanted to clarify that for everybody because, they don't know what moderate income means.
No, sure, of course. And just one thing I want to say about that is, especially on the rental, I think you can fully anticipate, and we've discussed this, that folks are going to use the state density bonus. And when they use the state density bonus, in all likelihood, they'll use the very low income standard because it just works out better for them, just the way the math works from the state of how they set the proportions. And we went over this at the last meeting, so I won't belabor it, but it looks to me, I believe professionally, that developers will not only use the density bonus for rental, but you'll get more units. You'll get the density bonus affordable plus the inclusionary will generate some more units, even though you have to double count, and they'll be very low income in all likelihood. So even though these are the base standards that I'm recommending, I do fully believe that developers, at least of apartment projects, will very likely use density bonus.
There is a 400-foot tall building of apartments in San Francisco that the developer is taking advantage of the density bonus, and he's going to double the height to 800 and some feet.
You don't have to agree to that.
Right.
But I think it's a good question. The fact is that your options are limited with density bonus. No matter whether you do inclusionary or not.
I know. It's not.
But you do have the option of doing a physical analysis that says they don't need to double the height. You do have that option. It's just your options are constrained.
Right. Yeah. No, that's good to know. And that was from a former planning commissioner in San Francisco who was very concerned. And no wonder he's a proponent on our initiative. Anyway. Well, I guess we could go to hang on. Could you stop sharing just for a second, Kathy? Because people want to come back to that for sure. But I can't see, maybe I don't know what I'm doing, but I can't see any hands up. So any comments from the public?
Mayor, we have no Zoom comments and we have no e-comments.
Okay, we can check back after council discusses this. Anything else, Kathy, before we kind of start, probably go back to your original slide or what? What do you want to do?
Oh, I just want to talk about covenants for a brief moment because we were trying to get this into a limited number of slides. We're recommending that it be on rental, that it be at least 55 years, but for as long as the property is used for a residential use. So some shorthand got lost in this slide. Ownership, I have pretty strong opinions about it not being longer than 45 years, but we can talk about those.
But you could put the stipulation as long as it's residential development, regardless of the owner.
Well, see, I think if you put a restriction, yes, is the easy answer for ownership. But if you put a restriction where they have to sell and resell at affordable price for then effectively forever, is you run into a situation where the property owner doesn't have any real potential to make a gain when they sell the unit. And so they're effectively renters with a tax break. And so when the roof goes or the plumbing goes, there's no real incentive for them to make improvements to their home. So you run into, I think, a situation where, and because these are all individually owned and would be located scattered around town, you just create a situation where, through really almost no fault of the owners themselves, it's just not worth it to put money into the unit when they know they can't get it back out when they sell. So I just think one cumulative 45-year covenant is a pretty strict covenant anyway to begin with. But again, that's a policy decision for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Well, it's always wonky stuff and complicated. I've been immersed in it, so I could follow it, but I know a lot of people don't. So I don't see any hands up. I guess we'll probably revert to just going item by item and we making a decision as we go through it. Is there a shorter way to do this, Kathy?
Brandy?
I think if we go through, it might be beneficial to just start with those inclusionary housing fulfillment options for ownership and then for apartment. And then we can just decide on whether or not to do in lieu for the fewer than 10 units and then in lieu or otherwise for fractional. I think those are the big decisions. And then if there's anything in addition to that assembly bill that Kathy had mentioned at the beginning that we would want to require of them. And there was a list of questions on that. So I'd say start with the big ticket items.
Yeah, I was going to suggest that too, Brandy, that, the simple one, the high level one. That,
right. We've gone over those quite a bit. So I think we're pretty well in line with both the financial analysis and where council landed.
Yeah, I was going to start with the threshold. I mean, it sounded like the council was giving direction to do in lieu fees from 2 to 9 units.
Do you want to go back there?
Yeah, and then inclusionary zoning once you hit 10 units. So anybody want to comment on that? We could, just go along and make these decisions and maybe you guys keep track of it and then have one big motion at the end.
I think that was our hope.
Okay. But I'm not seeing any hands up. So for now, why don't we just say from 2 units to 9, you have the in lieu fee. There goes Councilmember MD. And then after 10 units, you do inclusionary zoning.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about what that means.
I agree with you.
No, that's what I was going to say. I agree with that because based on what Kathy said.
Right. So then when we talk about percentage, I guess once you get to 11 units, or I guess 10 units, then it's, what am I trying to say? It's prorated depending on how big it gets, or explain that, Kathy. Where's that?
Okay. So the next slide was just on if there was a fractional obligation. So for example, if there was a 10% requirement, just to make it easy, and you had a 12-unit project, it would have a 1.2 unit obligation. So one way to handle it is to say, if it's 1.2, they just owe you 1 because it's mathematically less than rounding up.
Right.
Another way to look at it is say, nope, you've got to round up no matter what. I believe that makes it, for small projects, it makes an onerous constraint.
And didn't we have a different percentage based on project size from 10 to 20 and 20 above units?
We do have that, but again, the fractional unit, so again, if you say you made everybody round up all the way, I can only support 1 unit for a 12-unit project.
Okay, well, what if we round down up to 20 units, and once you get to 20, you round up?
You can do that. That's
Okay.
absolutely another option.
All right. Anybody want to comment on that?
Wouldn't that be kind of seen as us trying to limit units because it would be a higher obligation to those higher unit places?
Yeah, let's let them round down then. I mean, I was just throwing that out there because it was a problem for a smaller project, but not so much for a big one. Maybe I get 30.
Right.
Maybe once you get to 30, I don't know.
Right. So you were saying if it was the 10 to 19, because those are the smaller projects, they're all going to end up if it's going to be rounding down. So
That's
anything
just one
20 and
suggestion.
over. Yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody gets a picture. It could go to 30. It could just round down all the way to whatever. I don't have a big. Is it just fractional, Kathy? So
It's just fractional. It's just a fractional.
This is not a big deal.
I think
Right,
I'd
so
round down.
So if it
We'll
was
round
one,
down. We're round down no matter how big it is.
Okay.
Okay. And it's 20% affordable once you hit 10? Moderate income?
It's
9%.
It's 9% up to 19, and then it goes to 15, and it's 10%, and it goes up to 15 on rental.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to go higher. Can we go higher?
No,
Why not?
because we've had 3 meetings where I've told you why not. Why?
Well, some cities have a lot more.
They do, but do you want HCD to come tell you you have a constraint to housing and not approve your housing element?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
no.
was where Kathy on that first slide had put AB 1505 implicitly caps the requirement for at least for apartment projects at the 15% set aside. We did the financial evaluation for both ownership and apartments. So the 15% set aside, if you go above that, it's going to be a big red flag.
For
Oh,
apartments
no, really?
and for ownership, just to be clear, I'm still on that slide. So if you're looking up at the screen, it's $867,000 to a developer. That's the loss on their project for each affordable unit in an ownership project.
Well, Galleria agreed to 20%, low income affordable.
I can only say AB 1505 so many times.
Okay. All right. Anybody want to comment on that? I don't see any hands up still.
Sure.
So, Councilmember Obaji.
Mr. Mayor, we have a resident with their hand up a constituent who asked to come on and give us
Okay,
her
we'll do this
perspective.
one resident, but we can't keep bouncing back and forth. We need to get through this and then get public comment again. But yeah, go ahead. Public comment.
Julie Young.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Go ahead, Julie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Julie Young. I've been a resident in Redondo Beach for almost 12 years. I've been, because of the affordable housing program. I want to share a little bit about the complex that we're in. I'm in Rexton Place. We have a total of 27 units, and I am in one of 3 affordable housing units. I'm not sure why, but in our particular situation, the 3 affordable housing units are all in the same building, and they are all about 30% smaller than any of the other units, living space-wise. Our garage is also not as big. We also butt up straight against the train tracks, which makes our units less desirable. I feel like that might have been intentional on behalf of the builder who whoever decided where the affordable units went. While I'm grateful for the opportunity to live here, my husband is a public servant in the form of a teacher. I literally just came from a Little League board meeting. I feel like we are contributing members to the city, and we would not be able to live here if it were not for this program. And we plan to live here for a long time. But it's hard looking at the situation and seeing my neighbors with houses that are significantly larger than ours and wondering why we were put in this situation. Also talking to another neighbor who has affordable housing units they're in a situation where they have several units that would be the most expensive units are affordable housing units, which essentially kind of drops down sales prices for them, which is, I just believe not optimal. I hope that's clear. I'm happy to talk further with anyone about our time here, or the process that we went through to try to get into this unit, because it was not super easy. Thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you for stepping up. So,
Yeah, thanks for showing up, Julie, and telling us the story. It's what we're trying to correct here going forward. I don't think there's anything we can do retroactively to change your situation, but that's exactly what we're trying to do. And in fact, they just passed a state law saying that you couldn't have those sorts of that sort of discretion on the part of a developer. To put all affordable housing units smaller and in the basement. I don't know. Did you want to have any more comment about that, Kathy?
No, I think we're still trying to work on the thresholds.
Yeah, so let's stick to this. We're not going to go back to public comment until we get done.
So the fractional unit, I guess, is where we're still grappling.
Yeah. Meaning, what is the percentage going to be, and what are we having to decide here?
I thought you had mentioned rounding down. Was that rounding down on all?
Yeah, we decided rounding down on all of them.
Yeah.
Rounding down so that if somebody has, let's say, 2.8 units, they're only going to need to build 2, and then they're going to pay in lieu for 0.8, or they're not going to pay at all.
Not what was discussed was not paying at all, but that's, it's still open for.
I guess I'm fine. I'd be fine with that as long as the units, in light of what Ms. Young said, are equal size. I realize I'm skipping ahead, but if that's going to be part of our ordinance, I'd like them to be equal size so that kids don't go to their friend's house or neighbor's house and say, "Why is your house so much bigger?" and go back to mom and dad and ask the same question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's why we wanted to look at all these points, because as we make decisions about one parameter, others affected. So yeah, exactly. So do we have that flexibility? I think we do, right, Kathy?
Sure. Yeah.
If we're going to round down, then we go back to what we were calling the bedroom mix, or
bedroom and then size.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a legitimate change.
Yeah. So let's favor rounding down, and then favor making sure that all the units are part of the project and consistent. And, that's what happened up at the Valco Mall up in Cupertino. Their affordable units were going to be chicken stalls, and everybody else was going to be in, penthouses. So it was,
I guess, equal in parking too.
Yeah, definitely.
So everything else equal.
Everything else equal. Okay, that's fine. So interior improvements as well?
Well,
Yes.
I don't know, but whatever you guys want to do, I don't know.
I think I'll throw this out for your consideration. It's fairly common to say in an ownership project that it's the base unit.
Yeah.
And then upgrades that market buyers want to buy either from the developer or from on the out, they can go ahead and buy. The affordable units are at the base level, but with a minimum standard of cabinetry, et cetera, and appliances that the base units have to adhere to. That's a pretty common standard, especially in ownership units.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Sounds good. As long as there's the basic standard they have to adhere to.
Yeah, we have something we can write up into the ordinance.
Okay.
That one. I commonly recommend that. On rental, you tend to just see the same standard in all of them, market and affordable.
Hey, Kathy, let me ask you a quick question.
Sure.
If we're going to keep all the units the same size, at the end of the day, there has to be a subsidy in place that pays for the lower unit. So that just makes the other units more expensive, right?
Well, I would argue that point. I can, on a microeconomic standpoint, I would definitely argue it. There's not a developer I know who's charging less for a unit than they can get on the open market. So they didn't say, "Oh, I got enough profit, so I won't raise my prices anymore." So on a micro level, having inclusionary does not generate higher sales prices. On a macro level, I think there is an argument that as you reduce the supply of development, so if you're saying there's going to be less development, there are fewer units available, then will prices go up? Then yes. But on each individual project, the developer's charging as much for the unit as they could get.
Right. I know. I understand that, but there is still, at the end of the day, there's still building cost to the unit itself. And if you're building a large unit and the maximum price you can charge is set for you already.
Right.
At the end of the day, I don't see it. If you're making the unit a buying unit or even a rental unit, even more so, well, not a rental unit, because a rental unit goes to your micro and macro arguments. I totally agree with that. But for buying a unit, a lot of your land cost is the same. Building cost is going to be the same. And so if you produce a unit that's exactly the same size, but one's just low income, then someone's got to pay for that.
It effectively comes out of either the developer's profit or ultimately land values adjust. You're right. You're 100% right. It's a zero-sum game. There's a subsidy in those units for sure. It's just who's paying for it and how. I use the same example with any kind of impact fee. If you impose an impact fee on a project that doesn't add to that project's value, then where does it come from? It either comes from the developer's profit or it starts to adjust land values. That's a lot of the reason that I'm conservative about what I think the standards can be for inclusionary, because there's no say it doesn't have an impact economically. It's just where that economic impact goes.
Yeah, and if I may, Councilmember Nierenheim, and that's what when we went over Kathy went in more detail over the actual report, the financial report. That's where she landed on those recommendations. Sure, would we like to have it be, 15% very low? Probably, but it couldn't be justifiable. So what those recommendations of those thresholds are, or the requirements, parameters are, was based on that.
Right. Okay. I'm feeling more comfortable with it, but I want to be very sensitive to the fact that, at the end of the day, you're never going to, well, I shouldn't say never, but it's going to be really hard to squeeze money out of the developer. The developer is just going to charge more money as much as they can, and they'll wait. They'll sit there and wait until they get the price that they want or need. They're just going to charge more money at the end of the day, which makes the housing more expensive.
Well, what I hear from the developers is they don't want these rules changing in midstream. You tell them the rules what they are. Hey, it's 20% affordable. It's 15% affordable. They'll price the project accordingly. They'll price their purchase of the land accordingly. And they will make money. What they are, and there is a subsidy. There's subsidy somewhere. And so what they really complain about are these rule changes in midstream. And that's what really throws the uncertainty and really drives up costs of actually building out the project. But what they just did, AB 491, I'm sure there's some affordable housing developers in the middle of a project wondering, or some phase of the project, and their math just changed.
No, that's exactly right. And I think that all of these decisions just generally are a public policy of how big a goal this is for you. You're not required to do inclusionary housing by any means. It's just if this is your policy objective, what we're here to try to do is set it up in a way that, and I've said this a bunch of times in our other meetings, is that balances the goals of the city against the needs of the developers and the property owners. Because you can't be confiscatory and you can't deprive a developer or a property owner of a fair return on their investment. And so that's very much the rubric within we've set up these recommendations. But sure, no. Would developers be happy to have no requirement? Sure.
Okay. Councilmember Obaji.
Question, how are people qualifying for the affordable units in our ordinance? Is it based on income or assets or both?
Both.
Okay. Well, then I wonder if this is an idea. You guys tell me if it's a good one or not. But they get the base unit, but they can pay no more than the market rate for any upgrades. So, for example, if they get the all carpet place, but they want to change it to some linoleum or laminate or hardwood, they can do that at their own expense, market rate.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I'll tell you the practical reality. I'll tell you the philosophical reality, and then I'll tell you the practical reality. The philosophical reality is we've set the affordable price at the maximum that they can afford to pay for a home. So if they're then allowed to make other expenditures, then it's above the affordable price. But having said that, the practical matter is they just don't buy them from the developer.
Yeah, okay. So they can do the upgrade.
They just have to not tell you about them. Now, keep in mind, and this is important when you have an irrevocable covenant for 45 years, there's no real incentive other than they plan to live there for a long time and they want it to be nice. But they're hamstrung by the requirements.
So does the ordinance say they can't make any changes to the property or any improvements?
No, and in fact, then the ordinance hasn't been written yet, but commonly the ordinance will say that you can, from the sales proceeds, any qualified improvements that property owner's made that have been approved by the city can then be added to their equity in the property, and before anything else happens. The problem is affordable housing cost doesn't necessarily go up that much. And so if they're required to sell at affordable housing cost, they may never be able to recoup those improvements.
Right. I just wonder, what if a teacher gets promotion or becomes a principal and earns more, and now they're not able to buy a house, but they can make improvements to their existing affordable unit, and their kids spilled a bunch of stuff on the carpet anyways then?
Oh, sure. No, they can absolutely do that. And they can absolutely do these improvements whenever they want, however they want. Just they shouldn't do it from the developer, just from the pure sense.
Right. Okay.
This is ridiculous,
So maybe if we can make that clear in our ordinance eventually, that they can make improvements to their affordable units.
Oh, that's sure. And they absolutely can. It's just then they need to make the financial decision about whether they want to make those improvements with the possibility of not recouping those funds when they sell.
I've done that when I was a rental. I'm sure a lot of people have.
I've lost money on a house, so I know how that works.
Yeah, not really concerned about recouping it. You're concerned about your day-to-day life.
Yeah. No, and I will tell you, I'm actually working on the breakwater project in your town. And somebody just moved in and did a ton of improvements as soon as they moved in.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Sure. All right. So what other decisions we need to make?
Well, I guess if we go to fulfillment, so just on this page that's up on the screen now, is everybody okay? With the caveat that I'm suggesting that the rental covenant be the minimum of 55 years or as long as it's a residential use.
Well, can't we make ownership 55 years too?
You can. That's absolutely your decision.
Well, I think we should make it as long as we can. If we have to give I still don't know why we have to give a time frame other than your policy that then people won't be upgrading it because they can't get their money back.
No, that's how you can do it.
So, but you're talking about ownership though, Mayor Brand, right?
Well, we got to consider both. So, yeah, I mean.
So I think it's, for me, I'd rather go 45 years, exactly what Kathy is talking about for ownership. But for rental, I think 75 years. I have no problem saying 75 years on that one.
Well, what about no covenant? It's in perpetuity. I mean, I don't, if it tracks the average median income of LA County, then you're truly providing ongoing affordable housing in Redondo. Otherwise, you run into the problem Honolulu is, and they're all going to expire at a certain time, and then you're starting over.
I don't like the idea of perpetuity because there's so many different factors 50 years from now or 75 years from now. What if they sell the property? What if they want to tear it all down, make it all affordable? What if, I don't know, who knows what happens in the future, right? I don't want to make it forever. I do want to have a long term, and I do want to make it really long term, but not forever.
And I just want to add in a caveat that's what I'm saying in essence, and I don't have a problem with it being 75 years as the minimum. All I'm saying is, as long as it's at a residential use, it's affordable. I was just saying there's a minimum period, no matter what, that you can't change it. But then as long as it's residential, it can be affordable. Required to be affordable.
That's what you said. Yeah. For rentals.
For rentals.
Okay. All right. That's what you said before. Okay. Is that okay with you, Nils, as we move forward, or anybody else? I mean, minimum 75 years, and if it stays residential, then it stays that moderate affordable.
What about for the for ownership?
I would almost go down to 30 years, and the reason why is because exactly what Kathy was talking about. There's no return on investment. You're going to ask somebody to put money into your property or someone's property, and they're going to be stuck at a certain amount. And a mortgage is 30 years, right? So if they keep it for 30 years and they pay off that mortgage after 30 years, then you want to be able to, that person, if they hold that, then they need to be able to say, oh well, then the property might need to be completely demoed and redone.
So you're going to let somebody who is who qualifies for affordable go live there for 30 years. Then it's no longer needs to be affordable, so they get to sell it at the market rate, take that money, and the unit is never going to be occupied by an affordable person again. Please, no way. If the ordinance doesn't work, then nobody's going to develop, and we can fix it at that point.
I agree.
Otherwise, as long as it's affordable, it should stay affordable. Otherwise, we're going to lose our housing, all our housing stock in 30 years.
Agreed.
Councilmember Baji, then you run into a really simple problem of those units will become highly unattractive because there's no money being put into them to being upgraded.
Well, the value would go up, right? Because the average median income in LA County will go up.
Well, the problem is that we've been at generationally low interest rates for now as long as I can remember.
Right.
And as interest rates go up, even as the median income goes up, we're faced with a real possibility in my lifetime, which is, and I'm old, is that affordable price will go down in LA County. Because as interest rates rise, then affordable price lowers.
Right.
So how does that affect the amount of time we set for?
Well, I mean, this is definitely a policy decision. I mean, I would tell you, and I don't think it's popular from what I'm hearing from you, is the way the density bonus does it is there's no covenant period at all. And the first time the unit is sold, the city gets back what was the original affordability gap of the unit and a share of the equity appreciation equal to what that contribution was of the home price.
So they could just go in there and flip it, and then it's
they wouldn't make any money if they just flipped it because of the fact you get the entire.
But okay, 10 years, then it becomes an in lieu fee.
It absolutely becomes an in lieu. That's why I said I don't think I didn't say you'd like it. I'm just saying.
So you're basically saying we need to stave off the use of the density bonus by having an attractive inclusionary zoning ordinance that does have what you had here, a 45-year covenant, for example.
Well, that's certainly an indirect impact, yes.
Because if we don't have a covenant, then they'll just ignore this whole thing. Well, they can't ignore it.
They can't ignore it. They would have to do the affordable housing, and then whoever owned it, the developer doesn't care because the developer sells it and it's gone, and then the home buyer sells it whenever they want to sell it. But you're right. It's an in lieu fee. It's effectively an in lieu fee. It's a delayed in lieu fee.
Yep.
When the home buyer sells it at an affordable unit and it's still restricted by the affordable covenant, then the next person who gets it qualifies as an affordable buyer, right?
Correct. Up to one 45-year period.
All right. If it's not, or perpetuity. But if it's not, if it dies on the first, the affordability covenant falls off on the first sale, it sells at market rate, and the city gets the difference. Is what you're saying?
Well, so say let's use my $900,000 affordability gap example.
Well, wait a minute, Kathy. I think you're mixing apples and oranges. You were talking about the density bonus. If they take the density bonus for affordable and then they go to sell it, then that's when that's when all of a sudden you're losing an affordable unit, and then the city gets the difference between the market rate and what the affordable was supposed to be, and then it just becomes a regular unit. Did I understand that?
You absolutely understood, but I was also saying that is actually a reasonably common way to do it. The density bonus They took it that step further of not having any covenant period at all.
Right. And so the in lieu fee is the difference that the seller pays or the buyer pays. I don't know who pays it. And the city gets it and you've lost your affordable unit. And that can happen in 10 years if they use a density bonus.
It could happen in 5 years. It could happen. Yeah. No, absolutely.
Okay. I just didn't know if Councilmember Baji understood that portion because he didn't mention density bonus.
Well, I have inclusionary programs that are set up just exactly the same way as the density bonus.
Right. She's saying if you don't make it in perpetuity, you make it expire at some point, they're going to be able to do the same thing. And then the city is going to get it in lieu of lose its affordable housing stock.
No,
well, in year 45, they will, based on my recommendation.
They still have to wait 45 years.
What? Yeah.
The difference is, Nils, go on mute. The difference is with the density bonus, you don't have to wait 45 years. With the inclusionary zoning, you do have to wait 45 years.
That's correct. That's exactly right.
What abates the fear that in 45 years you will lose all of your affordable housing? Is it that you're expecting to get a new addition of affordable housing kind of every year during those 45 years to keep that inventory growing of affordable housing as some inventory falls off?
No, I mean, it's just a matter of practicality. It's just a matter of, I'm not going to kid you. You will lose that unit. You will lose that unit and you won't, if you set it up this way, you won't get anything. It'll just end in 45 years.
What's the downside of making the unit affordable in perpetuity?
The fact that then somewhere along the way, people just stop improving it entirely.
And it's going to dilapidate.
Yeah. And everybody owns their own home differently. And then you're going to have, I mean, I really believe then you're going to have angry neighbors in your council chambers saying, why did you let this happen?
So ultimately, your recommendation is to have a covenant on the inclusionary zoning ordinance.
Correct.
Of some time frame. I guess we already talked about that, but I don't know. I forgot what we're trying to decide here. So
ownership covenant.
Yeah, we have the covenant for rental.
Oh, I see. Okay, this is for ownership. Got it. Sorry.
For as long as it's residential, no less than I believe it was 75 years is what we increased it to.
Yeah. So I apologize. That's me.
Yeah, and this is for the ownership.
We currently have affordable housing that's 50 years in ownership. It's in the senior housing over in District 4. They have affordable housing and it's 50 years. So the person who owns it at 50 years is going to get a huge windfall.
Sure.
Or their heirs.
Or their heirs.
I don't think that's right. That's right.
Okay, well, here's the situation. And what happens is those units keep turning over and it's just this 150-year period. You can set it up so that at year 50, I mean, not on the project you've already done, but for your inclusionary, you could set it up, whoever owns it at if you say 50 years is the covenant, year 50, day one, when they go to sell it, they've got to give you something.
Right.
You can do that. Yeah, you can absolutely do
something? What do they give us?
Well, they could give you a share of the equity appreciation. They could give you a share of what the original affordability gap was, plus a share of equity appreciation.
How about 100%?
How's that written?
Well, I don't think you can ask for 100%.
Okay, 75.
Well, but wait. Okay, whatever the number is, what would we do with that money? Would it be then to set up a fund to help low-income people fix up their house?
You could do that. And we discussed it again, it would go into your affordable housing fund, just like in lieu fees would go into your affordable housing fund. And you could use them for that wide array of things that we discussed in September.
Yeah. So I think we have an affordable housing fund actually, but I don't know.
Right. You do.
How much is in it? Do you know?
I don't.
But the thing is, you guys, we're talking about 40, 50 years from now. None of us are going to be around. Like, maybe we will.
Doesn't mean you don't plan for it.
I care about future generations. You don't care about future generations?
I do, but you're tying the hands of. I'd like to see it go into a fund. Fully agree with that, but what specifically it does, I don't think we can really say. If we have a fund, drop it in the fund, and that's it. Call it a day.
This is where I have a problem with this. Say a very young person qualifies to buy it, their moderate income or whatever it is.
Well,
and then they do really well in life. They really kill it. They own the house for 30 years or 50 years. Then they just cash out. Yeah, they just cash out. 55 would keep that from happening. They just cash out, right? That's not fair. That's not fair to people that are truly struggling. You just happen to catch them at a snapshot in time. They qualify for the moderate and the
beach house in South Redondo on the water.
And then all of a sudden, boom, they get this huge windfall.
But you guys, one thing I just want to say, you're 100% right, and it happens, by the way.
Right.
It absolutely happens. Is you get a young couple who's just started, and then they become tech wizards or something.
Somebody dies. This is the hair.
I mean, there's a ton of ways this happens. This is the problem with ownership inclusionary in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
It's absolute. But there's a policy objective to have ownership inclusionary. But you have to stay within certain rubrics to avoid being a constraint to housing. So if you want to require production of ownership inclusionary units, you're going to have to take some trade-offs.
Okay, well,
yeah, but I think if you lengthen the time, I don't know, it just seems like 55 years would be the right way of doing it.
It's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
How about 55 years and we get 75%?
You can't do that. And the reason you can't do that, you can't sell the loans on the secondary market. Fannie Mae won't allow a city loan to be any more than that percentage that the affordability gap was the original purchase price.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't get a mortgage. Okay, the easy answer is you can't get a mortgage.
What's a city loan? What are you talking about?
The affordability gap is effectively a paper loan from the city.
Okay.
If you're making them pay back the gain, you've effectively given them a loan. And you cannot get a mortgage. Now the buyer cannot get a mortgage.
To me, the thing about the 55 years is if somebody hits it big, they're likely going to trade up. They're not going to keep it, right? I mean, maybe they'll keep it in the family. They'll trade up. Then it goes back into the market to be able to keep it at low. But if you do 30 years, I don't know. It just seems like it's too short a period.
I'm sorry, Kathy. Councilmember Nierenheim said that. I lost my train of thought. But you gave us a time frame. You gave us a percentage. I said 99. You said no, you can't do that. 75. No, you can't do that. 50. Okay, maybe. But now you're saying.
No, I didn't say 50%. I said 50 years. There's just been a lot of crosstalk.
Okay, so what percentage could we participate in a windfall that Councilmember Lowenstein is talking about?
Whatever the affordability gap is when the unit is bought as a percentage of the total purchase price, whatever that percentage is the maximum you can take back.
Well, to Nierenheim's point, how would we ever keep track of that, and how would that ever work?
You'd write it up as a promissory note when somebody bought the unit. And then so when somebody, and in fact, well, anyway, so what happens is you write up that promissory note. If somebody sells, they're required to keep selling and reselling under this rubric for that one cumulative 45-year period. Whoever that last buyer is, buys it for X price, affordable price. Say they buy it in year 40. They sell it in year 46. Whatever that gain was from the affordable price to when they sold it, you'd get that percentage share of what the affordability gap had been. But yeah, nothing happens until year 45.
But then you brought in that idea of a city loan. I don't know how that tied into that.
That's that promissory note that requires somebody to repay the equity appreciation.
Okay.
It's just a technicality. Yeah.
It's not money. It's not money from you. It's just paper.
Okay.
Hey,
I just had one.
And Kathy, let me ask this real quick. So let's just say the value of the house that's being sold is $500,000 and it's a $750,000 market rate house. That note goes for $250,000. For 30 years, that house will be resold for $500,000, correct?
It keeps being resold for whatever the affordable price is at the time.
So it will go up slightly every time that affordable price.
Or go down.
It might go up a lot. It might go down a lot. You really don't know.
Okay. I have a quick question. Is there any prohibition on rental of ownership housing? Meaning there is. So somebody cannot rent it out.
That's correct. They can't.
Okay.
And in fact, a well-written requirement says they can't rent out any part of it.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Can we have that in there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly how somebody would get around this.
It's absolutely, believe me, I had it happen in another city.
It's exactly. how
I'm
it's
very,
gonna
very
be.
careful about this. You can't rent out any part of the unit at any time.
Yep.
Great. Okay.
Okay.
All right. What else we got? Did we decide what 55 years?
Other than that,
I think you're good.
I think with it, if you take the recommendations for the up to 19 units, the 20 plus units, those are the things that were documented in Kathy's report. And then similarly on the residential, I think it was 15%. I mean, on the rental, it was 15%. So if there's
10% up to 19.
Yeah, and it was and then the in lieu fee is up to 9 units, 10 plus units. It's no fractional, it's just rounding down.
What's this in lieu payment?
It's gone. You guys
It's
said
gone.
Thank you.
It's the in lieu is only the 2 to 9 units.
Right.
Right.
Okay. What else do we have to decide? What's missing?
Well, you can tell, you need to have this in your ordinance. You don't need to have this exact definition, but you do need to have an option of extreme economic hardship. I made it really extensive. I've seen somewhere they just say, unless it violates the California United States constitutions, and it's the developer's obligation to prove it. But you are going to need to have something in your ordinance that says something like this.
Who's going to decide what's excessively large?
Well, that's the situation. I will tell you, when I was putting this definition together for you, I thought, I'm sure I'll just be able to find this definition in any number of inclusionary ordinances. And really what most of them just say is that it's the developer's obligation to prove it, and they have to prove that the imposition would be a violation of the Constitution. I thought that was a little broad, so I added a bunch more language. But always the developer's obligation to prove it. But the Napa case, which comes up in a variety of different ways for inclusionary, common wisdom is the reason that the Napa case was adjudicated the way it was is because they had this option for extreme economic hardship. And that if they hadn't had it, the ordinance would have been invalidated.
In violating the Constitution, as in this is a taking without proper compensation.
Yeah.
A taking or unreasonable seizure of property without due process type deal.
Right.
Yeah. It's like,
So again, it doesn't have to be this, long, but yeah, I mean, you really can. And a bunch of ordinances just say it is it's not, if the developer can prove that the imposition would violate the Constitution, you can just put that.
is there something wrong with this here? It reads
No,
pretty
I
good.
liked it. I wrote it.
Yeah, I know. Pride of authorship.
Yeah, we recommend this. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
What else are you going to do?
Can I ask a question going back to the rental
Sure.
idea? So if somebody has I understand not letting them rent out the whole unit, but what if there's a senior in a place and they want to rent out a room, or they don't have a car and they want to rent out the parking spot? Are those also excluded, or is it just the rental of the whole place?
No, I would say renting out a room is a violation of this requirement. I think renting out a parking space would be their right. I mean, they're allowed to have, like, for example, if you use Breakwater as an example, they're allowed to have a caregiver if the caregiver meets strictly defined standards.
Okay. Are they not allowed to rent out a room in Breakwater?
No, they're not allowed to.
Breakwater.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. I mean, I understand your point, and I understand. And if somebody wanted to come to, no, I wouldn't even recommend that. It's a slippery slope because what happens is then people just start doing it willy-nilly. And how do you monitor it?
Right.
Especially in a beach community where, the ever-present risk is the Airbnb issue.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Google Airbnb or VRBO right now. There's about 500 available in Redondo.
Yeah.
So I think we've hit everything, and especially because council gave direction on those, the development standards of it being in line with the minimum or base unit, and then as well requiring that it has the same parking available. So
why don't you make a motion for us, Brandy?
I don't have that right.
Tell us what it might be for some council member to go along with.
And if I could just say one more thing, just for the minutes, I think the trade-off to get to that change was that rounding down creates a real benefit.
Yeah, right.
Right. And it's no more than loss of one unit.
Right.
It's just fractional.
Right. Here are the points. 2 to 9 units in lieu discounted fee. 10 plus units inclusionary. Fractional obligation round down on all at 10 units or more. Require that the units are consistent in size and finishes, at least as the base unit, and require the same parking, allows the owners to make improvements over time. Fulfillment, agree with the percentages. For rental covenant, as long as it's residential, no less than 75 years. Ownership covenant, ownership 55 years, and upon sale, the percentage affordability gap is returned to the city, and prohibit rental during the covenant period of the owner units unless it's a caregiver. And then extreme economic hardship definition included.
What was fractional ownership?
It was no, it was fractional obligation. That was that. Remember, we ended up rounding down instead.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Somebody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve as Brandy just read.
Second.
Okay. Look at that, man. This is good stuff, man. Kathy, you're a star.
Thank you.
You are the best consultant that I've seen come before this council.
Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Tell us when it's your opinion, and you just lay it out. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Yep. Or you can't do that, or you're going to get in trouble, or this works. This is, more reasonable. This is what I see. This is what I don't see. And we got our money's worth.
Oh, well, thank you.
Anyway, you can stop sharing your screen.
I will stop sharing my screen.
Go home after I take this vote. Is there any more public comment?
No, Mayor. No e-comments or Zoom. None.
That's amazing.
When is this coming back to us?
We will go and prepare the ordinance. We'll run it through the city attorney's office. And when we get to that point, we'll be able to, we'll have to determine if it goes in the zoning or if it's otherwise placed in the code, because if it goes to zoning, it'll have to go to the planning commission.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So,
but we're going to be working expediting it. So,
yeah. So the longest track is a few months, February or something.
Right.
The longest track. Okay. That's great. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenhut.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
I just can't believe this is such an important topic that nobody kind of showed up for it. This is really big. It's a big change.
It is. But every time I just say, hey, we're doing inclusionary zoning for affordable housing, like, what? What are you talking about? And so you explain it and they go, oh, okay, that sounds good, but it's not captivating like, a lot of things are. Anyway. Well, that's great.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Good job, everybody.
Yeah.
Good job.
On our way to something. Okay.
A lot of brain damage in one night.
Yeah. I think I accidentally closed out my agenda. Oh, jeez. Hang on one second. I got it right here. Okay. N3, discussion and possible action on revising the city's cap for developer in lieu park and recreation fees and other developer impact fees. It probably would have been good to have Kathy stay on for her opinion about this sort of thing, but maybe Brandy, you can lead this and explain to us.
Yeah, the city council had requested this companion item be included on the same agenda as the inclusionary to talk about the Quimby fees, and then as well any, looking at what the developer fees are. In the agenda packet, we provided the comparison of the Quimby fees for many nearby municipalities. Ours are at the top of the range. A lot of them are even, in the, the teens or even less than 10,000 in fees that are collected per dwelling unit. And then there was we provided the city's current fees, the current impact fees, which is the Quimby fee, the Park and Rec fee, which is, I think, more for the recreational programs, the school district, which I don't know if that's something that we set or if we can make those adjustments without coordinating with the school. And then there's the public art fee.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's, other fees that just come with, storm drain and the water capital fee.
Mm-hmm. The Quimby Act, when I read it some time ago, really the calculation in state code came out with a much higher number than we have. It was over $100,000 per unit, because they base it on land costs in whatever city you're in. Are you familiar with that at all, Brandy? I know it's...
Yeah, I looked at that. I looked at the staff report when this was increased just a few years ago. And, certainly it seems that it can be justified based on their calculation. That being said, what you want to evaluate is at some point, when does that become a hindrance to housing development?
Right. But it is a state law that, that's what you do and you can do it. And I remember that argument being made saying, why aren't you just following state law and doing what it allows, regardless of what other cities have done? And I will tell you, when I first started paying attention to what a Quimby fee was in 2004, we didn't have Quimby fees. And the staff were, hey, whoa, wait a minute, we're missing the boat here. And they crafted an ordinance to start collecting Quimby fees. And we were way behind everybody else at that time. But yeah, so anyway, I just wanted to put that into context. Council, and what is the balance in our Quimby funds right now? Does anybody know?
I don't know offhand because we do the BRR every year for the budget,
right.
But
right.
Then just generally, I think we bring in about $500,000 a year just on basic infill type of development.
Yeah, I think the answer there, Mayor, is that we probably have about $500,000, maybe 600,000 in fund balance, something like that, but we are prescribed for projects for most of them. So we are running fairly tight. That said, we still don't have planned collections from the Legato project of almost $900,000. And at some point, if the Galleria gets moving, the Quimby fees that will be collected from that side as well. So we have significant revenues on the horizon, but we have spent most of the Quimby balance that we have today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Councilmember Nairnhead.
All right, thank you, Mayor Brand. I brought this forward a couple of different reasons. One is when we first updated this in 2017, it was probably my second council meeting. And Rolf Strutzenberg actually came up with the math on it, and it said, if you want to price it for inflation, you need to go up to $88,000, I believe he said it was. I pulled the number out and we said 25 grand. And since that time, I've had a lot of learning on this council. I've seen a lot of comparison shopping from other cities. And while I see in the staff report the Quimby fees from other cities, what's severely lacking in all of these other cities are two very important pieces. One is, of course, the housing density of each of those cities. For instance, let's pick one, Downey or City of Torrance. Torrance is half of our density. You can literally fit the entire population of Redondo Beach plus 10,000 people inside of Torrance in order to get the same density. So they have a lot of open space they don't really need that much Quimby fees since they have all the open space. The second thing that is missing, and that's really, really important, is the net new production of housing. In Torrance, they don't produce as much housing as we do in Redondo Beach. So I would definitely look to easily double the Quimby fees to $50,000 on market rate housing to pay for new parks that we want to acquire, because we all know how expensive acquiring land is how expensive it's gotten, number one. Number two is maintenance of these parks. We're going through a lot of these facilities, and as Minister Wozzanski just said, we are prescribed 100% essentially. And number three is, one thing I'd like to do is have a graduated system where if it's an affordable unit, they don't have to pay the full $50,000. We can maybe keep it at $25,000. So that way, when HCD or any other agency comes towards us and says, you're increasing this, yeah, we're only increasing it for market rate housing. We're not increasing it for affordable housing. And that to me are the three major points that I have here. I look for staff to help see at all the parks, the expenses that we have moving forward, so that we can really sharpen our pencils, so to speak, to make sure that we get the most we can out of these fees, because we have a lot of projects moving forward that could take advantage of these Quimby fees, and we need the money. I mean, we don't have a pool in Redondo Beach. Other cities have a pool. We were just getting our first skate park. For most of the beaches has had their skate park for years. Manhattan Beach has had one for years. We need parks and open space. So I'm definitely a big fan of increasing this, easily doubling this. But I do realize we have to have a methodical reason as to why we're at these numbers. So yeah, those are my points on this. I'd listen to other people how to say.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
I actually just Googled my question, which is how can the money be used? But it seems like it can be used both for new parks and for rehabbing existing parks. I guess my question would be, to the extent the city has an opinion on it, when it says that rehabbing parks within the subdivision, do we use Quimby fees from, do we separate the region from which Quimby fees are paid?
Yes, we are sensitive to what that effectively means is that whatever facilities you're either improving or constructing have to serve the locale that generated the fee. How we have typically utilized Quimby fees is by applying the funds to regional facilities, citywide facilities that benefit all of our residents. So something like a citywide pool or a significant recreation facility that's unique to Redondo Beach, a teen center, those types of things qualify because eventually they serve all residents.
Like Perry Park and Andrews Park's two smallish parks.
Yeah, depending. If you're talking about the teen center at Perry Park, it would probably be an eligible source. If you're talking about just the play equipment at Perry Park, it is a regional facility, so we would look from the locations that would normally draw to that site. So we're generally okay. Wilderness Park is a great eligible use. It's a one-of-a-kind facility in our community. So we're able to apply it. Aviation Park's been a recipient, that kind of a thing, because it's something that serves all of the residents of the community.
Well, what Councilmember Nierenheim just said sounds reasonable to me. So I would go along with that unless somebody presents another compelling reason not to.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Well, I don't think there's anybody up here that wouldn't like more money for our parks. That's for sure. The irony is we just got done talking about inclusionary zoning to make housing more affordable. And now we're talking about doubling the Quimby fees. So I think it would be good. I mean, I thought 25,000 was a good start. I'd like to keep up with inflation because the cost of land and property has definitely gone up. I'm wondering if we could do this graduated so that, let's say, every new unit that is constructed below $800,000 stays at $25,000, but above that it's graduated, maybe $30,000. If you can do graduated. So like 800,000 to $1 million is 30,000. $1 million and one plus is 35,000. Whatever it is. I just I want the percentages. I don't want people to be paying an outrageous percentage. If somebody's paying $50,000 on an $800,000 unit, that's 6.25%. If they're paying $50,000 on a $2 million thing, that's 2.5%. If I'm not mistaken. So I think this should be proportional. The other thing is, I think I'm fine with raising it to some degree. I just think 50 is really excessive, and I agree with Nils about density, because also remember, with density comes not only more people using it, more people using it more often, right? Because there are fewer parks. The other thing is, let's be honest, this is really about maintenance. There's not a lot of open space that we can acquire in this area.
Well, I don't think Quimby fees can be used for maintenance. Is that correct, Mike?
No, they can.
They can be used for improvements.
Upgrades.
Space improvements.
Yeah, but not maintenance. There's a difference.
I meant maintenance. I'm sorry. I meant upgrades.
Yeah.
Sorry. So playground sets, for example.
Yeah.
Rehabbing of the aviation gym, things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think we couldn't use it for staff or paying electrical.
Yeah, I misspoke.
New Girl Scout house.
There you go. So I just think I get where Nils is going. I agree also, because the price of land has gone up and the price of everything, raw materials, everything has gone up. Playground sets are more expensive, everything. I just think we have to be careful when we do this, because we are putting us either on the backs of developers, which I have no issue with that really, or on homeowners. And it could be a combination of both. And I don't want to make a bad situation even worse. And it's not cheap to live here, that's for sure. But I also don't want to be so that it's so, cost prohibitive and penalizing to somebody who's in a lower, priced home that's being constructed, or apartment unit, that the rent's too high. I want to be careful with that. So whatever you guys decide to come up with, whether it's a graduated scale or just raising it, let's keep that in mind. Okay. So that's where I'm at.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
So when is Todd's comment begs the question, when is the Quimby fee assessed? Is it the time of pulling an occupancy permit, or is it at the time of first sale, or?
It's at the time that they pull the building permit.
Building permit. So the value that we know at that point is what? We don't know the value, do we?
No, they'll have a valuation for the project, because that's
a cost valuation or a market sale valuation.
I'd have to go back and look at our fee schedule, but I know that they definitely have that for because that's what the building permit fee is going to be based on.
I think it's a building valuation. That's not for market valuation, but I think it's indexed. Pull that material, Randy, from some kind of a state code, some kind of indexed.
Right, because then people could just start underestimating their or understating their construction costs, right?
Right.
And then we would exempt, obviously, affordable units, right? No Quimby fees applicable to affordable units.
I don't believe our current ordinance has an exemption right now. I think all units apply, I believe. I'm not sure.
It's also in the Quimby Act, right? So you'd have to read the Quimby Act, see if it has that flexibility.
I have to look at our ordinance. I know we've got it in the packet.
It's net new, Councilmember Obaji. So a lot of these places that get torn down, you go from 1 to +2 to have. Well, we haven't had any affordable units other than Avenue I.
All right, I don't have anything else. I'm just going to read the Quimby Act.
Yeah, have fun with that. It's not that hard to figure out. The value that is set, though, is based on current land values. And it's also, you have to have less than 3 acres of park per 1,000 residents, which we certainly are. And by the way, Assembly Member Kevin De Leon back in 2008 wrote, I think it was AB 31 or AB 41, It declared any city with less than 3 acres of park per 1,000 residents as critically underserved. That would be us as it pertains to park space. And that includes the beaches. And that includes the land under the power line. So we're definitely in that category. We included some areas that really wouldn't even normally be included in a park zone because that's not our land under the power lines. Anyway, any comments from the public? Oh, Christian Horvath. Sorry, Councilmember Horvath.
I wholeheartedly voted for this and agreed with our approach 4 years ago. I'm more in line with Todd here. I think jumping to 50,000 is excessive. I think we haven't even seen this play out with the 2 or 3 projects that have been quasi-approved, and I don't know if anybody, I don't think any of them have pulled, clearly none of them have pulled permits yet for building their structures. And so I don't know if they've kind of built into their numbers, the expectations of this previous change that we made. I'd be fine if there was some type of graduated approach or attached to inflation or indexed to CPI. I don't know what, but I don't think we made a big jump. We're at the high end of the spectrum. We're definitely, to Todd's point, we're not going to be purchasing land with these monies. If we want to create more parkland, we have to start re-looking at, can we repurpose roads into parks and make linear parks out of streets? And, that would change the dynamic of our city, but we already own that. If we really want to create more parks, we rethink the way our neighborhoods look. So yeah, I'm not going to go for 50,000. I just don't think that makes sense. But if there's discussion around some other approach to the comments made by Councilmember Lowenstein, I'm willing to entertain that.
Hey, Brandy, has Legato pulled their building permits yet?
Not yet.
So
they haven't, but we should note their entitlement predated our Quimby fee adjustment. So they're paying at the older rate.
They'll have the 7,500.
Yeah, which actually
7,500.
Yeah.
Why? I thought it was triggered by building permits.
That's what I thought you just said. Yeah.
No, that's when they actually pay the fee. They're subject to from a fee standpoint is what was on record at the time of entitlement. So it will apply to the Galleria project. It'll apply to the refinery project up at 190th. But it won't apply, does not apply to Legato based on the timing of their project approval.
So it's okay. So let's go back to when, I guess there's a point where they pay it and there's a point where it's set. Correct. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's set when the project is approved and it's paid when they pull their permits.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Naranine.
I wouldn't mind a graduated system at all. I see a lot of units being built at $3 or $4 million a piece, and their fees are set for something like this, the same amount that an $800,000 unit. But I haven't seen an $800,000 unit, at least in District 1, being built recently. Everything's well over $1 million. But the point's well taken. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that. And, inclusionary housing, affordable housing, keeping it as well on affordable housing units as well, because at the end of the day, everyone's using the parks. And like I said before, we are very dense. I was going to ask a question here regarding the formula about per population per acreage, but I think we don't need to include that. We just need to include the value of a house. Brandy, how would that look if we were to do that? Could we do that under the Quimby Act? Graduated system?
I would think so, but I'm not that familiar with the Quimby regulations to verify that. But I think it's just your cap has to be at or under what's justifiable per the regulation. So if what's justifiable is, if it was 88,000 and, and I want to say that the prior administrative report had, did say that it was, certainly 25,000 was well below that. It's just, let's see, annual revenue. Yeah. So we'd have to just make sure that whatever the maximum would be is within what the calculation is in the regulations.
Yeah. I mean, and I would add to that, just, look at the aviation park field. We're essentially leasing off our aviation park in order to pay for the field, because we can't even pay for the field. And look how heavily it gets used. So that to me is a perfect example in North Redondo there. We can't even pay for our own field to fix that field out of our own monies, because even though and it's getting used as heavily as it is. So that to me is a perfect example of why we need to be increasing these fees.
Yeah, I think as the mayor pointed out, I think the Quimby Act actually gives us the cover we would need to make any adjustments. It's really, how do you want to set the schedule? And if we go with the valuation approach, we would come back to you with a scale that we would recommend, and we would have to eventually notice like fee hearing.
All right, so I'll make a motion then to say affordable housing units and units $800,000 or less shall remain at $25,000. Market rate between 801 and 1.5 million to go to say 35,000, and then above 1.5 above 1.5 million to charge $45,000 per new unit.
Almost seems regressive.
I have a better idea when you get to this stage.
I mean,
we also need a little bit more information too. And whatever ordinance you propose, you should have a lot of whereases in there. Whereas the Quimby Act allows us to do this, that, and the other thing, and this is the max. Whereas we're park poor at less than 3 acres per 1,000 residents. Whereas our population is growing, and whereas this is the value of the land, and this is how we did our calculation. Whereas this is what we could charge. So just so that it's quite clear to everybody, because I don't doubt for one single solitary second this is going to raise a flag at HCD. Not that I'm afraid of HCD, but
and Bill, all I'm looking to do right now is create a platform for staff to look at and say, yeah, okay, we can support these numbers, for us to agree to these numbers, and then come back. We can finalize the numbers and massage them. Hey, maybe they come back and say, no, we can easily do $10,000 more on each one, or maybe you can only go $5,000 more, $30,000. That's what I'm looking to do, is to give them directions so that they know what we're looking for about in a range.
Why don't you just do this? Just say everything under $1 million is $25,000. Everything above that, it's 0.025%.
How many units are being constructed under $1 million, over $1 million? Right?
Well, there's going to be, things like Breakwater Village, although that happens to be affordable, but other places like that. There's not a lot. That's the thing about it. But this is fairly fair. If you go, $2 million, it's $50,000. You could continue it up to $3 million, then put a cap on it. And just that's it. Beyond that, which is a lot of money, no doubt, $75,000 and $3 million. But
and it is, and I think if you could give us some flexibility, because building valuations, if we go through the code and the process we use to generate permit fees today, what the numbers you're thinking of are what they cost when they hit the market after speculation of the like. The building valuation rates might be significantly lower than that.
Right.
Construction costs of a new unit might be, $700,000, and it might go on the market for $1.5 million or something. So we would need some flexibility to adjust, on a scale basis, if you're comfortable.
Okay.
I'll make a substitute motion.
I hitting a second, so go for it.
All right. Well, first I'd like to say that I think we got to get out of the mind that we cannot expand our open space. And here in District 4, we acquire a property that's got only one unit on it. We can turn it into a community garden. Actually, just reading the Quimby Act, they at some point they amended it to include community gardens as a possible park use. So I do agree that we should push up our Quimby revenue because we're so park poor and because we seemingly can't pay for ourselves to replace a field and the like in our own city without either a windfall from refinancing our CalPERS obligations or partnering up with a private sports developer. So my motion would be to ask staff to come back with a Quimby fee, revised Quimby fee schedule that's graduated and based on the developer's cost estimate for the development and would result in a net increase of Quimby fees collected for the city. But not totally deter private development or squash affordable housing in Redondo Beach, new housing in Redondo.
Would the assumption be that we're staying with 25 being the minimum, right? That's
yes, we're not going down from that. It seems to work, right?
It's yeah. As soon as we collect some of these checks, it's going to work great.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so there's, and I think in the whereas it should be, this is not being orchestrated as a barrier to housing. This is orchestrated because we are less than 3 acres per 1,000 residents per park poor, and it's been going down because our population's been growing and we haven't added any new parks. So it's just been getting worse and worse and worse and worse. But this is not a barrier to housing. This is just trying to meet our somewhat, and not to the full extent, our quality of life needs as it pertains to parks and open space. We're already falling short. So anyway, Councilmember Narenheim. Did you have another comment or you just left your hand up by accident?
Yeah, real quick, can we get, Mike, is there a way to calculate Rolf had, 3%, you extrapolate that, it should be $88,000, right? And that was 4 years ago. Is there a way to calculate what the fee could be today based on our current?
Yeah. We'll run that analysis. We'll make sure that cap is established and that whatever our proposed valuation schedule is well within that threshold.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's another whereas. We're only proposing a 30% of what the cap is, or whatever the percentage is.
Given our local circumstances, right?
Mm-hmm. But they can change the Quimby Act. State legislature can change the Quimby Act.
They could.
Okay. Any more comments from the public? There haven't been any.
Yeah, Mayor, there are no e-comments or Zoom comments for this item.
Okay, I'll do a roll call vote then. Is it clear what the motion is? Brandy, Mike, everybody? Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember Imdi.
No.
No. Okay. You want to give a reason or just no?
I agree with the fact that it was the graduated. I really appreciated that. I just think that it was we just did it this long ago, and we haven't got our HCD back, and you're not afraid of them, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to get our housing element, and I don't need to give them another case. We could have maybe tied it to instead of just doing a straight amounts of $1 million for the house. We don't know how much houses are going to be later. And I think it should have been tied to some kind of an index of some kind, but things like that. That's all. But we'll come back and we can talk about it some more.
Yeah. When is our housing element coming back, you think, Brandy?
They're doing their review. We got it to them, well before the October 15th date. So we're just awaiting their comments. So if there's any adjustments that we need to make, we can bring it back to you.
I believe it's 90 days.
If they have minor adjustments, and we make those and we approve it, then it goes back and they certify it, or how's that work?
Unless they have some, unless that didn't address what their issue is, it just depends on what their comments are. But we've already had so much back and forth with them back in July, even before, we finalized a draft to get to the Planning Commission and Council. So we just don't know what additional comments they might have.
Okay, well, what's the quickest this could happen?
They could get us something tomorrow that says it's certified.
Okay, well, that's the next
thing. That would be the
thing.
quickest.
So you're expecting either more comments, what about this and that, to make adjustments and send it back, and then hopefully get certified, and that would be a couple of months, 3 months.
Yeah. And Brandy, isn't that certification conditioned though on future?
We expect it to be
approval?
A conditioned certification, conditioned on approval, voter approval.
Voter approval of zoning changes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Great. All right. So there we go. So next item is item P1, receive and file presentation for the proponents of the Redondo Beach Cannabis Regulation Initiative. So we're going to give these guys time. We ought to give the people doing the statewide initiative time to explain it. So anyway, with that, who's leading this? And it is now 10:15.
We're still here, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we usually make a decision at this time about how late we're going to go, but how long do you think your presentation is going to take?
Oh, we're scheduled for 30 minutes, but like midway through the presentation, I was going to kind of offer to go a little bit, make it more engaging and like do Q&A during the presentation rather than after the fact.
So 15 minutes, can you do that?
Yeah. Can you do 15 minutes? And then, I think the best, information will be from the back and forth of.
Short and sweet, and you'll keep the residents' attention if you make it short and sweet.
We'll make it short and sweet because that's what you guys want. So that's what we'll do.
Yeah, it's 10:15. So sorry, got everything longer than we thought. But go ahead.
You want me to present it? Just kind of. That way. A lot of I don't want to waste the time on some of the slide. So the way I do, Natasha, you slide Sharon. So I make the presentation kind of stand alone. That's just kind of from my background, being a consultant. So the presentation kind of speaks for itself. So what I'll do then is focus on going fast, efficient. The presentation's there. You guys have it. And then we can, like you said, focus on the Q&A. And I'll already just focus on the measure. But I do want to give you guys the background on who we are, what we're doing here. First and foremost, thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff, residents of the city. We greatly appreciate this opportunity to present the Redondo Beach Cannabis Regulation and Public Safety Measure. Next slide, Natasha. So this is going to be the agenda. I can go fast too, so get ready. Next slide, please, Natasha. So look, the purpose and intent of the measure here is to basically just provide access, but do so in a way that has strict regulations, protects the city's neighborhoods, residents from any negative impacts associated with the cannabis industry, particularly cannabis dispensaries. The measure creates 3 commercial cannabis business permits for retailers, and then uses this very high quality, high level objective standards for selecting the best applicants. Just so you understand who we are, we don't want to hide the ball. So we have the proponent. His name is Sam Nicosia. He's a resident of the city. The organization running this measure is a nonprofit called the Economic Development Reform Coalition of Southern California. And that's being backed by 2 really well-established cannabis companies, Tradecraft Farms and Catalyst Cannabis Co. Point I want to emphasize right at this point, go back, Natasha, thank you. So this is not like the typical, I know there's probably stories out there. We're not here to jam you up and give you some really just crappy measure. This measure is a gold standard. It's being backed by gold standard advocates and companies. And it's going to result in the city having gold standard operations within its jurisdiction. Next slide, Natasha. So I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide because I know we want to go fast. But just so you kind of understand the background here, the reason why we're looking at the city of Redondo Beach is because the strong passions of Proposition 64. It was 65% in the city of Redondo Beach. And look, this is about big picture policy stuff. There's a nonprofit backing this. And the cannabis industry is just really a vehicle for creating municipal revenue and good, well-paying middle-class jobs. Next slide, Natasha. Sorry, got stuck for a moment here. All right, so I'm not going to go too far into the companies. The point of the showing the companies is, again, we're not trying to hide the ball. We want to show you who's backing this, and who's backing this is really reputable, well-established cannabis companies that have a lens towards community engagement and being integrated within the community. The slide speaks for itself. Catalyst Cannabis Co., that's the other company. Again, the slide speaks for itself. I just present my background. I really don't like talking about myself or bragging, but I just want you guys to know I'm the author of this measure. I worked with these companies. We worked with the local community to try to come up with a measure that really made sense for the city of Redondo Beach. And I've been drafting measures since the cannabis industry has really functioned this way with licensing and regulations. And you don't get to keep writing measures unless you write good measures. So again, just to reemphasize the point that you're getting a gold standard measure here, we're not here to just jam you up, throw some just really crappy measure, because if I do that, I don't get to draft measures in other cities. And that's really kind of the goal for my client, and then also the nonprofit organization that my client is backing and funding. Next slide. So this is the detailed measure review. Like I said, so this was originally designed to be kind of timed. My preference here would be to just make this engaging. If you have questions about things that come up now, let's just talk about them right at the point that the subject matter is being discussed, rather than hold the Q&A at the end. That's going to make my presentation go longer. I'm going to go over the 15 minutes, but I think it'll be more engaging and better suited that way. So, to be technical about it, I'd like to make a motion here to just either have the presentation time extended or just have, like I said, an open discussion about the content of the measure.
You don't get to make motions, do you?
Yeah, man.
I heard other or requests to make a motion. I saw your council meeting on October 5th, and I saw speakers, they would ask for more time. I guess, okay, I'm respectfully requesting.
Well, we're giving you a presentation, Damien, so we don't let people come and give a presentation. So you're getting a major solid just by having this. But we've got some questions already, and so I don't know. It just seems like the conversation would flow from that. I'm certain of that. So you'll get everything in by taking questions, and it'll be much more engaging.
Sounds great. Okay, so we're just going to go through kind of each of the big picture components of the measure. Next slide, Natasha. Thank you. So just in broad strokes, back one, Natasha. Yeah, there we go. So in broad strokes, this just creates a commercial cannabis business permit program. The program has the opportunity to permit all facets, all forms of commercial cannabis activity, cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, testing, retail sales, including delivery. The measure preserves the city's current setup with personal use and personal cultivation, the ability for qualified patients to receive medical cannabis deliveries. But once the retailers licensed under this measure are operational, then it would be the expectation that the licensed cannabis businesses in the city handle the medical cannabis deliveries. In addition to the commercial cannabis permit, businesses are required to possess a variety of other permits as well. Next slide. Okay, so this is a slide I'm going to spend a little more time on than the first one. The main point here is, we all watched the city council meeting on October 5th. One of the points that were being made, kind of to negate or be negative towards the measure, is that this measure really erodes or takes away local control. That's not really the case. What's being kind of set from this measure is that provision, allocation, and license, meaning that we're going to have 3, the zoning, and then the application process. The rest is really up to the city council or the city manager. So the measure itself, the current content of the measure, doesn't put anything regarding any licenses for cultivation, manufacturing, or distribution. That's all left to the absolute discretion of the city council. And then the ongoing oversight of the businesses is left in the hands of the city manager. And then the city manager has regulatory authority to implement the application process and provide operational oversight, provide additional operational requirements in the measure. So next slide, Natasha. So the zoning and buffer. So look, I know we watched the city council meeting, so we know where the city council was kind of looking for. The way we do zoning, we just work off your current policies and we work off the state law buffers. So we just zone this in all the commercial zones that were not, except for the pedestrian zones, because we don't think it's a good pedestrian kind of business. Don't want people walking up. And then with that, there are 3 sensitive uses considered by the state, typically in the cannabis industry. It's schools, daycare centers, and youth centers. The normal default buffer at the state level is 600 feet. We've increased that substantially here with the measure, put schools up to 1,000 feet and daycares up to 1,000 feet as well. In addition to that, the measure's application procedure awards additional points for proposed retailers being even further away from schools and daycares, in this case, 1,500 feet. These are the biggest buffers probably you'll see anywhere in the state from a local ordinance regarding the regulation of the cannabis dispensaries. One point I do want to emphasize, and just to address a point that was brought up at the city council meeting, I know there was like, hey, can we do buffers from like walking paths, path of travel? We try to avoid that because what we want to do is we want to create certainty for everyone so that everybody can look at this measure and instantly know where cannabis dispensaries can be or cannot be. So the measure locks in the sensitive uses and measures from the parcel line. So I'm about to show you maps. Next slide, Natasha. These are the maps. That's it. Like, it's very certain, very predictable, and that's by design. So you'll see here, we're in the 5th district. The only zoning is the off Manhattan. There's some shopping centers off Manhattan Beach Boulevard and Inglewood Boulevard. That's it. That's the 5th district. Next slide, Natasha. So here we're down in the 4th district now. The only zoning available for cannabis dispensaries are off Artesia and Inglewood. This little patch of buildings that I'm pointing out. Oh, my mouse doesn't show. Nevertheless, you can see it. It's the only open area. It's even skinnier in the 3rd district. There's basically just like 4 parcels. Keep in mind that this is the base map. It doesn't include the fact that to get max points in the application scoring process, you got to be 1,500 feet away. Next slide, Natasha. Here we are in the 2nd district, and then we just have the body glove area, or sorry, the few patch of buildings in the body glove business off Catalina. Next slide, Natasha. And now we're on the 1st district, and you can see just the little shopping center area at the very end of PCH. That's it. That's the zoning. That's the only places that cannabis dispensaries can be. And like I said, it gets even tighter in the application scoring. Next slide, Natasha. The application process and selection criteria. So look, this is a kind of a combination of being expeditious to tap into the value of the cannabis industry versus on one hand, and then being really high standard on the other hand. This is a very technical paper application that is not for the faint of heart. This is the same application procedure that was in the city of El Monte for our ordinance there. And I can tell you, having put together multiple applications in that city, is not for the faint of the heart. Next slide, Natasha. The most important part is these are the highest standards that you'll see in any cannabis ordinance anywhere in the state, because we think the city of Redondo Beach deserves it for the actual awarding of permits. So you can see the bullet points on the bottom half of the slide. The things that you have to do to get the maximum points and to win a license in the city of Redondo Beach under this measure are higher than anywhere else in the state. You have to provide the demonstrable operational success by showing that you generated revenue in another jurisdiction. The site is evaluated. You have to submit detailed plans. You have to submit detailed operational procedures, SOPs. We award applicants for providing community benefits. This is where the social equity comes in. And in addition to that, 2% allocation of gross revenue to public use, which is parks, schools in the city. And then because the cannabis industry is still kind of emerging from this dark phase, the HR practices, the employment practices are really kind of like dinosaur age. So we award applicants for having really high standard, really high level operational practice or labor practices and standards. Next slide, Natasha. Operational requirements. So what you received here is the highest level operational standards that you'd see in any reputable ordinance found anywhere in the state. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about it because it's so much content. This is a highly regulated business, and this measure respects that fact. And this, as you can see by the numerous sections on operational requirements in this measure, it keeps this the highest possibly regulated business in this city of Redondo Beach. Moreover, I'll just reemphasize the fact that the city manager can develop additional operating requirements to protect public health safety and welfare. Next slide, Natasha. Just so as far as enforcement is concerned, the city manager is, like I said, responsible for implementing this measure. He and his designees can revoke a permit for material violations. We do let, the measure does allow transfer of locations, but it still is going to be on that very tight map. And it does allow transfer of permits, but it doesn't allow folks to game the system, because whatever points that they received in the application process, the transferee in the first 3 years would have to keep those points as well. Public material violations are a public nuisance. And then as far as controlling the illegal or illicit market, there's strict liability on all persons involved in unlicensed cannabis operations, particularly landlords. Next slide, Natasha. Litigation mitigation. So look, we just want to be frank and honest with you. So by moving and allowing cannabis business backwards, thank you. By allowing cannabis businesses via kind of a limited permit situation like the measure does, which is very common, which most cities want, it's understandable, rather than the free market, the city is in the business. They're going to be selecting the winners and losers. So there's going to be aggrieved losers. That's probably going to happen. Furthermore, this is going to be very novel for city staff. There's nothing you can do about that. It hasn't happened before. Not saying it's going to happen here, but I can say it has happened in other jurisdictions where I've worked. Sometimes city staff makes mistakes. So when we look at the measure, we focus really on kind of litigation mitigation rather than elimination. So first and foremost, the winning applicants are required to indemnify the city and pay any legal bills for licensing related litigation. I'm experiencing that in the city of El Monte. There's ongoing litigation there every month because we won one of the permits there. We get sent a bill and we owe 1/6 of it. Additionally, we call this kind of the litigation safety valve in the event that there's like a lawsuit that has real legitimacy, because let's say there was just an honest mistake that was made. The measure provides the ability for a court to order the city council to issue another license to make the litigation go away. Because anybody litigating under this measure is just going to want the same thing. They're just going to want their license. They're not looking to get damages from the city. And the measure doesn't really allow that anyhow. But a court can say, hey, give that person a license, make them whole, and then get the litigation behind you. Next slide. Fees and taxation. So first and foremost, what I want to emphasize here is that this measure does not prevent you from taxing cannabis business. This is a regulatory measure. It's absolutely silent on the issue of taxation. So on that note, today, our team filed the Redondo Beach Cannabis Taxation Essential Services Measure, which provides for a 5% tax on all commercial cannabis activity. So in the city of El Monte, we did something similar. And we're open to supporting any kind of alternative tax. This is really just kind of a proposal to show you that can work, how you can tax it. But if you want to come up with a counter proposal, our team has happily support it. That happened in the city of El Monte. The city there adopted our regulatory measure, and then they put their own tax on the ballot because they didn't like our tax. And our team got behind it. We put together a bunch of mailers. It was a special tax, so we had to go over the 66.67% threshold. It got, I believe, at least 70%, I think 72% if my memory serves me correctly. Another point I want to emphasize, there's no cost. This is cost neutral to the city. All the costs of the city will be collected through application fees. And as I already mentioned previously, in the application standards for selecting winning applicants, the measure rewards applicants for making a 2% allocation of revenue to public uses within the city. Next slide, Natasha. Okay, just to be upfront and tell you how things are going with the signature gathering. Look, this team is super experienced and has done this in multiple jurisdictions at this point. I've mentioned El Monte. We passed the ballot measure in the city of Vista. So we already have a professional signature team on the ground gathering signatures as we speak. The team's goal is to gather 5,500 to 6,000 signatures. The threshold requirement is 4,800. The reason why we're collecting so many signatures is because one, to make sure we have validity. Two, to show the broad support for the measure. Thus far, we've gathered 1,675 signatures with a 95% validity rate. Moreover, our signature gatherers at the doors, they have a 70% conversion rate, which means that 7 out of 10 doors they knock on somebody's home, the person ends up signing the petition to support the measure. It's seemingly very popular. I don't think it surprises anybody given the strong passage of Proposition 64 in the city. Next slide. That's it.
All right. Okay. Good job, Jimmy, ripping through that right at 15
Thank you.
minutes.
My pleasure, Mr. Mayor.
You talk loud. I had to turn my volume down.
I'm sorry about that.
It's
I was in
okay.
the Navy, so I learned to give. I did intel briefs, so you have
And
to.
you're a lawyer, and there's
big
no
voice.
stuttering. So, anyway, because you just talked about signature gathering, are you guys managing the signature gathering, or did you hire somebody to do that?
We've hired Groundworks. Just like I said, we're an open book. We hired Groundworks. We have a signature gathering team in El Segundo. We're initially that's why I kind of started a little slow. So we had our own internal signature gathering team started in El Segundo. They're eventually going to flex to Redondo Beach. We just didn't like the progress that they were making. So we went ahead and called in Groundworks, which is a consultant, a company that we have experience working with previously and has been very successful for us.
When is your deadline?
I believe it's 6 months. George, you on the line?
Yes.
Yeah,
George,
it's 6 months. I was just curious if you knew the actual date. Probably, 5 months from now.
Well,
right?
I mean, so just on that night, you can see the disclaimer on the bottom of the slide here. Look, we do things really professional, really by the book. So our election attorney from Kaufman Legal, I believe is on the presentation. His name is George Yen. He's a partner of Kaufman Legal. And he can give you the exact date. I have him to give the exact date, so I don't have to remember it, but he has it. But we think we're going to hit our target as early as the first week of December.
How much are you paying your signature gatherers?
The total cost of the contract here in the city of Redondo Beach, I believe, is $171,000.
So they gave you a fixed rate. We'll get you the signatures for $171,000.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So they've been going around saying that the community has sent them out to get these signatures, quote unquote, the community. That has no legal meaning, but it does mislead people to think that, the police organized this or something, or the city organized this. So, your signature gatherers should not be representing themselves as the community. I mean, hey, look, I've been involved in many signature drives. I was involved in 2 referendums, actually 3. Probably 3, at least 3 initiatives. So I know all about signature gathering. One, we had to do it again because we came up short when the county recorder went and validated it. So we went out and did it again. So what the signature gatherers say has a big impact on whether people sign or not. So it's disingenuous to have your signature gatherers misleading people in the fact that it's like the community. No, it's paid for by, your group. And that's who's paying for it. So in full disclosure. Anyway, you can stop sharing your screen because I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions. Damien?
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Mayor, thank you for informing us that we'll get it corrected immediately.
Yeah, and one of them got into some private complex and just kind of played dumb. That's what a lot of signature gatherers do. They what do you call it? Piggyback through security to get into a big apartment complex and start knocking on doors. So that's trespassing. Anyway, next we got everybody's got their hand up. So you're going to have a vibrant discussion and I'm sure there'll be public comment.
I have other folks here too as well. So they
yeah.
as well.
I'll start with Christian Horvath, and after Councilmember Horvath, we'll go to Councilmember MD.
Yeah, a handful of comments and questions here. So first of all, your signature gatherers did come to my door and they outright lied to my wife and I. They did stress that they were from representing the city and that they were doing this so that they would raise monies for police and fire. That was within the first 10 seconds of their spiel. So no, I think your signature gatherers are being disingenuous and I have no problem sending them away and letting other people know. And it's not just my house. I've heard this from plenty of residents who have also communicated the same thing. So let me ask you this. You mentioned that, you're not trying to jam up the city and that that this measure is supportive of local control. But I'm curious, a ballot measure, if it was to pass, the ballot measure reigns supreme. The city council has no ability to change that unless another ballot measure is put on. So I think it's also completely disingenuous to say that, your ballot measure that you wrote for you and your partners would maintain the local control that our city clearly has a lot of pride in, if you've really been watching our meetings. So
can I respond to that?
What's that?
Can I respond to that particular point?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's that's legally accurate in a vacuum, but if the measure specifically delegates certain sections and certain responsibilities and policies to the city council and the city manager, that's no longer legally accurate. So like, as I mentioned in the presentation, the measure does delegate the development of all policy items associated with cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing to the city council. So you have that say on that.
No, you said it was to the city manager.
Well, part of it's so the policies for those uses are to the city council, and then the implementation of the ordinance or the measure itself and the ongoing monitoring and enforcement against the businesses is the responsibility of the city manager as declared in the ordinance or in the measure. So it does by law, and I'm actually very familiar with that area of law, and that's why we designed it that way. It does provide a great deal of local control. It certainly does not take the full hand away from the city council, and it certainly does not from the city manager. I mean, in my opinion, it just wouldn't even exist or even make sense without that involvement from the city council and the city manager. And like I said, the city manager has regulatory authority on operational requirements, on implementation of the application procedure, and most importantly, enforcement. So that part, I can't speak to the signature gatherers. And like I said, we'll take this information that you've provided, same as the mayor as well. We don't want to create that impression. That's not our goal here. I mean, we are really trying to come in peace with this. I hope that you treat it sincerely. That is the goal. And the measure language, in my opinion, and like I said, written by my hand, ultimately reflects that. There is a lot of policy items here that is ultimately left to the city council, and a lot of implementation and enforcement and regulations that are left to the city manager.
I appreciate that you say you're coming in peace, but I've also seen videos of your partner, and he does not seem to come in peace with any jurisdiction that does not agree with you 100%. I think, when you talk about the way you...
Can I respond to that point as well?
No,
every jurisdiction that we enter, we operate
floor right now. I have the floor right now, so you can wait. I think you're using that language and your perception of what local control is to distract us and or our residents from the fact that you are taking control from the city and how many retail licenses we can expand or decrease if we want. We would have no say in the selection process. That's all been set up by you, and it has an opportunity to heavily favor you and your companies. So I think, there's some confusion maybe, and I'll respectfully disagree with your comments. But let me ask you this. The city council, you said you watched our October 5th meeting, and we unanimously voted to explore creating our own ordinance. So clearly we are already headed down that path. So my question would be, why are you persisting in imposing your voter initiative on the city when the city clearly is already moving in that direction?
Well, for one, I would say that our ballot measure is what got the city to start moving in that direction in the first place.
I would disagree again.
Okay, well, I have the floor now, and I'm going to speak. And to be fair, you guys
Mr. Martin, you don't determine when you have the floor. You had 15 minutes. And in fact, I don't know why Councilmember Horvath is asking you questions. People should be commenting, move forward, and then make a decision on what to do other than a few questions. Christian, I'm going to give you a hard time. But we'll be here all night if we keep asking Mr. Martin a bunch of questions and extrapolating, and we will be here all night. So
I'll just
15 minutes. Let's keep questions to a minimum and keep moving.
Yeah, I'll just let him finish answering this question then. I have plenty, but go ahead.
Can you restate the question?
The question was, we are already moving down the path to developing an ordinance. So why continue to push your voter initiative and then file a second voter initiative as you did today?
Okay, so the second, so first and foremost, so like I said, I do believe that to be the case. The steering committee has been going on for like 3 years. It's a very long time to be debating policy on something that your residents approved by 65%. On that note, some of the policy items that you're going to just further delay things. So you've expressed a preference for CUPs and development agreements. We're in Riverside County and they have a similar regime. So we were selected as the winning applicants in Riverside County in early 2019. And now we're still in almost the end of 2021 going through the process. So look, I'll just say it. Our policy is better. That's probably nobody wants to hear that, but I just say it. As far as the tax measure is concerned, that is really mostly a suggestion, and because it was really brought on by the motivation that word is getting around that somehow our regulatory measure somehow blocks the city's ability to tax the cannabis industry. So the measure was really filed as the tax measure was kind of filed as an offer, a suggestion, a proof that opinion and that take is an incorrect take. And like I said in the presentation, and this still stands, if the city council wants to come up with an alternative tax regime or tax measure, whether it be a special tax, our team is going to support it and be strong advocates for it, especially if you want to do something that's a special tax that's going to require the 66.67% threshold. That's it.
Okay. I have plenty of other questions, but I'll yield the floor.
Thank you, Christian. Councilmember MD.
You know, you have a good point, Mr. Mayor. I think there's a lot of people been waiting a long time, and I'll reserve my comments till after and let them speak.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, Mr. Martin, so you made a lot of statements like the city manager can do this, can regulate that. I don't know if you saw the look on our city manager's face in the last agenda item. He's already overworked. It's only his negative 5 days on the job. We don't have people to do all this. We don't have the money to do all this. And your ordinance did not come with a general tax. Isn't that correct?
The ordinance does not propose a general tax.
Okay.
The measure
and then hold on. You talk about we have a highly regulated with enforcement, strict liability, but that requires either the police, code enforcement, or the city attorney to take action, right?
Yeah, but any
okay, and hold on. Thank you. That was a yes answer. The rest of it's non-responsive, and you're not giving us any money to fund the police, the city attorney, or anybody to take these actions, right?
That's not accurate, because the program is cost neutral, it pays for itself. So the way that you get additional funds for those things that are related to the implementation of the program itself is through fees.
And there's a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow, correct? Every
city we've worked in has made money from doing this.
And then you put in the ordinance actually that there is express liability, or there's a remedy available that if somebody sues us, that they can get a cannabis license awarded to them as a product of that lawsuit. Isn't that correct?
It's only correct if a judge determines to do that as a judicial remedy, because the lawsuit has merit.
Everybody an incentive to sue us in the hopes that they're going to find that judge who's overworked is like, oh, yep, let me grant this application. Oh, just you can file a bunch of lawsuits and somebody's going to grant somebody a license, right?
That's not been my experience dealing within the city of El Monte. Most of the lawsuits there.
And if you don't get your way, you don't get the ordinance passed, then your guys, the people backing you with hundreds of thousands of dollars, plan to sue the city of Redondo Beach. Isn't that correct?
No, that's not the plan at all. The plan would be.
Have you ever sued a city before for a license?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, exactly. All right, and finally, I'll make a motion to file and receive this report and provide direction to the city attorney to look at the election code to see if they have violated the election code in their misrepresentations to the residents as they've gone door to door representing themselves to be campaigning on behalf of the community.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Obaji, second by Councilmember MD. Anything else?
Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah, I knew Mike was going to come on.
Thank you.
I was waiting for that hand. I really literally scrolled down looking for your hand.
Put my jacket back on, but
it's a motion to file and receive and to direct the city attorney to look into if they've engaged in any violations of the California election code relative to the substantiated alleged misrepresentations to residents regarding the fact that they are campaigning and soliciting signatures on behalf of the community.
Can I suggest that the police be that any complaints be forwarded to the police, and that the city prosecutor unit will evaluate it, because I have to remain impartial, because if Mr. Martin's initiative qualifies with the number of required signatures, I likely will have to write an impartial analysis. And so I want to divide those two roles, if that's okay.
All right. Yeah. So I just ask any offended residents to go ahead and make that complaint.
You have to amend your motion.
So my motion is just file and receive.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, is the seconder okay with just receive and file?
Yes.
Yes.
Laura, I guess it was Laura. Yeah.
It was Laura, not me.
Great. Councilmember Nerino.
Yeah, thank you. So let's go back to the lawsuits real quick, because this is important. How many lawsuits have you filed against cities?
Oh, let me see. Me personally, City of Pasadena and the City of El Monte. My client, and look, we're not going to hide the ball. I mean, I'd like to be able to talk about those lawsuits and give some context to them.
No, it's okay. Just how many lawsuits have you filed?
Santa City. So, Costa Mesa. So me personally, Costa Mesa, El Monte, Pasadena.
Okay.
My
And your
client, San Bernardino, Morro Bay, Bellflower, Vista. Any more? State of California, State of Missouri.
Okay. Those are outside of California. So, all right. Your lawsuits protections that you have in place. I mean, the fact that you have in here, you can sue and get something, get a license. It just doesn't make any sense. And who can apply for a license? Anyone can apply for a license, you're going to say, but you've written this in such a narrowly tailored fashion that your clients are going to have the leg up, essentially, is what is going to happen. And you are essentially your clients themselves have said that they've already leased out space in the hopes that this will be moving forward. So how is that in the best interest of the community?
Well, the reason why my clients have a leg up in the measure is because it's not my clients plural, it's only one client, is because they're such high standard operators. And on the point about the lawsuits and the litigation, and I've just reiterated, every place that my client is open and operated, the city absolutely loves us. They love us being there. We run really great operations that are really community integrated, and they love us. You can reach out to the city manager of Bellflower. That's the city we sued. He'll have nothing but nice things to say about us. You can reach out to the city manager of the City of El Monte. She'll have nothing but nice things to say to us. I could go on and on. But
Yeah, no, that's good. That's all I need to know about, because it's all about the lawsuits. At the end of the day, this is a very litigious world, and you're filing lawsuits left and right, which is not a good look. And you're going around. Listen, I've collected signatures in this community. No one has ever once went around, never told anyone that I was saying the wrong thing or I was saying untruths about anything. And we collected over 7,000 signatures on one ballot measure alone. So it just doesn't sit well with me. I'll just be honest with you. Councilmember Abaji's motion, I understand what he wants to pull off, but you guys are gonna be out there saying a bunch of things, but to the community to get signatures. But at the end of the day, it's just not gonna resonate with the community. People want to hear the truth. You're not telling it to them right now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, Damien, I had the exact same experience. On Saturday, somebody came by my house. She said she was from the community. I said, how much is this going to generate in taxes? She said, millions. I said, read the last part. It says the initiative does not impose a tax on cannabis businesses, but they get points. That's not millions of dollars. And why are you giving it to public schools? I love public schools. I served on the school board. That's not the city. That's a completely different entity. Or public parks. This is not how you go about regulating cannabis. Can you put up the map of District 2 again? Damien, could you share that? Or Natasha?
Yes, we're doing it right now.
Thank you. There you go. So I live on Lucia. I actually technically, if my area was a commercial zone, you can have a dispensary on my street. There are kids that live on my street that are 15, 16 years old. You're allowing dispensaries like 200 to 300 feet from their houses. That's it. I have a 15-year-old daughter. I have a 19-year-old daughter. You're basically allowing this within a couple hundred feet of people's houses based on this map. You know, you mentioned the threshold, the 66.7 or 66, the 2/3 vote, basically, that requires an election. So when you say that it isn't going to cost us anything, you realize that we'd have to run an election. That is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's staff time, it's attorney time. So I'm not sure why you said that, because you guys just filed another initiative, one I understand today, putting a 5% initiative, 5% tax onto initiative. You followed it with the clerk. So why didn't you put it in the original? I don't understand why you didn't do that. Is it because you got feedback that wasn't the case? Because no, I really don't know. Maybe you can answer that question for me.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, so what's that?
I thought you were saying.
No, I'm not muted. Oh,
I'm finished with the map. Thank you.
No, yeah, stop screen sharing the map. No, I mean, the ultimate hope is that you would like this policy, because again, we didn't draft it with the intent that you would dislike it. And that once it came with the high level of signatures that it has, and knowing the certainty with which it would get passed at the ballot, is that you would choose to adopt it.
Would choose to adopt what?
Once the ballot measure qualifies, the city council has two options. One, they could place it on the next ballot. If it were to go on the ballot, you want to put it on a special election, I'm fairly certain that the backers of the measure would be interested in paying for it. Alternatively, it could just go in the general election that's coming up in November 22. But even beyond that, you know, our desire and hope, again, you know, all this stuff is new to me, that how much you guys apparently dislike this thing. Is that
you know why, Damien? Is because I can tell you one reason why the people aren't so ecstatic about it is we didn't know. I was ambushed by this. So I think you made a grave mistake by ambushing people that are representatives of the community by not even approaching us. The first time I talked to anybody from your organization was after October 5th. And what that person said to me was, the reason you guys are putting this on the ballot is because, quote, the city manager is laying on their ass and not doing anything about it. And this is to push us towards it.
I definitely didn't
That's
say
what
that,
they told me. I'm not making that up.
Okay. In any case,
but that's probably the case, because you're doing it in other places. So I'm just saying, I'm not asking for a response on that. I'm just saying that's what they told us.
Oh, so no. I just want to go back to my main point, which is like, so you're going to have two options once this qualifies. It's going to be to either place it on a ballot or to adopt it. And, you know, doesn't seem to be going that way tonight.
To adopt the
hope is that you would adopt it.
To adopt the 5% tax? You mean? The 5% tax, you mean?
You can't adopt the tax, but you could. The reason why there's no taxation in our regulatory measure is, again, we would hope that you would want to adopt it once it qualifies. Hopefully,
well, I'll tell you what, I've run 8 elections myself and other bond measures and stuff. It's very hard to get 2/3 vote for anything, especially taxes.
Oh,
so
well,
if you're expecting people
no, our regulatory measure is only going to need 50% plus one. What I was saying about the special tax is, let's say we were to go through this process and was to get better than it's going tonight.
Yeah, it's not going well, is it?
No, it's not, but that's okay. I've had worse nights in my life, that's for sure. In any case,
let me ask you one last question. Did you guys pay Mr. Nicosia?
Absolutely not. That would be illegal.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Absolutely not. And
so he voluntarily.
Yeah, he's a big fan of our company. And he's a big fan of bringing cannabis. We were going to have him introduce the whole presentation, but he was we got that abridged timeline. So,
I mean, I guess if I were to do this and travel back in time, if I were you guys, I would have approached people before you put this on the initiative.
I thought that was happening, but I guess apparently it wasn't.
No, I don't think it was. And I think people feel backed into a corner. I think that's my feeling on it, that we're backed into a corner in this, but that's just here nor there. So I appreciate you taking. I wanted to give you guys the time. The reason I voted, I want to give you guys the time to present because I think it's.
Well, look, we really appreciate the opportunity to present. I appreciate the 15 minutes. I like presenting this stuff. I really like doing it. I love the policy. I'm saddened that it's not landing so well this evening. Hopefully things turn around.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak. Thank you and answering my questions.
A lot of people don't realize that when an initiative presented and qualified with the signatures, as Mr. Martin said, you can put it on a ballot or you can just adopt it. And often signature gatherers are telling people who are going to sign that they're not saying yay or nay, they're just signing to get it on the ballot. And then all of a sudden, whammo, I thought I was going to get to vote. So that happened in Carlsbad. Rick Caruso had a big project and he did an initiative to get the zoning and get the project approved. And it went to the council and council said, okay. And they just adopted it unanimously. You know what those residents did? They floated a referendum calling for a vote on the action by the council and they won and they undermined the whole thing and it completely blew up. So yeah, you want to be careful adopting things that people signed a petition to have a vote on. Because especially in a city like this, where we've already had multiple referendums, people get activated real fast. Anyway.
I just want to comment one last thing. And I know, it's been quoted over and over again about our vote on Prop 64. People vote for Prop 64 for a variety of reasons. One was to keep people from being jailed for recreational marijuana. That's one reason. People like to consume marijuana. That's fine. I don't have any issue with that. But to say that they're doing it because they want to have dispensaries in their town, to me is a bit far-fetched. I've heard from both people. I've heard from people that were strong supporters of 64 that said, I don't want dispensaries in my town. I've heard from people that were not supporters of 64 who've said, I'd like to get the tax revenue from it. So, people voted for a variety of reasons. I think we need to be careful by drawing conclusions and reading tea leaves that Prop 64 was passed so that we can get dispensaries in town. It's a variety of reasons why it was passed, not necessarily because they wanted dispensaries. I just want to make sure I clarify that. So thank you.
Okay, can we go to the public now?
Yes. Okay, so Wayne Craig. There you go.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, I'm resident of District 1 in Redondo Beach. For anyone considering signing this cannabis petition, take a moment to consider the people behind it and what kind of partner they would be. The measure was written by them, favors their stores being opened over others, and in its original preferred form, wouldn't collect any tax revenue from the city. The ballot initiative will only take local control from Redondo Beach and put it in the hands of outsiders, something no one in Redondo Beach wants. Most everyone who has seen the videos posted by the people apparently behind the ballot initiative feel they would be worse than those behind the Redondo Beach Waterfront LLC, mainly Center Cal and Westport Capital. Partnering with that company and the subsequent terrible council votes have cost Redondo Beach at least $20 million and suspended any revitalization of development in our harbor for the past 6 years. We don't need another nightmare like that. The City Council has already voted to let City Commissions evaluate and implement recommendations from the Redondo Beach Cannabis Task Force as part of a local ordinance. We must pursue this route so that if we do need to make any minor major changes later, we can easily do so with the action of the City Council. If we were to choose the ballot initiative, it would require another citywide vote. That just doesn't make sense and would force us to deal with a partner that appears to not have the best interest of Redondo Beach at heart. I urge all Redondo Beach residents to please don't sign the petition. Instead, let the city evaluate and implement the recommendations from the Redondo Beach Cannabis Task Force, as the council has already voted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. The next person is Heidi Swan.
Gotta unmute yourself, Heidi.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill. Mayor Brand. Okay, whether you buy your cigarettes from an illicit source or a legal one, you're still smoking a cigarette. Marijuana and tobacco share over 33 elements that Prop 65 counts as carcinogens and reproductive toxins. Marijuana smoke has 2 times as much tar and ammonia as tobacco smoke. Marijuana smoke has 8 times as much hydrogen cyanide as tobacco smoke. And marijuana is smoked unfiltered and held into the lungs, which magnifies this carcinogenic effect. Plus, marijuana is psychoactive, and the psychoactive ingredient is 10 to 20 times stronger than what most people I know thought they were voting for. What are the risks of an ultra-high potency psychoactive marijuana product? Our warning labels on marijuana products here in California don't say anything about it. Colorado citizens have suffered so much mental illness from these products, including suicide, that they passed a new law this summer to study the harmful physical and mental health effects. Plus, Colorado warning labels say there are long-term mental health risks. In Vermont, they have a new law to try to mitigate mental health problems. And I'm quoting, Vermont law says, aid in the prevention of the cannabis-induced psychosis that occurs in some users of cannabis. When we all voted to legalize marijuana with Prop 64, we thought we were voting for low strength, loose weed, for old people surviving cancer treatment and keeping people out of jail. But more than 50% of what the legal stores sell are candy-flavored marijuana edibles and candy and fruit-flavored marijuana vapes. Flavored tobacco vapes are illegal, but flavored marijuana vapes are not? How does this make any sense? We did not vote to legalize candy-flavored, ultra-high potency marijuana that gets kids completely wasted. These products are made for young people, and the minute that Redondo Beach rubber stamps any licensed marijuana, no matter where it's located, the kids will say it's legal in Redondo, and the data shows that more of them will use it. Show me the data that a local pot shop lowers youth use. There is none, because the industry wants kids. This is how they make a profit, hooking kids for life. We had to stop tobacco from going after our kids. If the city council really cares about public health, you'll call our assembly member, Al Maritsucci, and ask for some guardrails to end these targeted attacks on our kids. In the meanwhile, no business that does this should get the rubber stamp from the South Bay. Not here, where we have invested so much in the health of our citizens. People can buy it somewhere else.
You done, Heidi? You're out of time.
One last line. The only choice for the South Bay is to keep the ban on any and all pot shops. Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Okay, thank you, Heidi. Thanks for that reminder that smoking pot is not good for you. It's not good for your lungs. Take it from the mayor with stage 4 lung cancer. You don't want to be polluting your lungs and, increasing your risk of getting something like that. So all you kids out there think it's cute and fun and going to be fun wherever you're getting it. Don't take the risk. It's not worth it. It's like sticking your mouth in the back of a tailpipe of a car for however long and holding your breath. So, Anyway, Joan Irvine is next.
Dr. Joan Irvine.
Hi, Joan Irvine. I'm a District 1 resident for over 15 years. I was an online youth safety technology expert since 2002. And more recently, I have pivoted over to do cannabis education for seniors. And also to let you know, the largest growing segment of the cannabis consumer is with seniors. So it's not with youth, it is with seniors. First, I want to thank this Cannabis Steering Committee for its hard work in the last 18 months to develop a framework for local control for cannabis stores. I'm really disheartened, and everybody has brought it up, that an outside company is trying to circumvent the work of the Cannabis Steering Committee and staff and dictate their own regulations and zoning for us. as a senior who uses cannabis for medical reasons and to get high occasionally, just like having a drink, I want a cannabis store in a location where I feel safe going, just like my local liquor store in Catalina. Also, by the way, I stopped consuming alcohol over 5 months ago because its inflammatory properties were affecting my arthritis, and I replaced it with cannabis, which has anti-inflammatory benefits. And also most seniors they do edibles, they do liquids. Seniors are they don't normally smoke as much as the youth does. But also I want to mention that I was reading an article today and it was out of Maine. And they were talking about how the cities were bamboozled by outside people. And there was a quote that I thought we needed to be aware of. And it said, if you were the small guy, the local guy, or the company looking to submit a single application and apply in good faith and play by the moral and ethical rules set up, you never had a chance. So this should not be the case in Redondo. People in Redondo should be able to apply and get this going. So that's it. And everybody else has talked about other things that I think are important. And the only other thing I mentioned before is I would love to see a shop on Catalina. My favorite shop is The Leaf in Palm Desert on El Paseo, and you go there and it's Mercedes and Bentleys and et cetera, and older people. So that I think it's important. And if people want to take a look, if you go to www.leafelpaseo.com, you can take a look at what that store looks like and how it really adds to the community. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay. Becca.
Jonathan, you gotta get off mute.
There we go. Can we hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening, Jonathan Sutko, District 1 resident here. Our community has had a history of valuing local control and warding off outside special interests. As we are hearing and reading comments from residents, we see local control to be the primary focus and concern. The benefit of our local control is the ability to easily modify regulations to benefit our community. Cannabis regulation is still new and constantly evolving. It's been in the shadows of the mistruths of prohibition of over 100 years, founded primarily in racism, that destroyed many lives and families. It wasn't until the AIDS epidemic that we had to change the laws to recognize the medicinal benefits it could have. The last 20 plus years have been a constant evolution of those laws in California, and it wasn't until more recently with Prop 64 that we've realized state legalization. Prop 64 provided an evolutionary path to bridge the harsh past with a vision of a future that did not criminalize people and allowed safe access to medicinal and recreational use with regulations that prioritized public health and safety. Even with all the regulations that Prop 64 brought with it, it recognized it couldn't possibly understand the unique needs of every single local community, and in its wisdom, it responsibly allowed for local control. With less than 4 years since the start of legal cannabis sales, only 20% of local jurisdictions allow retail sales. Responsible societal change from 100 years of prohibition doesn't happen overnight. Redondo residents voted 65% in favor of Prop 64, likely for a number of different reasons. And our city council had the foresight to establish an advisory committee to explore and recommend responsible policies for our community. Our primary recommendation was to draft our own ordinance that would allow us to maintain that local control of the issue and to grow and adjust as regulations as we better understood the impacts that it may have on our community. As an advocate of responsible cannabis legalization, I'm disappointed to see others in the industry deceptively forcing a voter initiative that takes local control away from our community, especially in a city that clearly is taking steps to establish responsible regulations. I'm even more disappointed to see the extent to which their initiative is heavily biased to their benefits and discriminates against providing pathways to licensure for others. This is not what responsible cannabis policy looks like, and I'm concerned to think of the reputation that they are giving the cannabis industry. Tonight's stunt of filing with the city a second initiative to allow for tax revenues is disingenuous at best. If they cared about the city, they would have included it from the beginning. It's a self-serving move. The entire initiative reminds me of the saying, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. Local control ensures responsible policies. I've been a longtime resident of Redondo Beach, and I hope to make this a place that my grandchildren can grow up and one day look back to this important piece of history and be proud of how responsible we all were. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Leslie Campaghi.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Leslie Campaghi, District 2. How surprising, another special interest group found a resident of Redondo to put his name to a citizens initiative. And today they submitted a second initiative to include offering a 5% sales tax rate to the city. That should be further cause for alarm to residents. Their goal is to take over control of our city cannabis ordinance to serve their own criteria and likely sue us if they don't get their way. Why isn't this citizen who submitted the initiative presenting to the city tonight? Because it's not a grassroots citizens initiative. It's a well-orchestrated effort to seize control by a special interest group who has zero business deciding our city laws, and a proponent of it who's there on the screen talking through everything, laughing at everything that's being said. I wonder if he even realizes that we can see his disgusting behavior. Please reiterate to the public that this is a receive and file presentation, not something the council is voting for or against, not something even qualified for us to vote on. Allowing them to present tonight provides us with an opportunity to see who they are and what they really want. There were those who didn't want to hear what's being circulated at our doorsteps, thinking it will go away if we don't talk about it. But it's not going to go away. It's a well-orchestrated effort that needs total visibility. You gave it an audience and it stinks. Make no mistake about it. These guys are unscrupulous. They're showing up at the doors as they did to mine and said the community is paying for them to be here. And I do live in a gated security complex, and they did sneak in and follow somebody in where that is trespassing and soliciting is not allowed. 7 lawsuits against cities, 2 lawsuits against states. A cannabis permit is a prize. Oh my God. Whatever initiative they put forth, either the one that was presented to me on Saturday or tried to, or the second version today, please don't anybody sign either one. The city's already in the process of drafting a city-controlled ordinance regarding cannabis dispensaries, scheduled to be reviewed by the City Council in early 2022. Whether or not one agrees with cannabis dispensaries, let's make sure we choose to support the direction our city is headed. An ordinance that is controlled by the city, not a self-serving special interest group whose ploy is to create a cannabis dispensary monopoly in our town and others, with an ordinance designed by them for them. Receive and file their self-serving fodder without further commentary. They'll probably sue us anyway. Yeah, it's just in their deep pockets, special interest group, thinking they can have their way in Redondo Beach. And we are not for sale. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next.
The next one is Sarah Armstrong.
You gotta unmute yourself, Sarah.
There we go. You're on.
You there, Sarah?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Maybe speak up a little bit. You're a little bit light.
Okay. I am Sarah Armstrong, the Southern California representative for Americans for St. Galaxies. And I'm hearing some feedback. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, there's some feedback, Sarah. There's definitely feedback. I don't know what it is.
It's
you have 2 computers on?
See what we can do.
If you're watching this on TV, you should mute the TV or any other device. Just mute it.
I have in fact done that.
It's really hard to hear you, Sarah. Why don't we'll go to the next person. We'll come back to you, see if you can figure it out.
Okay.
We'll be right back.
Okay, the next person is Eric Erickson.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
I am a Redondo Beach resident. I am 59 years old, and I suffer from two chronic conditions. One is lower back pain, and the other one is anxiety. In the last 3 years, I very slowly started using cannabis, and it certainly was not a magic bullet, but it helped both my anxiety, so it doesn't turn into panic attacks, which would often bring me to hospitals thinking I'm having a heart attack. And also the lower back. When I physically work, I have very bad lower back problems. When I apply cannabis on my back with a roll-on, not smoking, for all you pot haters out there, the pain diminishes. It helps me. Okay, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have the lawyer speak. I am looking at the smirks of faces of my councilmen who are just very negative. I am sorry. I read the initiative, and I'm calling to have the city to apply the language of this initiative. But you know what? I would love an initiative from the city, but we don't have it. As Councilman Horvath said, you're working on it. In the meantime, I'm going downtown and purchasing the cannabis where my community could have a growth potential, which they've mentioned 3 hours ago, or the opportunity to expand the growth potential. Well, it's right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's for our area, and for me, it's an opportunity. And I am so very sorry. I'm not sure who's right and who's wrong here, but I, as a resident, am not being heard and am not being served. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you. Darn, it looks like Sarah hung up.
Yeah, it looks like she's not on here right now. Okay, so the other thing is we have about 29 e-comments.
We're not going to read 29 comments. It's 11:20.
Okay, so for the record, it'll be listed on the minutes, and they're also their names, and then their full information that's on here will be on the e-comments column for the record.
I see another commenter, Michelle Boney.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Michelle Boney.
You have to unmute yourself, Michelle.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's Michelle Bonet, and I'm a property owner in Redondo Beach. First of all, I'd like to express my support for the group that has created this initiative, and that's only because, you're saying that you want to have some control of what's going on with the regulation of cannabis, and yet years after Prop 64 has passed, I really don't see any solid effort on the council's part to make that happen. Basically, as a yoga therapist, my work with cancer patients, PTSD, anxiety, arthritis, and more, this has allowed me to see the benefits of cannabis on all of these populations of patients. And I've seen the struggle of these patients that have to drive out of town to retrieve their medications. And it really does create hardship. And the hyperbole of the language of the council tonight has really disheartened me. I want to know what is being done about allowing cannabis to be sold in Redondo Beach. We shouldn't have to go out of our safe city to be able to get what the voters have already decided we want. It passed years ago, and so far, nothing substantial has been done. It's my understanding that this initiative would slowly introduce cannabis. It keeps cannabis, what did he say? It keeps legal cannabis far away from children. It keeps, there's a merit-based process. mean, some of these things are pretty great, in my opinion. And especially when 80% almost of the industry is illegal throughout the state. Let's go ahead and get some regulation in here. And if a 5% sales tax, I mean, why are we poo-pooing the idea that they have created a new measure or for a 5% sales tax? What's the problem with that? I would contend that the addition of sale of cannabis through the means of legal stores in Redondo Beach, in an industry that's still currently 80% illegal, would allow the people of Redondo Beach to have a convenient and accessible availability to a highly beneficial medicinal substance and keep those tax dollars in our city. And that behooves everyone. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. It looks like that's for public comment, Eleanor?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, and Councilmember MD?
Okay, so to answer the last person's comments, we have been working on a cannabis to consider doing retail and we did get delayed a little bit. There was COVID happened and it wasn't on the top priority, but we are in the process of putting together an ordinance to make that happen. If we do want to have as a state to have legal cannabis, we really do need to have licenses to be able to put them out there so that we can no longer have an illegal market. The thing is all of this is new. Everything kept changing, and it takes time to figure out where everything is going to land. And so I know that the people who are very pro-cannabis are frustrated with how long it's taking, but that it's a condition of all the changes that have been done. The problem with this particular initiative is that it does take away our ability to decide how many units can, how many retail licenses we can have. It's mandating that we have 3. And the transfer is a problem because we had a problem with this with massage parlors. So when we would close down a massage parlor, they would just transfer it to their brother, who then satisfied all the same or relative of some kind, who had the exact same qualifications that they had, and then would end up reopening in the exact same spot. So transferring is a problem for us because of the what we've had before. In addition to, I'd like to congratulate you because this council never agrees on anything. And this is the first time I've ever seen us all agree on this. This is amazing, just right out the gate. And I also want to say there's another thing that I was really concerned with. I was concerned that this council would just accept the initiative if it qualified for the ballot, that it wouldn't be allowed to be voted on. And I'm very heartened by everyone's comments that would not be the case. So I'm not going to beat up anymore. Look at my notes on this. I had a lot of questions, but I agree with the mayor. There's really no point of it. There's a motion on the floor for receive and file. And I just, I urge everyone to not sign this initiative. I get what you're saying. The reason you didn't put taxes on there is because you were hoping that the council would just accept the initiative and then the taxes come after. And I hear what you're saying, but that's just not going to happen. And when it comes to the local control, we have to be able to decide how many are going to work. We might want to just try with one to see how we how it all works out and then add another one. But we can't do that with this initiative. We just can't. So I am upset at the fact that we feel like we have a bit of a gun to our head, that we have to now have cannabis retailers. Before we were having the discussion of whether to have them or whether to not have them and to bring the residents along. I don't think, based on our discussions before, that this council was opposed to the idea of that, but we needed to bring the residents along to really truly have a true discussion about it. Anyway, I think we should call for a vote on the receive and file.
Okay. For public comments, call for a vote. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
All right. Well, there you go. Thanks for your time, Damien. And
I did. Thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak. I'm like super appreciative of it. Thank you again.
Yeah. You're welcome. It was the first time I remember. And I guess we did it for Measure B, where there was an initiative circulating. They actually had a discussion about it, but that's usually left for the signature gathering and the campaign to follow, if there is one. Anyway, okay. With that, we'll move to I think our last item is P2, discussion and possible action regarding council consideration of removal of commissioners. There's no real report here. It's just a list of commissioners. I have one question about the commissioners. This list I looked at, what do the asterisks mean?
That's commissions that have need qualifications, that have qualifications.
Oh.
It's just, I just took this information right out of our system, and that's how I have it designated. So I just didn't take it.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Eleanor. Let me see here. There are no hands up. Okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
I wanted to get also a list of all the people who haven't been showing up, but I believe when I went through some of the records that I had, they are there. My biggest concern is, keeping these commissions in lockstep with the community. As planning commission specifically, I've gone through, and going back to what we just discussed a few months ago on a housing, really divisive subject. I'm going to make a simple motion to remove Warren Ung and Chantal Topera from the Planning Commission, to remove them from their positions.
Wayne.
On the Planning Commission, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You said Warren Ung, but you meant Wayne Ung, I think.
Wayne Ung, sorry. Wayne Ung.
Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
A second with amendment. I would like, I'd hope the mayor appoints a certain public art commissioner or applicant to the public art commission. And I'd like to free up one of those spots. And the method by which I'm going to do this, like I watched the public art commission the last meeting, and all the District 5 people were very participatory, but the person that I'd like to be replaced, if the mayor so chooses, is a District 5 resident on the Public Art Commission. So I will ask for the removal of Marcy Klein, because these are I'm just choosing somebody who's in their second term, so that we can get somebody who's not had an opportunity to serve yet on there.
I guess it's a request for a friendly amendment, but yeah.
I'll agree to that.
So the mayor doesn't do this. This is a council action. All the mayor does is make suggested appointments, and then it has to be approved by the council, at least 3-2.
So I'll second Narenheim's motion.
What I will say is that I made a lot of appointments that to important commission, like the Planning Commission, like the Harbor Commission, didn't get approved, and others that I had to, back off of. And I think part of the reason we have three three representatives on the planning commission from District 3 is because of exactly that. So, and I watched a meeting, I guess it was last summer, when the planning commission was making recommendations for where to distribute our arena allocations. And I heard Chantal Toporo call the AES site the mother lode of residential development, which really took me back, not because I don't like Chantal or appreciate all the service she's given to all the commissions, but she also knows about the public votes going way back to really started with the referendum in 2002. And she's well aware of the public opposition to, big residential on the AES site. Likewise, Wainung knows, and they were pushing that whole motion and they both know. And so I really am turned off by people that are willing to move against the public when we've had multiple votes about trying to get a park down there. And it was just, they knew full well they've been around a long time. So, it's all votes, right? 3-2. My appointments were denied 3-2, and now they're going to get approved 3-2. And that's just the way politics roll. But we didn't get elected up here to do nothing and leave everything the way it is. And to council members Ehrenheim's point, we're supposed to be doing something that, reflects that and not just sitting here. And we have some projects coming, some bigger than smaller. And likewise, the Galleria project, I watched the planning commission. It was just amazing how they just rolled over and approved the largest project ever in the history of Redondo Beach in one meeting. No one even seconded Rolf Strutzenberg's motion to just continue the hearing. It was unbelievable. So anyway, we have to make some changes, and I don't think we should be sitting around waiting. I don't think we got elected to continue to run these commissions that have entitlement authority, right? And the only reason the Galleria got a lot of the concessions it got was because Doug Boswell took the time to appeal it. So otherwise it would have been done. So anyway, I would support I would support the two planning commission rules. I don't know about Marcy Klein, but that came out of left field.
It's nothing against her.
Again,
Just to explain my rationale, I just, Orhan Tanner really impressed me as somebody who is willing to take an initiative, apply for our grant monies, and go above and beyond besides doing what's on the agenda that's handed to them by staff. So that's what we need in the art sector, because despite having $600,000 in our art fund, public art fund, we've had no public art initiatives initiated by the Art Commission, at least that I can recall. Seems like they're just wrapping boxes. So we need to change that up a little bit. And I've had a couple of productive discussions with Mr. Tanner since he submitted his application and conducted his interview.
Okay, Council. I don't see any other hands up. Is there any comments from the public?
Let's see here. Hold on 1 second. Nope. None.
Okay, well, if there's no hands up and no public comments, I'll just take a vote. Councilmember Ehrenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, I didn't vote yet.
You didn't vote yet.
Said it.
Oh, I thought I heard an aye.
I said it twice. I didn't think you heard me.
That's pretty low, Nels, voting for me.
What's your vote? Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Oh, I think this is a dangerous path.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Removing people just because you disagree with them is just not right. Just don't appoint them again when they come up. And to remove them just because she's from District 5 is truly insulting. I'm definitely voting no.
Well, denying mayor's appointments for 4 years when they're sensitive is a precedent too that I'd never seen before. In fact, I approved every appointment Steve Aspel ever made, except for Matt Kilroy, and likewise with Mike Chen. So that was definitely, in my long time here in Redondo Beach, a new stroke to start denying and cherry picking the commissioners you want, regardless of the mayor's appointments. So as I said, the sword cuts both ways. But I'm going to veto this vote because I don't want to see Marcy Klein removed just for, I hear what you're trying to do, but I don't, I'm going to veto that.
Can I sub her with anybody else, or is that all? Would that all be vetoed?
Just her. Well, no, I mean, that vetoes, it vetoes what was just approved. Somebody can make another motion.
All right.
I'll make a motion to remove the two planning commissioners, Chantal Toporov and Wayne Ung.
All right. I'll make a friendly amendment to add to that Commissioner Ashisha Sharma. She posed good questions. This is a tough thing to do. All right. I'll make a motion to remove Ashisha Sharma from the public records. Or second, sorry. Amendment, friendly amendment, if you accept that.
I'll accept it, but I don't think Mayor Brand's going to
I'm
allow.
just going to veto it. Don't even bother.
Okay. All right. Never mind. I second your motion. Let's go. Narenheim, I second it without amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see any comments. Okay, I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Nope.
Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Well, I appreciate the veto. I still disagree with kicking people off midterm.
Well, I want to thank Commissioners Chantal Toporo and Wayne Ung for their service. I really do. I mean, it's appreciated, and you guys have both put in a lot of years, especially Chantal. I think she served on every commission. But as I said, we didn't get elected not to make changes. When we hear things like that, we see things like that, it's just out of step. So, and yeah, a lot of the appointments I made, like Matthew Hensley, was because I couldn't get Doug Boswell in. And so I compromised. I put Matthew Hensley in. And then when I had the opportunity to get Doug in, because he certainly deserved, only because Zane Obaji got elected to the city council and Nils and Todd got reelected. That is the only reason I was able to do that, because it was all swinging 3-2, 3-2, 3-2. So, hey, life goes on in Redondo. And there'll be new councils and new mayors and new commissioners. So, but again, thanks to Chantal and Wayne. It's nothing personal. It's just policy. Anyway, with that, I guess, Eleanor, you then post the openings?
Well, we'll have to, post it. Let's see how we're going to do that, because I think we have to it's been approved. So, yeah, we'll have to post it for 10 days before you can appoint.
Okay.
Are you going to at least send them a letter and let them know, Eleanor, that they've been kicked off?
Yeah, I guess so. We'll have to create a letter.
Well, I mean, that'd be the only nice thing to do. You need to have them show up to a thing and say they're, and when do they get kicked off? At what point does their term end? Do they term end today? Or does it end at the end of the month? Or
no, their term ends today.
Mm-hmm.
And so tomorrow they will.
Well, then a letter or a phone call would be courteous, at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll give them a call. I don't have their phone numbers, but I'll give them a call. Last item, I guess, is city manager items. Mike.
I think for expediency here, we'll push those to the night. But thank you again for your support with the contract tonight. Looking forward to hopefully limited referrals tonight.
Yeah, congratulations again, Mike. Where's the party? Outside. Mayor and council items.
I'd like to bring back a discussion and possible action on the resolution for the GPAC commission creation, as well as a current status update to the GPAC as to how many meetings they have left, money in the budget, and what they're going to be discussing moving forward. Mike, what do you think we'll be able to do for that in 2 weeks? In
So
December?
is it just for us to bring back the reso for you to look at it, to see how it was constructed, and then a status.
Update and possible action to amend it for removal purposes as well, and as update for ability to remove commissioners as well. We've had some commissioners not show up for a year or 2 years actually, so I want to be able to remove those commissioners as well. Attendance issues, and get a general status update as to how many meetings we have left. So I don't know, Brandy, if you're still there. It's okay if you're not. How many updates? How many more meetings they have left?
We can certainly give you a schedule that's laid out from a remaining meeting standpoint. We can provide you some information on the attendance, and we could put on the agenda the resolution that established the General Plan Advisory Committee.
And from what I'm hearing, you want to have another crack at what we discussed in 2019. The council specifically discussed changing the rules of the resolution for removal of commissioners, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So we'll add that to the title as well.
Perfect.
Okay, anything else? No,
that's it. Thank you, sir.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I only had 6 referrals tonight, Mike. How's that for limited? I have none. Thank you.
Okay, good. Councilmember Horvath.
Yes, hi. I have 2. First one, based on public comment tonight, make a referral to consider exploring switching to 100% green as our default with Clean Power Alliance, as was mentioned that Manhattan Beach just did. We have until December 31st to do that. So if we can have a discussion on that, Mike, I guess as soon as possible.
Yeah, well, we can bring that back. You said there's a December 31st deadline for
yeah.
Do you know offhand, is it a one-step action? I'm not sure if I recall exactly what the makeup of that policy is.
I'll be honest with you, I don't recall, but I can try to find that out.
Okay, we'll get it on probably first meeting in December.
Can I suggest, and this is by way of not trying to combat a further extension from AES, that maybe we wrap that with a presentation from Tesla and Ohm Connect about their virtual power plants, because one of the best things we could do before the State Water Board hears that again, an extension beyond 2 years, is to help in the surrounding areas build a virtual power plant. And those are the 2 companies that are kind of cutting edge. So it fits with the Clean Alliance. And I don't think the Clean Power Alliance customers are eligible to use those, just Edison. And it'd be good if perhaps we can tweak it so CPA customers are eligible as well.
I'm not aware of anything you just talked about. But.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to have a discussion about the Clean Power Alliance, our policy matters related to it, I mean, we could have a presentation on a virtual, I mean, we could reach out to who these individuals are and have that be part and parcel, basically be a 2-step discussion.
Yeah, and I can take care of the inviting them and seeing if they're eligible, if they're available.
Okay, so we'll add that. All right, anything else, Christian?
One other one. This is LA versus hate. The county has a LA versus hate program going on, and LA versus Hate Week is specifically November 14th to 20th. And I would just like to make a referral that maybe at our next meeting, we have a proclamation recognizing LA versus Hate Week, since that'll be before it actually takes place.
Okay.
And I sent some info over to Mike.
We can, if it's the will of the council, we can prepare a proclamation we do have an agenda next week, full meeting. So,
welcome to being city manager.
we can put a template proclamation
That
together.
would be a P item.
Yeah, it would be a template proclamation under mayor and council items.
Mhm. And going to who again, Christian?
It's for LA County's LA versus Hate Week. Mike has all the information, including a template proclamation.
Okay. Anything else? That's it?
That was it.
Councilmember Obaji?
Nothing that needs to be shared tonight.
Councilmember MD?
No, thank you.
The one thing I wanted to say is that SB 9 takes effect January 1, and apparently there is some flexibility that cities have, somewhat limited to implement certain guidelines and regulations, particularly about whether they'll be allowed to have ADUs and such. I don't know the details of it, but I know a lot of cities are agendizing what little they can do under SB 9. I don't know if you're familiar with it or not, Brandy, but I can probably talk to you offline, but I'd like to have an agenda item the next meeting so that, we can get going on this if there's something we can do, because it has to be done by the end of the year, which really is our second meeting in December, which really only gives us a couple meetings to put it together. So, and it's time sensitive.
By your next meeting, do you need next Tuesday or do you need?
Well, when she can figure it out and get it on in time for us to do something at the last meeting in December. So
I provided the information that that you had forwarded, Mayor, to the city attorney's office. So we'll discuss what actions the city can take.
yeah, as long as we do them before the deadline, that's key. So no point spending on time on it if we don't get it done by the deadline. So
Yeah, and what I would, just for calendaring purposes, we've got the November 9th meeting next week. We'll have another meeting on the 16th. We will have a meeting on Tuesday, December 7th, probably the 14th as well, an open session meeting. And then our final meeting of the calendar year would be December 21st. So we have 5 meetings remaining this calendar year, unless we, for some reason, feel like we need to have a meeting on November 30th as an option, but hopefully not. But I would imagine we'll have 3 meetings in December.
okay. I guess that's it, folks. We don't have to go back to closed session, and we have a meeting next week at 4:30 and then a regular council meeting, you were saying, Mike?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So, all right then. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn until November 9th.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
I heard a lot of them. I think it was Councilmember Horvath that made the motion or something. Anyway, second by Councilmember Nierenheim. Any objection? Okay. We did a lot.